Buenos días, cosmonauts. ¿Cómo estamos? How are we? Bien, bien? All right. Bueno, this is the last day of Cosmoverse. Let's make it the best one, all right? Up next, we have Enrico, which also he's known as the godfather of Cosmos in Italy. Everybody welcome Enrico from Commercio. Commercio? Welcome,
Thank you very much. Cosmoverse, good morning. Fantastic. 9:30, super. And these people here in the audience are the hero because waking up after all the party last night, so very good, very good. Thank you. So today I'm gonna really, it's going to be an interesting start because I'm gonna announce three very important things. The talk is about Cosmos hosted wallet for the rest of the non-crypto world, so something that will absolutely change the inclusion and the possibility to get more people into Cosmos. But first, before talking about this product, I want to have like a little bit of update on Commercio network. So today we're like complete, feature complete. We started the development in 2018, and we basically completed what we wrote in the white paper, so that's good. And today I want to announce that we're like joining the IBC gang. So after 4 years, after 4 long years, yes, thank you. By probably the end of this weekend, we're gonna like join the interchain. This is like absolutely very important. I think that slide has like some aplicación desactivada. No, I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter because I know my slides, so I can talk. You know, we're like. Commercio network is basically a legally binding blockchain. So we created this blockchain that uses a technology and has implemented the European standard for digital documents. So whenever you create a document in Commercio network, okay, the document is legally binding. So it's the same as a piece of paper. Okay, so let me go back. Okay. And to do that, we have to reverse engineer like a lot of like legislation, and we created a legally binding blockchain. What are the features and the things that make possible to create a legally binding document inside of a blockchain? The first one is very important because it's the identity. So in 2018, we were the first blockchain that started developing the self-sovereign identity. Now everybody talks about self-sovereign identity, but we did it first, and was, of course, thanks to an amazing person, which is Egidio Casati from Vectis DAO, and you know, I want to thank him publicly. Go check his project because he's like the one that inspired us to do the self-sovereign identity. It's the WC3 standard, so you know, we're DIDCOM, okay, it's like .com, we're like DIDCOM, and it's very important because it's a standard and everybody should use it, and it's the same people that brought us HTTP, they also brought us DID. So you need really to think about, I mean, if you like HTTP, you should take a look also at DID. The second part is the signature. So basically we do like a signature that is the same as paper. So you do an electronic signature, and you know, in the United States it's very easy because you have common law. So things like DocuSign and can happen. But in Europe it's not the same. You need to have a specific legislation to make a signature legally binding. And that's what we did in Commercio. So we're like, did that. The third part is to seal the deal. So whenever you have like a document signed, you need to basically create a transaction, say, I deliver to you, so that's the delivery. And you have like a timestamping of this of this contract exchange. Another very important module that we build is the KYC. Why? Because the world is changing and crypto is becoming more regulated. So every time you have like tokens in your wallet, especially if it's hosted, you need to have anti-money laundering. There's no way around it. So we build it. So we build it inside of our chain. And last, probably the most important thing, it's the mint contract, which is basically let anybody to create tokens and fungible, non-fungible, that basically contains not cats, not apes, but legally binding contracts. So we create NFT that basically has a legally binding contract, and inside of this NFT, whenever I give to you the NFT, I will relinquish the rights of the asset which is underwritten inside of the NFT. So this is called, that's our target application, and we are like doing real-world asset tokenization. So basically, it's called RealFi. We gave this name RealFi because you can like tokenize real things that exist in real life. You make liquidity out of it. So what is RealFi? RealFi is basically a $6 trillion market. $16 trillion market in the next 10 years. So basically you tokenize, you take an asset which is not liquid and you make it liquid. Think about like a Parmesan cheese wheel or an invoice, a debt, anything that is real life, you can tokenize it and make it and do it, put it in a DEX or an exchange. And it's a lot of growth there. So we reach a huge traction so far. We quietly assemble an ecosystem of 90 plus developers and applications. So we didn't like do much of marketing, but we focus on the developers. So we are like probably one of the biggest ecosystem right now in Cosmo because we have 90 companies that they're like developing with Commercio network, and every member is a validator because we want them to have skin in the game. So each one is also a validator. We're like 100% self-funded. We didn't do any ICO, we didn't put any token out, only for the validators. And all of them, most of them, let's say, they're doing like a RealFi solution. And we're 100% Cosmos. Used to be a very big Ethereum. I went to DevCon 1, okay, but in 2018, I met Ethan and Jay, and I knew this was the future, because I knew there was going to be absolutely horizontal scalability. So stop, I throw away everything we did with Ethereum. We started in 2018. Actually, with Ricardo, Leonardo, and all the group, in 2018, we built the first blockchain in Commercio. It was even before the Cosmos Hub. Can you believe it? But we focus always into in our market. And after a few years, also we are like, the community asked to list the token, and we're going to do it on osmosis later this year. I don't know exactly the date. I don't know. There's a hint, but I don't know. But definitely later this year, there's going to be a token there. But with this huge growth, also, it's not like been easy. Every overnight success takes like 4 years in the making, they say. That's our case. For 3 years, we couldn't get our developers to do development. So we have like all these people, and they just would not do anything. They're not like develop. Why? Because the problem that, unfortunately, when you do an application, you need to think about the user. Why? Because users tend to ignore application that ignore users. That's it. You need to focus on the user. If you don't focus on the user, you're not going to have success in this field or any field. So what was the main blocking thing? The wallet. The wallet. The wallet is like the #1 blocking thing. Why? Because the user experience, not there, not possible. Fantastic for crypto savvy people. We love to have our 24 words, the ledger. It's cool, and we feel cool. But not going to work for the average person, because the average person. So 0.1%, fantastic. Ledger, Kepler, MetaMask, huge. Yeah, we love it. Yeah, the 99.9%, no. Why? Because they will forget, write badly, so they just miswrite the 24 words and lose it forever. Or maybe just give the 24 words to somebody that in Telegram they ask for advice and they provide free assistance and they just give them the 24 words and that's happened every day. So we had to absolutely rethink about the wallet. That's what we did. We created a new wallet, a hosted wallet, something that you can do one thing which is crucial, which is password forgot. I forgot my password. This is like something new that never happened before. Like a system that you do, you log in, you register, and then if you lose the password, you forgot your password, you get your password back. So it took few years to make it. It's not perfect, but we did it. And today I'm going to announce the Cosmos hosted wallet appliance. It's basically, it's a hosted wallet is like something which is compliant with all the cool fintech standards like PCI, DCI, and is made of 4 components. It's hardware and software. The hardware part is a HSM, which think about it as like a big, huge Ledger Nano. Instead of a Ledger Nano, it's like very expensive and it handles millions of wallets and are all stored inside. So a private key cannot be extracted. The other one is the OpenID Connect part, which basically lets anybody register, log in, social login, just like sign in with Twitter, okay? And most important, password forgot. That's it. And the Cosmos, this application, this Cosmos hosted wallet, can interact with another component, which is like a Kubernetes component, can interact with any Cosmos basically blockchain. Everything in the interchain can like work with it. And the most important part is this Cosmos appliance provides API. So we can trick enterprise developers into developing in Web3, make them think it is Web2. So it's a crazy thing. So we implemented all the commercial network, of course, basic, and as today, we started implementing osmosis zone. So this is crazy. Why? Because basically we have the first thing in the world, I think this is the first time in the world, where you have like an hosted wallet version of a DEX. So anyone can like register, start using osmosis without any hosted wallet. So you just register, log in, and you can use, of course, osmosis. This is absolutely crazy. It's a DEX with like a hosted wallet. And you know, if you guys, anybody that develops on Cosmos, if they want us to implement their chain, just like write us info@Commercio, and you know, we'll try to implement your chain features. Okay. We want Cosmos to be everywhere. We created a hosted wallet UX that just works flawlessly and it's available to everyone. Okay, so that's it. Hold on. Sorry. There's breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, the breaking news. There's CNN breaking news. Now we have like a new RealFi application developed on Cosmos. And the breaking news, the world says that Namirial, which is one of the market leaders in the centralized trust, they're like a trust service provider. Okay, they have embraced a decentralized trust commercial network blockchain. Wow, as their core technology. Not like, you know, a marketing gimmick to say they're cool. No, they actually did it. And what is this RealFi app? It's called ClickWrap. What is ClickWrap? It's a solution that gather consent. Gather consent, for example, every time you like click on a term of service or privacy, you say, I agree, okay? Namirial ClickWrap just like captures that and allows any company or organization to what? To sign agreements just by clicking the button. And you can like generate an audit trail, which is a document that has all the information about the clicking, okay? And this is online binding, so you can have like a legally binding. And this is the third thing that you can do is that you allow your legal department of the company, okay, to self-manage their documents, legal documents, so they don't have to call every time the webmaster to do. They're just independent. And solves 4 major problems, okay? which is basically, one is the notarization of the consent. So you have like a digital notary, el notaio, okay, that basically signs the document that you have clicked. And this is major because you have like also the integrity of the document, which is like timestamp, and you can prove it that existed at that specific time. And of course, you can have inside of ClickWrap the long-term archival, so you store for the minimum 10 years that is required, and the document that he signed or she signed, and the audit trail that's been basically done. And the last part, which is very important, ClickWrap lets you generate a distribution package, which is basically, if you go to court, you have this legally binding document that any judge in Europe or in the world cannot dismiss, because it's legally binding. That's why we do it. And that's why the Myriad choose Commercio network as their blockchain of choice. So very, very interesting. So what does this mean for Cosmos and Commercio network? Okay. So, you know, you have to face it. We need a lot of organic transaction into the blockchain, because you can have a product value by FOMO, which is good. You know, you think about this project will go on, okay, and become successful. But the most, I think, this important, let's say, meter of the value of a project, blockchain project, for me, it's the transactions and the unique users. These, for me, are the number two. And what happens with Namiria now doing this ClickWrap thing in our chain and Cosmos ecosystem? Basically, the transaction, the projected transaction for click, I mean, guys, you face it. Every day you kind of like click, I agree. So you know what I'm talking about, okay? So it's a lot of transaction. We're talking about 1.5 billion in 2019, and it's projected 15 billion in 2025. It's 10x big. And the last thing is very important is the unique users, okay? So behind every signature, okay, there is a user, there is a wallet that signs. So Namirial is present in 75 countries. It's a huge company and has like 100 strategic partners that develop with their technology, that is done with our technology, that is done with Cosmos technology. So this is like, you know where I'm going? It's a chain, okay? And not blockchain, it's a chain of actually people like using really the blockchain. So Namiria has like all these strategic partners, but most important, it has 5 million users, active users. Okay, so this means that if Namiria will like expand as they said they will, okay, they will bring to Commercio and to Cosmos a lot of new users. Not crypto users, but regular users. And this is very important because I think that I'm not sure there are in Cosmos as many people yet. So probably we're gonna like potentially bring more users to Cosmos than there currently are. Only one company. That's Namirial. And if you like the ClickWrap thing, okay, please write to d.coletto@namiria.com if you want to talk with him, if you want to implement, if you want to understand how things. And you know, I think that is very important because this is like a real FI application. Okay, I know there's ReFi, and that's one thing. We are like real FI, so bringing the blockchain to the real life, bringing the blockchain to people, to the 99% of the world, and using the blockchain to solve real life problems with a lot of transactions, organic transactions, and a lot of new people that never ever thought about using the blockchain, and probably never will because they don't know that's the blockchain because it's a technology, but it's cool. the technology is also good when it's not known that they're using it. So the blockchain technology is something, it's enabling technology. It's not should be like the center. It's something that allows to do things that you were not able to do before. This is very important change of mindset. So we're like, Commercio network is in the absolutely focus of this statement. We wanted to really bring real life application. We don't want, we're like, we love DeFi, we love everything about DeFi. I'm like early adopters of everything, early adopter of Bitcoin. I used to mine Bitcoin with my CPU. So I was like in the blockchain business before it was called blockchain. But now, actually, I think that it's time, and only with Cosmos can be done, because it has the horizontal scalability. So Cosmos is the best of the best of the best. And everybody in the enterprise world can use the Cosmos hosted wallet to develop without any fuss, any problem. So that's a final thought. Namirial is one of 90 plus commercial members, companies that are developing. And imagine what the role of the .com token can play in bringing users into the Cosmos ecosystem. Time's up. Thank you very much. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Enrico, the godfather of Cosmos. Up next, please help me welcome Arinna from Citadel 1, Chief Business Development.
Hello guys, so the previous speaker was awesome. How is he so energetic? So I'm Shtedle from Citadel 1, and today we'll be talking about the use case simplification, so how to avoid this unnecessary crypto complexity, as well as, please, come on, and as well as how to route the casual users to complex crypto scenarios, so that at your point, your mama will be used like Cosmos and some. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what's going on there. So at certain point, your mom will be able to use some kind of Cosmos applications with no need to face all of this stuff. So, but before we start, why we're here, the Cosmos is expanding tremendously. And we've seen a lot of, newcomers and a lot of new projects coming to the ecosystem. Recently, VanEck research group reported that is it like going some way? Anyways, so recently VanEck research reported that more than like 30% of all future blockchains are gonna be hosted on Cosmos ecosystem, with more than 50% of them being secured by the Cosmos Hub, and the value accrual by the year of 2030 is gonna be more than 21 billion. So we are gonna see a lot of new builders, a lot of new projects, a lot of new investors and liquidity coming to Cosmos. And of course, most certainly we'll see more users. And what these users are gonna see is, as the previous speaker was mentioning, is actually, this UX troubles. And we at Citadel are trying to actually address some of these projects. So, can I get me my presentation, please? Okay. Anyways, so the UX problems we are facing right now include the general service fragmentation, so not only for Cosmos, but also for like networks like Polkadot, Ethereum, and it's really hard to figure out how to deal with them. So it's also really hard to find the optimal solution when you're just joining the ecosystem and you're trying to figure out what to do. So there's also a huge lack of communication between the general developers and the users, so that they never can, notify about the heart of the chain, even if you're not like following the tweet or anything. And there is literally no way to get in touch with them. So this is another thing we are trying to solve, and I'll be talking a little bit more about this later. Another thing is definitely the, this lack of education, and every time I'm trying to figure this out, this is like, very hard to explain. And there's lack of clear terminology, unified terminology. There is also really clear misunderstanding of some terms of use, as well as some what kind of possibilities the service is providing. So there's also really hard to transition between various devices. So for example, if you're like heavy mobile user, it's almost impossible to use the same functionality within the web version. And so, no really guys, I'm not kidding. Please get me my presentation back. I mean, that's not planned. Anyways, so should I continue or should we retry again? Every time it happens. No. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Anyways, just do something. So yeah, UX is super, unclear, so my mom would never be able to set up MetaMask or Calper, sorry God. And so we are just, we are still having this huge troubles, and I want to show you this, levels of blockchain's interaction so that you understand on which level we can actually target the users that are not in crypto. So. Yes. So the basic level, so they just, the network interactions that are enabled by the network by default are like send, stake, vote, or some network specifics. And then we expand the functionality to contracts. And contracts can be like anything, like custom Cosmos contracts, or either decentralized autonomous organizations, fungible, non-fungible tokens. We can get that more, and you still need interface to interact with that. It's not easy. So the first attempt to solve the user problems are actually applications. So either Cosmos Station, Citadel one, we're trying to make it easier, but still, as Enrico was mentioning, it's still for very tech-savvy people. You need to figure out the seed phrase and everything. So what happens next is actually, the way to provide this easy user interface for those who are not in crypto. And here we have apps in aggregation, so that you can access the general app types like swaps, in case of DEXs, lending, liquid staking, just within one application. No need to worry about this complexity. Still, though, it's very hard to onboard users and sustain users. And this is how we get to complex scenarios. So, for example, complex scenarios will enable my mom to buy some item with debit card, and then use our restaking backed within the interface, so that you don't even have to leave the platform, or in the same manner, you don't even have to, to deal with this unnecessary crypto complexity with all of the seed phrases and everything. But before we go into more details, I need to point out that some principles are still here to be remained, like non-custodial. Not your keys, not your crypto, so this is pretty clear. It should be wallet agnostic, so you can access it with Ledger or Trezor device like Helper. You should be free to do that. And of course, cross-chain and cross-platform, so you're not limited within one network or within one single device. So now we get back to Citadel 1. So what we are doing at Citadel 1 is we are trying to solve all of this major UX bottlenecks for the Cosmos ecosystem and beyond. So we have the layer of the wallet functionality, asset management. We also have this involvement and incentivization model of DAO and Axity token. But most importantly, we have this section for C1 App Store, which can be shown later. So what we're having right now is we rebuilt some of the most used applications so that you can access it directly with your address from your account. And we added some thoughtful touches actually, so you can see the detailed asset page, the pools, everything you have, and even some network specific like superfluid staking. So our Restack app, so we're trying to make it as easy as possible for users to, to get the benefit of this other staking module. So we have all the validator you're staking with covered, and we also covered transaction fees on our behalf. Governance application, topic governance. Yeah, so we're trying to get people involved, and along with launching this governance app, we're trying to get real audience to interact with proposals, to cast their thoughts, and you'll be also able to see how your validator actually voted. So. And this gives us an awesome opportunity to build something more cool. So remember aggregation we're talking about? So here we have some base apps like, I don't know, Osmosis, GridSwap, PancakeSwap, whatever, multi-chain. And this is just a typical application, so it's the same, basically the same interface. By connecting interfaces of typical application, we can actually make some more complex use cases like SuperSwap, for example. I mean, it's never been easy to go from token A to token B without creation any kind of additional addresses or having, assets to cover the transaction fees. So with this, we'll be actually able to solve this and use, to get the benefit of it for complex crypto scenarios. And not limited to SuperSwap, so basically we have various app types we can possibly aggregate. And on a further note, we'll be able to create the complex use cases. You guys can be, pitching to your family members and finally get them into Cosmos. So, for example, the marketplace use case. So the marketplace use case is, something I was dreaming about. So we have various suppliers, either it's ticketing, I don't know, some subscriptions, VPN, whatever. We have the generalized layout, and each of the suppliers actually wants some specific token to be paid in. And you do not necessarily have to have this token. So via the SuperSwap, we'll be able to provide each and every supplier with the asset he needs. Just, getting it by your, the asset you have within your account. And also the in-app creation of addresses for you so that you don't even need to worry about this. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to, buy Cosmoverse tickets via this layout. Another cool point, my favorite. So, liquid staking solutions. We've seen a lot, people growing the projects with liquid staking. And at some point, those who are new to crypto will need to understand what's the, the beneficial way to use liquid staking. And so we'll be able to provide the solution that actually aggregates the existing protocols for you to find the best way to liquid stake your assets, and then to the best way to use your derivative. So the best part, web and mobile. So it's basically will be accessible both on web and mobile with no need to worry about the this harsh transition. And the part I'm also very excited about is opportunities for outside developers. We're not looking to do it all by ourselves. So we'll be actually looking for those who are willing to build their specific use case and focus on covering the specific crypto users' needs via our SDK, our UI kit for boosting the development, some app templates so you can actually, if you have the app swap app type, you'll be able to create it on any network you're working with, and also the DApp services like Request Manager for nodes or in-app creation of addresses that I was mentioning previously. So Citadel 1 versus Web3 sounds hard, okay? But anyways, we'll be able to provide opportunity for developers to, to deal with cross-service interaction. We'll be providing development tools, documentation support and everything. Also, like easy address management both for the developers so that they don't have to build this logic and for users to actually interact with their portfolio very easily. And most importantly, so if the project is not so well promoted but still providing the most optimal solution, we'll be able to include it in these aggregation routing so that users can get the benefit without even knowing they're using this specific product, which will provide a lot of exposure to newly launched protocols or anything else. So. Finally, I've got some time actually. So finally, users can boost their experience with various crypto scenarios, with various applications and everything, with no need to deal with this education, with no need to worry about how they set up their wallet or portfolio. And developers in the same time can be tackled with this. They can focus on the use cases. They can solve the bottlenecks of the ecosystems, not only Cosmos but also beyond, connecting, providing, and everything, with no need to build additional logic that takes a lot of time. And so they can also get exposed to the audience just by joining us, huh? Okay, at some point, your mom will be able to use Cosmos in a very user-friendly way. Yeah, so maybe my mom will be able to mint some birthday NFT at some point, so I'm very excited for that. So I guess that's it. It was awesome meeting you guys. I'm happy that you made it today, party night last night. Anyways, sorry for the beginning. It wasn't my fault, but I was trying hard. Anyways, so thank you guys. Awesome. Meet us if anything.
Welcome to the Monastery exclusive community. Members will get access to Monastery Festival in Cartagena, eligibility to own a part of Monastery, elevate your networking at the Monastery Convention in Medellín, and receive unique clothes from this collection, both physical and for the metaverse. How to enter? The key will be the Gyatso NFT collection from Monastery and RMA, an NFT based on the Ethereum blockchain technology. See you in Cartagena and inside the Monasteryverse. Go to monasterynft.com now.
Thank you, Arinna. Sorry about those technical difficulties. Please don't beat me up later, okay? Our next speakers are both co-founders at Cyber, Dimitry and Valery. Please help me welcome them.
Hola, amigos. Space Pussy, Chaotic Evil here. We will talk crazy things today, but let me first ask you some questions. Who of you played with some machine learning before? Or several hands. Okay, have you heard about Soft 2.0 paradigm, the new paradigm in AI? And yeah, one guy. Okay. And finally, who of you would love to know something more about artificial intelligence and blockchain? Yeah, I bet it would be, this talk could be quite interesting to you because usually blockchains are very standalone from AI area, but we worked a lot to to find a way to marry them. So I will start. 5 years ago, Andrei Karpaty published an article called Software 2.0. Andrei prophesied a paradigm shift in software engineering and explained the transition from neural network programming of execution paths to probabilistic programming based on neural networks. In simple words, software can write software. A year ago, Andrei announced that Tesla upgraded 18% of its stack to Soft 2 and even developed specialized chips for this. So we are already living in a world in a world of Soft 2, and many of us don't realize it. What's the point? There are three properties that tear down the tower. First, fixed runtime and memory requirements. We have a fixed model size in which we need to recalculate weights. Both memory and time in this case can be known. This property is difficult to overestimate for a blockchain implementation. Second, simplicity of architecture. In Soft 1, hundreds of instructions. In Soft 2, it all comes down to a few operations on matrices. And this greatly simplifies the implementation in hardware. Third, and the coolest, Soft 2 can code better than you, but Soft 1 cannot. The word how to program in Soft 2. It should be very clear that Soft 2 does not replace Soft 1, not yet. In Soft 1, the solution is deterministic. In Soft 2, the solution is probabilistic. There is much less code in Soft 2, but Soft 2 requires large amount of data to train the model. Think about how your brain works after a billion years of evolution. More like Soft 1 or Soft 2. The world will be divided into two classes. Elite, who creates neural net architectures, and extras, who create and label data. If extras are not for you, it's time to think about creating such architectures. Soft 2 have rather serious set of problems. Recently, the guys from Google Brain admitted that the fundamental solution to the adversarial examples problem is unknown. Sometimes it's hard to understand why in Soft 2 you get weird answer. The fundamental problem is that you can know how the answer is calculated in existing foundation models. The latest State of AI report states that there is a serious trend towards the nationalization of foundation models, and something needs to be done about this too. Soft 2 is usually a small group that labels the data. So learning is not globally collaborative. And the main problem is censorship. If we don't let AI talk to us about sex, we will end up with AI that will not allow us to reproduce naturally. That's really important. It's clear to me that Soft 2 is a vector for general intelligence, but not superintelligence. I came across Soft 2 article in 2018. It has inspired the key idea behind cyber, along with ideas of consensus computing, content addressing, and superintelligence. After 6 years of research and development, we realized that something beautiful emerged at the intersection of these concepts. That is why we launched Bostrom at Cosmoverse on 5th of November 2021. Bostrom is the first Soft 3 computer. Soft 3 is a new kid on the block. It's a fusion of three things: precision of Soft 1, intelligence of Soft 2, and talent of Web 3. I will repeat. It's a precision of Soft 1, intelligence of Soft 2, and talent of Web 3. Traditional knowledge graphs fundamentally answer two questions: what is connected and how it is connected. I believe this approach misses two fundamental arguments of knowledge: who linked a piece of knowledge and when the link was established. With this, we arrived to the concept of a content oracle, which is a directed graph database that has information on who, when, and what. Content oracles are universally accessible for any blockchain architecture. But we can do better. Knowing what was linked, by whom, and when allow us to compute collaborative knowledge using parallel computing, which is not accessible within existing consensus computers. So we came to a concept of a relevance machine, which is, in the sense of Soft 2, is a general purpose, probabilistic, and collaborative virtual machine derived from basic cryptographic primitive. It's cool. It feels like a new life form. Using only 3 basic instructions, RM can be programmed for choosing learning paths, extracting the knowledge, and adapting to environment on a global scale. Mint and send are computed on sequential architectures, very well understood. Let's focus on cyberlinks. Cyberlink is the key instruction in proposed architecture, and the only one. Cyberlink is about labeling. It allows you to link two pieces of content logically by its content address. It's crazy simple, but allows to create directed graphs of any complexity, including graph neural networks. Cyberlinks are special. Any transaction changes the entire state of relevance machine. In the case of traditional smart contract system, a transaction usually changes several variables. In our case, the system is extremely dynamic. This has never happened before in the blockchain industry. The only way to tackle this is in GPU memory graph store. Here is the killer feature of Soft2, constant space-time consumption. It gives us the opportunity to apply more convenient economic methods for estimating the cost of instructions. That means no gas, ever. In our case, a token allows you to use resource for life, 1 volt, 1 cyberlink per day. We are able to do this without any possibility of attacks because instruction costs are easily predictable. What happens after a cyberlink is submitted? GPUs in consensus compute ampere-weighted PageRank. This pays for a shared computing resource and provides economical protection from adversarial examples. RAM is fast. I mean, it's really fast. Currently, it takes 100 milliseconds to process ranks in the content oracle on 100,000 cyberlinks. Ethereum will compute it in 1 hour, at least 4 orders of magnitude faster. At the scale of 1 billion cyberlinks, RAM processing will take 10 minutes. Ethereum would not be able to compute it since Genesis. At this scale, RAM is at least 7 orders of magnitude faster than EVM. You can cut 1 order of magnitude by high-performance stuff like Solana or Cosmos, but without GPUs, anyway, it is unacceptably slow. Soft3 is superior to Soft2. Model data is authenticated and resilient against Sybil attacks and adversarial examples. Models stored in a compact form on chain, but data behind content addresses is being distributed through IPFS. Computations are provable. Anyone can participate in learning. There are tools for structuring data on top of completely abstract model. We do have some tooling, but it's still early days. Our aim is to build the most powerful general-purpose GPU consensus computer. Since inception, we built unique anonymous validator set with GPUs at home. We are working hard for GPU computations with Cyber SDK. We are thinking on how to marry Cyber SDK and Ignite for bootstrapping domain-specific relevance machines. That is how we are going to build the biggest GPU network on the planet, and we are leading this effort now. These are still early days of Soft3. We identified and developed programming mechanism to grasp the full power of Soft3 architecture. So I'm proud to present you the language for probabilistic computing, NL. NL is neural language. It is specifically designed for creation of Soft3 neural net architectures. NL ships in Soft3.js with 5 features available now. You can program semantics. Semantics in RAM can be programmed using CosmWasm. Cyber SDK includes bindings, which allow it to read and write cyberlinks from Soft1 code. Bostrom's passport system with address proofs and are good examples. Name, addresses, and avatars are cyberlinked during contract calls, so you can search for them instantly. You can write expressions. We identified a pattern which allows for building expressions on top of cyberlink instruction. You can use cyberlinks from Soft3.js Sleep and soon using CyberCli. You can define types in NL. You can construct geometric shapes on the graph. In network science, this method is called motif. Motifs are the heart of neural networks. This is the simplest shape, perceptron. Semantic conventions or simcons allows to define subgraphs. This is an analog of ERC only for graph structures. You can agree that the data is marked up in a certain way, so semantic can be extracted from a completely abstract model. We implemented a social network on top of the relevance machine with only 2 semantic conventions. It's working now on Cybe.ai. The thing is missing, which is crucial for Soft3. It is the ability to execute basic linear algebra subprograms or BLAS in consensus. This allows to effectively query the graph and execute advanced machine learning on chain, but it requires solving some hard problems such as metering. We are committed to advancing this part also. The coolest thing that you can run programs autonomously. Lastly, Bostrom is the first network with fully autonomous execution. We call this model default mode network because it has similarity with how human DMN, as this subsystem is task negative and competes for resources with external calls. Where we are, foundation models are developing very quickly, and we have already exceeded 1 trillion parameters. Compared to giants, we are an embryo. We have 100,000 links in the graph now. We expect exponential growth in number of cyberlinks. And this is how we got involved in an arms race on the foundation model market. The only difference being that our computer is not only universally readable, but also globally collaborative. How are we able to compete? In our paper, we identified 15 classes of applications which were impossible before soft free. But there is one specific use case: surfing. A killer application of soft free is vast improvement in the content resolving mechanism. Content on the web is now being resolved in 4 steps. Ask Google and it will redirect you to DNS. DNS will redirect you to IP address. And then you can grab the shit on the server. We don't realize yet that Google has become a superstructure over the DNS. That is how Google became our religion, the biggest religion on the planet. Soft-free architecture resolves content in 3 steps. Ask Cyp and soft-free computer will give you relevant particles. These particles can be downloaded through peer-to-peer network, in our case from IPFS, and that's it. As a result, we get better consent resolving mechanism without a single point of failure. It works now. You see now that browsing is a key factor of success. We have it in its infancy. What you see now at CyberAI is low performance, bad code quality Web2 emulator written in JS. It helps us explore possibilities. The future of Cyp is the surfing protocol with several implementations on JS, Rust, and Go. I'm looking for a ninja who will help me build it in Rust. Cyp will be native to key Web3 protocols such as IPFS, IBC, JIT, F, Waku, and Cyber. But more importantly, Cyp will be WebGPU native. WebGPU looks amazing. All the joy can be computed on a large number of cores. When we talk about parallel architectures, we think about GPUs. And now, a very interesting moment in the development of technology. A way has appeared to cross-compile GPU code for different platforms. This allows us to make software with platform and vendor unlock. Without this, nothing cool is possible for average hamster. Neither machine learning, nor rendering, nor a lot of other sweet things. I look at WebGPU as a counterpart to Wasm for parallel computing, so I plan to bet on it. With Cosmos being the pioneer and the leader of consensus computing, we are now adding to a stack a revolutionary graph storage charged by a groundbreaking virtual machine, shipped with Cyber SDK. Thank you all cosmonauts for making this possible.
Hello, Cosmoverse. I'm Cyberhead. Nick Bostrom gave the idea that it's possible to build a computer which is smarter than all humanity combined. The last 6 years, we are obsessed with that idea. The key question is how to build it. Computationally superior consensus computer with relevance machine has all the properties of the superintelligence, able to form a planet-scale singleton. What is consensus computing? It's an entirely new field, a multidisciplinary practical science that has fuse together top inventors, scientists, developers, enterprises, and entrepreneurs worldwide. Consensus computers allow us to transform and create a new world. With the help of new architecture, cryptography, and game design, we are creating powerful and effective systems that will live for centuries. But let us first dive into the history of computers. Looking back, we can draw similarities in how consensus computers are evolving. The history started from simple mainframes, which has just CPU and memory. Apple II becomes the first consumer-grade electronics with storage. Shortly after, Ethernet cards emerged. At the turn of the century, GeForce 256 started an era of consumer parallel computing. Mobile era brought us location services to the stack. And the most recent advancement in Tensor ASICs and on mobile and desktops. Blockchain are also computers. We can think of Ethereum as the first consumer-grade virtual computer. Later, different storage solutions such as Arweave, SIA, and Filecoin emerged. Cosmos spinned out the era of networked computers. Almost 1 year ago, Bostrom let the genie out. Now, GPU virtual computers is a reality. Let us see what happened next. Happy to present you our computer architecture, masterpiece and our marvel of engineering. What up next? New virtual machines and upgrading existing ones with an addition to our relevance machine graph engine. GPU gives us the ultimate computing power for a much broader set of algorithms that are impossible in other networks. Threshold execution cores allow us to dynamically add new computation of any kind for any purpose of the network state. On-chain storage will allow us to save all the precious semantics, the particle information itself, to form a thesaurus. The first graph parallel virtual machine in its kind. Global scale run computation for particles and information. Calculation of negentropy as a measure of system complexity and adaptability. A karma system for each citizen based on the contribution of his knowledge, light, and love. So far, we rank among the pioneers of GPU computing. We're proud to be the first in the world to launch blockchain in GPU computing in the world. After several years of development, research, and testing, we launched Bostrom at Cosmoverse 2021. Who of you were there at the moment of genesis as a Cosmoverse last year? Nice to see you guys. You are legends. This decade is the beginning of entirely new paradigm in computing and especially in graph computation. 50 years ago, guys from Berkeley identified certain classes of unhardly parallel algorithms, which they call certain dwarfs. Since then, these algorithms get into the core of AI, rendering, geospatial, zero knowledge, and other applications. Think how this is important. NVIDIA capitalization is more than Intel and AMD combined. I believe that Cyberverse and Cosmoverse will pioneer and lead this revolution. We love big numbers and tokens. I'm happy to finally explain you what is Bostrom. Bostrom is a fusion of three things: network state, GPU hub, and the game. Network state, GPU hub, and the game. Consensus computers are transforming society, allowing us to create provable network architectures on the global scale that are based on the principle of self-organization, allow us to transcend limitation of helping us to achieve our goals. Network state will become the driving force of this world during this decade. We are currently building network on the moon, which is guided by the friendly superintelligence. Together, we will teach and lovingly grow the superintelligence in order to collectively solve issues we face as humanity. Later, we will expand the network state to the Earth with launching Cyber. Its goal, and cyber goal in general, is to give the world relevant knowledge and meaning as a foundation of the Great Web. This is genesis of semantic bootloader for cosmic expansion of planet-scale intelligence, a home for standalone autonomous programs, procs, and systems that can occur, which the unification of Cosmoverse and Cyberverse in new hub have been born. We are living in historically unique time, the age of superintelligence. We wish our child have more fun and good games. That is why we are creating this as a game. We invite you all to join us on this amazing journey so that we build a better world together. Let's take a look at the architecture results. Boston has 12,000 inhabitants and is ready to receive hundreds of thousands in the near future. The heroes have nearly stabilized the Dyson sphere. The ecosystem is open to the best validators from around the globe who are ready to keep the infrastructure out of the data centers. 1 year after launch, the Bottleneck knowledge graph has more than 100,000 links and particles, and the graph is now ready to accommodate hundreds of millions more. The overall wealth of the network state is more than 5,000 petaheterogen. As negative entropy rises, the brain absorbs knowledge from citizens all around the world. Soon we are going to launch Hack Cyber initiative. We will participate in Hackathon, Hack Wasm, and we are inviting all of you to join us. We're excited to help you with your projects and ideas. Bostrom is open to making investments and findings in the ecosystem. We are open to all questions and ideas, and we would like to invite you to Citizen Cosmos and Cyber Congress Party.
Who of you have moon citizenship? Please raise hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, great. Now let's assist to those who don't to have. It's simple. So like basically the idea is that depending on these tokens, like the knowledge graph will emerge, and like the first hands are like crucial for formation of the really good foundation model. So please share to like your best friends, the friends you trust, the friends you believe in, this information about cyber gift, and we will reach a target soon together. We invite you to Cyberverse. It's the first conference which is focused on AI and Web3. Genesis of powerful movement, close to DEFCON 1. Consider spend a week on a Bali island in a beautiful environment in mountains to have fun and do a great job. After this talk at 12, we will have a workshop on how to build semantic dApps. So we invite you to this. We will show you how the Cybe.ai works, and like you will understand some mechanics behind the system. And the most importantly, in the end, we will try to use this knowledge graph to create Cosmos Stage 3 collaboratively. That will be fun.
And we would like to invite you to join the game and placing big bets on you guys. Let's do this together. We are Cosmos, not colonizers. Let's see who is ready. Let's see who is ready to think and participate in consensus with their hardware computers on the moon. Nodes to the moon. Thank you, Cosmoverse. We are going back to the code. See you in Cyberverse. Consequences is united, love and unite. Enjoy you. And Bostrom after party. Thank you.
See you on. See you on Bostrom party, and don't forget to take your girls.
Thank you very much, Dimitry and Valery. Up next, please help me welcome founder of Loom Network, Sarah.
I like to picture innovation as a tunnel. It's a journey to the unknown. And as innovators, you have a vision of what the end of the tunnel will look like. So here we are all innovators. And when people get at the end of the tunnel, then they understand what your vision was. But we all have been there. Like 6 years ago, when I was telling my friends, do you know crypto? Let's discover that, it's an interesting field. They were, is that a real thing? No way it will work. And even one day, my mother, she called me, really afraid, and she said, Sarah, is blockchain like Bitcoin? Because I read online that Bitcoin is illegal. It was 6 years ago. And now she says, yeah, I understand decentralization, the future, I'm so happy you are in this technological field and so on. So it's just like that, you know. First, people are afraid, they are petrified. But when they get at the end of the tunnel, everything gets clear and they understand it. And there is a theory behind it, and it's a theory that has been elaborated by Everett Rogers, who is an American communication sociologist, and he's actually the one who coined the term early adopters. And what he showed is that there are innovators, early adopters, then the early majority, and there is something which is a chasm, it's a breaking point between early adopters and the early majority. And the challenge is to cross this chasm. And we can only do that with mass adoption, and this is when you gain this market share. So this is one of the many challenges we are facing with the Cosmos ecosystem, is how we cross this chasm, because if we don't do that, any innovation that cannot go through these breaking points eventually dies. So this is the main mission we want to tackle with Loom. It's mass adoption. It's how you get people in complex environments and you gain this mass adoption to make them benefit also from opportunities. We really believe in financial inclusion, and what we think is that if we give the people the opportunity to become early adopters, then they enjoy and benefit from all the blockchain and crypto revolution, and they can join the race. So for that, we have a method. First, we develop good products, which are simple, which have a good value UVP, user value proposition, and also they hide blockchain and crypto complexities. We saw many products and projects where the UVP is the blockchain. For us, we use blockchain and crypto to solve the problem. And this is the UVP. Otherwise, it's just blockchain bullshit marketing. And all of us have seen that. Then, our method is also to scale with real-life businesses, because it's with those businesses that you can drive mass adoption quickly. And this is what we have done the past year with a group called Skippers, which is a leader in customer engagement. So their job is to collect content, like reviews, after a purchase for brands. So brands pay this group to collect reviews independently. And they are operating in 45 countries under the names verified reviews. So for example, in France, it's Avis Vérifié. Here, it's Opiniones Verificadas, etc. They are already working with 7,000 brands, and they collect each year 30 millions of reviews. They have an exposition to hundreds of millions of users. So their problem was how to maximize, how to increase the conversion rate of content. Because we know people are lazy, sometimes they don't take the time to produce content and so on. So they were like, okay, we need to increase the conversion, we need to increase the quality, because with that, brands benefit from like content to advertise their product. And with reviews, you have this authenticity, and if you have a reward system to incentivize, then you fall into paid reviews, and no one trusts paid reviews. So what we designed with them is a decentralized review system with a reward system associated. So it solves their problem because either the review is 1 star or 5 star, you can check on Loom Explorer that the amount of reward will be the same. And we decided to add a little trick here, is to give to user crypto rewards. So we built a product called Skipper's Reward, which is a really simple wallet for users to easily start to earn crypto. So we don't say to them, you will earn crypto and so on. They discover that. And our job is to step by step converting those users into crypto holders and even more into Cosmos believers. This is really our mission because we know that Cosmos is a tremendous ecosystem for any user that will join now, and to give this opportunity to mainstream user, like to my mom, to anyone, it's crazy, and we really like that. And you know, we have been working for 1 year now with this group, which is like real life business with thousands of people and so on. And we have learned a lot of things. So first, there are a good opportunity because now the product, and I'm really happy to announce that, is in a production environment. And I like to emphasize the term production environment because it brings all the human and technological complexity that lies with it. So you know the term FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We have learned the hard way that the level of FUD grows proportionally with the business size. And especially in those times of bear market, we have to do a lot of education, and the process are a bit slowed down because we need to reassure, but still we manage to do that. And now, like thousands of users every day start to receive crypto without knowing everything about it. And this is a dream that we are pursuing, is to make everyone a cosmonaut. We realized something with the first user we had, is that to put them from having crypto, then making them understand Cosmos and so on, it's a hard task. It's a hard task because Cosmos is a complex ecosystem. The multi-chain paradigm brings a lot of good things, but it brings also complexity. So I'm really happy to announce a new product our team has worked on, and this product is called Diffract. So there is a link. We are Loom. So Loom means light, luminous. And you get this Loom, and then, paf, diffraction. And what is Diffract? Is a DeFi product we have built for those keepers user, but for any user of other crypto ecosystem, any user, because it's an index of a basket of Cosmos projects that also generates yield revenue. So basically what we do is we take this ecosystem and we convert it into a single point of entry to the Cosmos ecosystem, a gateway to your Cosmos investments. And now we have a problem. So how does it work? It's kind of simple. So first, we will be producing a beta version. In this beta version, really simply, user will be able to mint DFR tokens, which are the native ABC tokens of this chain, against USDC. So why USDC? Because today it's accessible, and once again, it's for this beta version. Basically, having a DFR token is like buying, holding, staking, and then compounding rewards, but in an automated way. And that's funny because first we did that for Skipper's user, you know, hey, you start having crypto, but no, you can invest in all crypto ecosystem. But what we realize, even with speaking with people here, is that people are actually interesting to, for the simplicity it brings to manage all your crypto investment of Cosmos. Thanks. Oh no, you don't put the presentation again? What? I keep going? Okay. Okay. Okay, no problem. I wanted to show you a link, and this is something our team has built on. It's not directly related, but it's something we are glad to... oh, okay, thank you. It's good now? So what we have done, so you understand what we are doing is to design simple product, but we also have this mission to create educational content. And what we have created, so I will go there, is a notion for people who don't know anything about Cosmos. And so it's the ABC of cosmonaut, and it explains to people how to become a cosmonaut. So we highlight some projects of Cosmos ecosystem, and step by step people can understand what is Cosmos, what is a blockchain, and so on. We start at level 0. So this is an open content. We invite you, every one of you, to participate. And just to jump on that, oh, cannot go back? Oh, so Diffract is a community-centric project. And this is something really important to say, because we are doing it really in participation, in collaboration with other protocol founders, with validators who give us insight, with any contributors of the Cosmos ecosystem. And we are actually part of the Interchain Foundation Builders Program. We have been discussing a lot on how to make the vision of Cosmos be represented in this index. It's a challenge, and we want everyone to participate. And this is why the team, the Loom team, doesn't have any token allocation. We doesn't have any token allocation. The protocol will be bootstrapped with no discount, no pre-sale, to have a crystal clear tokenomics. So this is really the goal we are pursuing, and we told a lot of people, what do you think? And they were telling us, oh, it's not frequent to do that. We really did that with our own budget to give something to the Cosmos community who had supported us a lot, and because we believe that people will benefit, users will benefit from this tremendous ecosystem with a lot of great intellectual capital. And now, time to question. So since the beginning, we just started to talk about Diffract in the Cosmoverse. And from the beginning, people asked us a lot of questions, because you have a lot of ways to build index. And since it's a collaborative project, it was great for us to understand how people and how the community will respond to that. So I will add a little trick, because I am the one who will ask the question today. And for that, please welcome on stage my co-founder and CTO of Loom, Fabrice.
Hello. Thank you.
So, Fabrice, first question, frequently asked question. When, not when Moon, but when Diffract will be live?
That's a very good question, Sarah. It's not staged at all. It is already live. So we launched the beta version on Monday, and we wanted it to be live for the Cosmoverse for people to try this out, to experience what is Diffract, what is the beta version. Again, it's a beta version, so it's not the full version we are targeting, but we like to put products into the hand of people, of the users, so they can have a better feedback and get back to us and help us improve the product, the protocol, its design, and its features.
Okay, and we are talking about a basket of crypto asset. So one of the first questions people are asking is, what is the token allocation?
So right now we decided to begin with 10 tokens in addition to Atom. And we're currently working with Imperator, the validator. We are launching our initial delegation set 2. The goal is obviously to grow the list of available projects. So do not see this as a biased list of selected projects. It's more like a list of projects that were easy to understand, available globally, and that we could make available on Diffract. And obviously we invite all protocol founders, contributors, validators, people from the community to help us define what is Diffract, what is the future of this index, who will be in the allocation, what project we can add to the list early on, even though the beta version does not represent the final list that will be available. And once we exit this beta version, what we want to do is we want to do a community competition, between protocols to join Diffract, to make Diffract an index that represents the community of the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, so that will be an interesting time actually, because we can actually see what are the actual community of each project, how they react, how they get involved, and so on. So in terms of event experimentation, we are looking forward to see how it will evolve.
Exactly, and also it's fairly hard to define what is the Cosmos ecosystem value. There is many ways to do it, but as it was mentioned a couple of times during the early talks of the Cosmoverse, I believe Sunny mentioned that validators overlap between chains, and it's the same for communities, and it makes sense because we are all part of this ecosystem of interconnected chains, and we believe this kind of competition will bring a fair value, a fair allocation, initial allocation to Diffract, and will help us define what is the common value we represent in this index.
And so we think now is a really good timing to launch it, because even we are asked a lot of time, how should we get involved in Cosmos? And we think that now is a good timing due to the market condition and so on. So we decided to bootstrap this project with a beta version. But you mentioned that it's a beta. What will be the V1 and what's the roadmap basically?
Another great question, not staged again. So as I just mentioned, we launched the beta version of the protocol. And the objective is to get feedback from the community to improve the design. We could have put some RFC online and ask for feedbacks about pure code, pure specs, but we prefer it to be kind of technical and user friendly at the same time, because we believe not everyone is technical in the community, but everyone has something to say about it. So in this early version, the mint and deployment of the protocol assets are done via governance proposal on a weekly basis.
When?
So everything is staged. Sorry, guys. On Fridays, we'll put governance proposal for the community to vote on, to deploy the new assets to the native chains in order to delegate them, to create yield for Diffract, and so on. So it will be a semi-manual process. Automated via the blockchain, but manual by the governance proposal, in order to keep control about how the cycle and how it's going, and to follow the path to full automation. But during the next 3 to 4 months, we will implement the full feature set of the protocol in order to launch Diffract V1. So the idea of Diffract V1 is to be a fully autonomous liquidity owned protocol. So you will then be able to get GFR against many assets, IBC tokens of the interchain network, and not only USDC. The protocol will use interchain accounts to manage its portfolio globally across all networks. So you can see it as really a protocol to govern that is governed by its community and that can control its assets on any chains. And it will be able to basically exchange tokens from one another on Osmosis, to move them from Osmosis to their native chains, to delegate them, even to do liquid staking if we want the protocol to do it. And last but not least, Diffract holders will be able to start to stake Diffract, GFR, in order to aggregate the yield provided by staking them. The goal of this is like to split the community between the holders, the stakers, and the ones that will provide eventually liquidity on DEX for Diffract to get a better access to the protocol and a more global exposure. One last thing, sorry. And in essence, we like to see Diffract as one of the first pioneers will use the full power of the new IBC features, the really cool IBC features that everyone is starting to implement slowly but surely, which are like interchain accounts, interchain queries, and all the new stuff that will come up in the coming months and years. And yeah, this was just like the major items of the roadmap. I guess there is plenty of things to say, and you can join us on Twitter, Discord for the discussions, or even at our booth for those who are here. So that's it from me.
Yeah, and in the office we have put a big panel with interchain account wrote on it to motivate everybody to start counting it. And yes, that's it. Yes, one more thing. Video, please. If it works.
This is dramatic.
So, just for the fun, and also because we want to drive mass adoption, we have designed a collection of NFTs that are actually designed for DFR holders, the first DFR holders, because it's fun and because it gives the identity of being a cosmonaut. So we are making those NFT wearable with AR. We have already starting a really beta version on Instagram, etc., with this AR filter of a cosmonaut helmet. And it's a collection of 1,000 NFT with 100 which are special Medellín, Cosmoverse Medellín collection. And yes, about the NFT.
Oh yeah. So we are saying we will launch NFTs, but we will not actually launch them on a blockchain before the release of Diffract with V1, even though they will be allocated to the first joiners of the beta version. And we did not decide yet on which blockchain marketplace we will put them. So guess we'll have some other discussions with the community to decide what is the best way to, and the best platform for this in the Cosmos ecosystem at the moment?
Yeah, so really what we want is to give a cosmonaut identity to people, to say we were here to shape and design the philosophy of Cosmos, to spread the light to all crypto and blockchain ecosystem, then make Cosmos luminous, diffract the light, and make all of us shine. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Who likes fireside chats? Yeah? All right, well, we got one coming up next, and it's about community and crypto. Your speakers, Adam and Dimi. Make some noise.
Good morning. Hey. Day 3 of Cosmoverse. How's everyone doing? Surviving? All right. Love that. So yeah, good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining today's fireside chat here with Akash and Juno. My name is Adam Wozney. I head up community at Overclock Labs, the creator of Akash Network. I'm joined by Dimi, the co-founder of Juno Network. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about community, but that's kind of a broad subject, right? So we really want to kind of narrow our focus and give you guys something that you can take home with you. You know, we're going to really focus on what are the metrics we focus on in building our communities, what are some of the programs that we build that are beneficial to the communities at Juno and Akash, and then hopefully leave you guys with something you can take home and build your own communities. So before we get into any of that, I wanted to kind of introduce ourselves. So I'll kind of go first because I already got the mic. So again, my name is Adam. I got into crypto in late 2017 when I worked at Consensus, the Ethereum shop in Brooklyn. It was kind of an incubator for people that wanted to get their start in crypto back then. Focused on building community there, ran a couple different community programs, ambassador programs, helped with social, a bunch of different things. But I really got my start in community building about 10 years ago. I'm kind of dating myself, almost over a decade ago. Worked in Web 2 at a couple projects you guys might be familiar with. Wix, the website builder. Everyone's heard of Google, worked there for a little bit. But I actually got to see a kind of an interesting side of community building when I worked at IEX, which is a stock exchange in between working at Consensus and at Akash. Very interesting place. I'm not even going to spend any time talking about that, but if you have questions about how traditional finance builds community, it's kind of ugly. So we can talk about that after. But yeah, I've been at Akash for about a year and a half, focused on building community programs. We're doing a bunch of really cool stuff, which I'll kind of get into, but I want to hand it over to Dimi for an introduction.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm Dimi. I'm one of the founding community members of Juno. My background is mostly engineering. I started on Ethereum as a smart contract developer. And then in 2019, when Cosmos Hub launched, I started joining the Cosmos ecosystem, and I totally fell in love with it. And 1 year ago, Juno launched, and I helped doing that. So yeah.
Right on. So before we get into kind of our community chat, we're all attending Cosmoverse. You're all having a good time here, right? It's been awesome. This is honestly, like I said, I've been doing community building for a while, attend a lot of conferences, it's kind of built into community. And from my vantage point, this is probably one of the best crypto events I've been to ever in 5 years of attending conferences. So snaps to the organizers, Cryptocito and the gang. But yeah, I wanted to kind of get your just general thoughts, high level on Cosmoverse, how this one's been. You went to the first one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the difference, would you say, between the first one and this one?
So first difference is like 3 times bigger, and it's amazing because you really see how the Cosmos ecosystem is growing, and it's just amazing. And I'm loving it so much. The talks are great. Like my favorite one is the one from Sunny about meshed security, and of course about Jake for Juno. But yeah, it's great. A lot of innovation, some real talks, real products. It's just great, and we are witnessing the new era of proof-of-stake technology.
Right on. And then kind of talking specifically about Juno, what's Juno been up to throughout Cosmoverse? Have you hold talks or events, kind of partnered with any other kind of projects? What's it look like on from your perspective?
Yeah, as always, we are trying to improve the developer adoption of Juno. In fact, we have the Hack Lounge down there, and there is a lot of people hacking there. And there is also an open mic session where anybody can go there and show off their product or project they are building on Juno or also on the Cosmos in general. We are organizing some schedule today. If you want to go there, it will be great. And that's one thing. And then there was Jake's talk with this new innovative idea about Juno being like an incubator for Cosm Wasm chains and interoperable DAOs, which is like a total new concept, and I think it's very interesting. And of course, we are always open to talk and meeting a lot of different projects, and yeah, we can't wait to see more people building on Juno.
Very cool. Cool, so kind of getting into the meat of our fireside chat here today, I wanted to kind of kick off our conversation around community with the annual survey that CMX puts out. So for those of you that aren't familiar with CMX, it's kind of the world's largest community of community professionals. And every year they put together a survey kind of figuring out, what community professionals are focused on within their given organizations, what's some of the feedback they're getting from their community, what's the teams look like, what are the metrics they track, a whole big, awesome survey I highly recommend you guys go and check out. And in their most recent one in 2022, 87% of company executives agree community is critical to their mission. It's pretty cool, it would keep me employed like that. 79% of them believe community has a positive impact on their organization's objectives. Also really great for me and for you, I would say, that's awesome. However, only 10%, and this is important, only 10% of community professionals say they can financially quantify the value of their community. And I would argue that that's a problem, because if you're trying to grow and scale and support your community members, I believe that you do need to figure out a way to highlight to your team, to management, to the folks that are part of your company, the financial value of the community. Like, how is it delivering and helping the business grow? And I think it's important to think you need to add that to what is it that you're doing to also benefit the community. Because at the end of the day, it can't just be about, oh, well, the community has to benefit the business, everything else doesn't matter. It has to go hand in hand, and I don't think they have to be separate. So my question for you, Dimi, is how has Juno kind of gone about supporting and growing your community in tandem with driving kind of quantifiable business results?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you.
So I think first we need to define what is the business objective of Juno. And I think it was defined at the Genesis time, right, when we announced the project. And it's basically having more people building on Juno, creating projects that are either on Juno or that works with Juno, and that brings back value to Juno stakers. And if you think about this, it is just growing the community, basically. And so there are two really strict, really connected things. Community and the business objective are like going within each other. So for Juno, the community is just fundamental. Like, without the community, we are not anything. So yeah, it's the same thing, basically.
Yeah, totally. And for us at Akash, I would say we kind of break it into two different kind of categories. There's community health metrics, and then there's kind of community business metrics. And on the health metric side, it's kind of the ones you're all familiar with. How many RSVPs are we getting to attend an event? How many of those attendees actually turn the key and convert to Akash users? But I like to use a thing that I also kind of got from CMX, which I highly recommend you guys all follow. They use a model called the SPACES model. And basically, it's just an acronym for support, product, acquisition, contribution, engagement, and success. And really, if you think about community, those are kind of the 6 things that you can focus on that are supportive of the community while being supportive of the business. And you can come up with like quantifiable business metrics to kind of coincide with that. The one example I'll give you is with engagement. If you focus on retention, you can focus on how many people are sticking around in your community, and through your community efforts, are you getting more people to stick around from your community efforts or without them? And if you can see, you can showcase that you're retaining more people in your community through your community efforts, the support, the education, the resources you're giving them. That's beneficial towards you as a community professional, because you can get more resources and do all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of how we do it over at Akash, and I think it's kind of similar to how you guys are doing at Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we don't have a real schedule plan for that. Right now we are launching like the marketing DAO and the community DAO. There are 2 sub-DAOs that will be launched from the main chain to some sets of smart contracts. And I think they will work in that direction. They will work on involving the community more and more. And I think we need to work on 2 sides. Like, we need either to update the community about what's going on, and at the same time collect feedbacks from them and understand what they really want. Because if we go all on the same direction, then we are doing a good job. And as a decentralized project, I think this is the only thing that really matters. Like, make your users happy and work together through.
Right. I'm going to go off script a bit because you mentioned you're kind of building out a marketing DAO and a community DAO. How do you kind of foresee what those kind of two organizations will kind of be focused on? Is it pretty straightforward? You're going to get some people to join the community DAO from the community itself, or will you kind of look internally from like some of the members of the Juno team to kind of maybe help structure it, put it together? What does that kind of look like from pull out the crystal ball? What do you think that looks like?
Yeah, so I think a few months ago we shared a governance proposal that defined how sub-DAOs on Juno are launched, and I think it's very important to have community members inside these sub-DAOs and not directly like Juno core team or whatever. It's very important to have people from the community that work for the community. And so, yeah, the marketing sub-DAO is quite straightforward, right? They will manage the social media, they will manage community activities, events, all this kind of stuff. And the community DAO will work very close to the marketing DAO because they are really connected, just to as a like connection point from the community to the like brand identity of Juno. And yeah, they will be launched with a governance proposal, and there will be a smart contract. Everything will be transparent. If they want, they will have some budget to spend. They can ask to the community pool, and they will have their own managers with their own responsibilities. Yeah, and there is a lot of work to do, but yeah, it will happen quite soon.
No, I love it. It's the community driving forward the objectives of Juno. It's fantastic. So I kind of wanted to take a step back for a second, and everyone brought their time machines, right? Everyone got their time machines? Make sure it's gassed up. You need to make sure you have enough gas to get back, because if you don't get back, you're going to be stuck back when Juno launched. So I kind of want to talk about the beginning days of the Juno community, you know. How did Juno kind of go about getting their first few kind of community members? And what did it really look like for onboarding and engaging with those kind of early community members inside of Juno?
Yeah, so we need to take a look about what was Cosmos at that time. So Juno launched in October, but in reality we started growing the community much before, like at the beginning of 2021. Yeah. And at that time, we didn't have IBC live yet. There was no osmosis. And basically, there was only Cosmos Hub, and the only thing you can do is put your atom at stake. So there were not many like real usage of the Cosmos ecosystem. And so when we first pitched Juno Network to the community was just crazy about it. They loved the idea to have a smart contract platform where anybody can deploy anything. And so it was so easy, just you know, a Telegram group, a Twitter account, and the community flown on the groups. And of course, there was also the airdrop part that was fundamental because everybody loves airdrops.
I love airdrops.
Yeah. There is a T-shirt for that.
Is there?
Yeah.
If someone has an I Love Airdrops T-shirt, hold on to it for me. I'll take it.
And yeah, so it was super simple. Like the Cosmos community was there, and they were only waiting for something to do. And so we started working on that. And in October we launched. Osmosis launched before us, of course. And yeah, the ecosystem since then is growing like crazy. Like every few weeks, you see new projects onboarding Cosmos, new users, thousands or millions of IBC transfers every day. So it's crazy. Yeah, it's going great.
Yeah. Yeah, when I joined Akash, we already had pretty thriving community going, so it was just kind of establishing some new programs and kind of working with our community members that existed to kind of help them through their Akash journey. But for one example I'll give you is when I joined Consensus in 2017, I was maybe the 5th marketing team hire and the 2nd community team hire. So it was, community existed, but it was just kind of all over the map doing disparate things, random things. So the first kind of step for growing the kind of Consensus community was figuring out like what's the purpose of our community? Like why do people want to join this? Like what do they get, what value do they get from being a part of this? So kind of defining that like a mission statement, if you will. And then from there, because we didn't really have any place to go and interact with our community members, there was no Discord, no Telegram. We had Twitter, but that wasn't really like kind of a community channel. It was more of like a billboard along the side of a highway. So it was kind of figuring out where they exist. So to do that, we had to figure out like what was the persona of our community members. So we pictured the perfect diamond like of a million different community members, what they look like, who they were. We defined it through persona building. And then once we kind of had an idea of who this person was, we start to look for other communities that existed and started to engage with them, kind of introducing ourselves in like nice ways. Oh, hi, we're Consensus, this is what we're doing. We have a vision, we have a mission statement now, we kind of know what we're trying to do. And slowly kind of like introducing people in a friendly, organic way, and then they kind of start to come over. And our first kind of big go of community building was just through meetups. We were just hosting meetups in New York. We were hosting meetups at different conferences that we were attending, and we kind of slowly built up our community that way. So that's kind of the way that I've approached it in the past, and it kind of sounds similar to you. I mean, you guys launched you launched the Juno, you launched the different social channels, you got people in, and you started engaging with them. Cool. So I kind of wanted to move on to the number of community members you guys have and kind of managing that, because it can get overwhelming sometimes, right? So at this point, how many, do you know the rough estimate of like how many kind of members of the community there are inside of Juno?
Yeah, so it's very difficult to say actually. If you look at the social media, we have like, I think 80,000 people on Twitter and maybe another same amount on Telegram. But it's very difficult to measure how big is the community. What you can measure is like the feedbacks that you have from them and how much like involvement the community has with the new projects launching on Juno. And I think that part is doing quite great. Like every time a new project launches on Juno, like everybody apes into that. So it's very good. Also, if you look at the chart of the stakers on Juno, it's always growing. Like we grow like 30% every 2 months. So it's only growing, and but yeah, it's very difficult to measure like exactly how big is the community. If I'd say an estimation, but it's just like my kind of personal estimation, I think we are around maybe 60,000 to 80,000 stakers active in the ecosystem, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it can be difficult to measure community. And I think the number one measurement that I think most people go off of is just like size of social media channels, but that's really not an accurate measurement. Because generally speaking, when you look at any community of any size, 90% of people that are a part of it are just kind of flies on the wall. They're just kind of listening in. They're basically you guys right now listening to all of us. You're just flies on the wall. No, I'm just kidding. But it's about 90% or so are people just kind of flies on the wall, seeing what people are talking about, not really engaging. And then about 9% of those individuals that are part of the community they contribute once in a while to maybe jump into a chat or like a live stream and kind of contribute a little bit. But then there's like the 1%ers that are highly active. And I see a few 1%ers that we have here on the Akash side, which I'll kind of cover in a second. But those are the ones that are like really engaged, they're active, they're contributing, they really see the positive benefit of the project you're working on or the community that you're building. And those are the individuals that like I like to focus the most of my attention on, because when somebody's willing to kind of dedicate and donate some of their time to kind of helping you grow the community, you're like, I want to support you however I can, just tell me what you need. So like at Akash, generally speaking, we have like 100,000 kind of community members, and again, I put that in quotes because it's kind of hard to estimate that. But on the community team itself, it's myself, we have the head of community, we have an events manager, and then we have a community engagement manager. But I think probably the third arm or the fourth arm of our community is our ambassador program. We call them Akash Insiders. And that's about 30 to 37 or so people around the world that are actively engaged in our Discord channels. They're actively supporting community with answering questions, contributing towards building technical documentation, video guides, and these are all individuals that are volunteering their time just to kind of help grow and support the Akash ecosystem. So snaps to all of you guys out there, a part of the Akash Insiders community. Cool, so let me move forward. So I have a couple more questions. Looks like we have a little bit more time. So to recap, just so we're all on the same page, we kind of briefly discussed, business metrics that support scaling communities. We talked about how Juno found their first few kind of community members and how Juno manages and supports, your pretty large and substantial community. So one of my final kind of few questions here is I wanted to kind of dive into community growth because we have a community, we've launched it, they're thriving, but we want to kind of continue to grow it and continue to support it. So from my experience, kind of to make your community sticky can be difficult sometimes. There's a lot of noise online, right? There's a lot of new crypto projects that draw people's attention. There's a lot of interesting things that has happened on the internet. I mean, you can just go and type in any word into Google and something funny will pop up. Actually, I don't know, sidebar, do you ever go into YouTube and just type like 3 or 4 random words and just see what videos come up and watch them?
No.
You should all do it. It's hilarious. You'll find some amazing things that way.
Really?
If you want a good laugh, yeah, just type in like, I don't know, light, dark, and I don't know, Mordor, and it'll probably be Lord of the Rings stuff, but try it out. It's pretty funny. So I found, though, in kind of what I've done in community building is core to any good community program or community is personal growth and professional development. And if you can really provide support and resources and training and education around those two things, you're going to have a great thriving community because that's why people join these things, right? Like that's why people want to be part of like a sports team or a crypto community or whatever it is that they're kind of, whatever it is that they're joining. So at Akash, I would say we kind of, or at Overclock, I should say, we kind of focus on those two pillars of community into really each and every decision that we're kind of making. So I kind of wanted to ask you, what kind of community programs does Juno maintain and support kind of to grow the community?
Yeah, so I think we need to think about Juno community. It's a big community, but we have 2 different targets. So we have the users and we have the developers. And these 2 different targets works in totally different ways. Like if you want to attract more developers and improve the development community, then you need to give them great tools, great documentation, great developers incentives programs like grant programs or bounties, all this kind of stuff that basically can make people work full time on your blockchain project and don't need to go to a 9-to-5 job for a Web 2.0 company. And that's one side. And the other side is all the users that are, of course, as important as the developers, because they need to use the dApps on the platform. And I think to attract more users and also to make them stick to the ecosystem, basically you need they need to feel really involved in the community itself, and they need to feel like important for the project, because at the end we are in a decentralized world, so everyone's opinion should matter, and so involving every single member in both the governance decisions and in all the projects that are launching, and really caring about the community. I think that's like the first step. And the second step is probably giving them a lot of prizes. Like all the degens out there, they really want like APRs. So having also incentives for dApps building on Juno so they can get some kind of community sharing benefits. I think that works as well.
Yeah, we do kind of similar things as well. So we'll do kind of ad hoc incentivized rewards depending on, what new feature Akash is being built out. Like we ran a test net a few months back where a lot of the community members not only contributed to kind of QA testing a lot of these features, but a lot of the community members also reviewed submissions from the thousands of users, because we're a pretty small team. And reviewing 7,000, 10,000, however many it was submissions that we got, just me by myself, I would still be doing it today, and I probably still have half to go through. So kind of incentivizing people to kind of support different initiatives that we're doing. And I see it as a benefit to them as well, because they're learning more about Akash and they're becoming, it goes back to what I was saying, professional development. So you're incentivizing people and they're learning along the way, like that's key. I think you gotta kind of do those things. But in terms of kind of what we do like actively to kind of engage communities or our community, we do weekly Twitter spaces where Greg, our CEO, does very transparent and candid conversations. I think he's actually just wrapped one up right now. So sorry, Greg, I was talking over you. But go check those out. Those are every Wednesday. We also do Telegram AMAs with different projects. We've been focusing on validators on Akash for the past few months now. We'll also do, let me see, there's actually a couple of things. Oh, we do, of course, regular blog posts giving kind of community updates. A lot of it's highlighting what Greg was talking about in our Twitter spaces. So subscribe to the Akash newsletter for everyone paying attention out there. And then, of course, the insiders are kind of Akash ambassadors. We do weekly community calls with them where we kind of give exclusive access, I guess, to folks at Akash and at Overclock, talking about features that are being built out, asking for feedback, getting feedback from the community to kind of better serve them as well. But in the future, we do want to start building out, I know it's something you've built, as some hackathons. We want to start to do hackathons, and that's kind of a big focus.
Let's do it together.
I like this. We just shake on it? All right, you saw it. We're doing Juno Akash Hackathon. How about that? One of my colleagues, Boz, he's like, Adam, we can't do it right now. Just hold on. And then, of course, live streams. So, yeah, looking to kind of keep the community engagement going on for people that join, hopefully helping people through the path. So we have about 2.5 minutes left, so I'm going to do final round of questions. This is kind of the lightning round. It's actually only one question. But I kind of want to talk about what the future holds for the Juno community. What do you think community members inside of Juno should look forward to in the future?
Jake, the first day of Cosmoverse, really shared a vision of Juno being like the home for interchain DAOs. So as a community member, you need to follow really what's going on at the DAO level. Yeah. Go on DAO and refresh the page to see all the DAOs that are coming. And I think that's fundamental. That's the bridge for new dApps to be built. And I think everything will pass through that. So really getting involved in the community, as everybody is already doing. I think that's all you need, get involved in the community and stay updated.
Yeah, we have a few things on the kind of Akash side. But whenever I kind of talk to some of our new insiders, our ambassador community, I kind of talk about the vision of what I want the Akash community to become, and I really want this to become a DAO where myself and anyone at Overclock or anyone in the community has a singular voice and kind of deciding on what the community is building, what they're focused on, all of those types of things. So the vision of the Akash community is really turning it into a DAO. But we're still early stages, still laying the framework, still kind of building it up. So right now it's really focused on onboarding new ambassadors into our Akash Insider program. So if you're interested in that, let me know, or just go to akash.network. We're building up an educations curriculum, working with some of our ambassador community that way. We're partnering with other communities. I guess Juno and Akash were doing a hackathon, so there's a great example. Just happened right before your very eyes. How about that? And then, of course, we do, one of the big things I really want to start doing is in-person meetup events in different parts of the world. Because like I mentioned, we're a pretty small team over at Overclock. And being able to kind of go and host meetups in different parts of the world is difficult. So finding individuals that are interested in hosting meetups, talking about crypto, teaching people about Akash, or even just the Cosmos space is something that I want to kind of really focus on. And supporting individuals to do that kind of, to build up their own education and their own kind of understanding of crypto and Cosmos. So that's kind of it. I don't really have any other questions. Anything you wanted to add before we wrap things up? Any ways for people to get a hold of you?
No, just come to build on Juno. And yeah, as you said, local communities are very important. So if you are on the other side of the world and you want to build a community, just reach out to us. And I think both projects are happy to support also local communities. But yeah, it was great.
Cool, yeah, and for Akash, just go to akash.network. You can see all the community activities that we're doing there. We have Discord, Telegram, all the usual suspects, so go check it out. But I want to thank you, Dimi, and thank all of you for joining today, and have a good last few hours of Cosmoverse. Good job, dude.
So we can stay on target with our schedule. I'm asking everybody to quickly grab a cup of coffee, bring it back here to the auditorium, so we can continue with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Eduardo from Archway, Protocol Engineer. Welcome.
Hey everybody. I'm just gonna wait real quick on the presentation. Very happy to be here. All right, so do you believe value is very well distributed in the blockchain space? If you ponder on this question, you're gonna start noticing there's a lot of gaps in between. The more you think about it, the more ramifications this question has. Unfortunately, the presentation will not have any animations. This was a very cool animation. We're very sorry about that. Buenos días, Colombia. Mi nombre es Eduardo Diaz. I am extremely happy to be here for my English speakers. My name is Eduardo. I am a protocol engineer, and I'm a core contributor to the Archway protocol. Today, we want to talk to you all about Archway, and you may have noticed about us because of the orange shirts all over the place. We hope that you really like the color. So let's talk about Archway. Archway is a layer 1 blockchain protocol where you would just simply release your own rewards. It's designed for the ground up to reward dApp creators for everything they do. Now, this is a bunch of jargon, engineering jargon. So let's break it down a little bit more. We're a smart contract platform where you can just simply deploy a smart contract and you shall receive rewards if your dApp is contributing to the growth of the network. This essentially makes us so that developers can create sustainable business models and focus on growing their applications by not thinking about economics, but simply thinking about building. We want to enable all entrepreneurs, designers, founders, visionaries, content creators, all these people that help build the world around us and empower them to feel the next generation of applications, building fair and meaningful dApps that can help creators and users in ways that will bridge the gap of value disparity that we have in the blockchain space. We want to make sure that these people feel rewarded, feel in their place, because at the end of the day, they represent the backbone of our blockchain space. Without builders, there would be no Ethereum. Without builders, there would be nothing. So how did we do this? We created a reward model that incentivizes usage of your dApp. But we want to emphasize before that a little bit more on the fact that we believe so much that the dApp is yours, it's your users, it's your rewards. You can take your community wherever you want. We just want to make sure that we are the best place that you would take it for. So how do we do this? We created a different economical model that hasn't been seen before. We created based on 3 features: gas fee rebates for dApps, dApp inflation rewards, and last but not least, smart contract platforms. The first component we're going to be talking about is gas fee rebates. And gas fee rebates, in most networks, every time you perform a transaction, a small gas fee rebate is taken and then you can do 3 things with it. Let's not get too much into the 3 technical things that you could do with it, but let's think about what Archway does. Archway takes this gas fee and splits it between a validator and your dApps. It makes sure that your dApps can be the best in ways that we haven't even thought of. You may even subsidize the cost of development that you are doing. This allows you to do a lot of things and enable your team to do so many cool things. The second component we can talk about is inflationary rewards. Inflationary rewards on most of the blockchains that exist in the world, 100% of them actually, the inflationary rewards goes 100% to the validators. Now we believe that in order to enable creators be their best, we want to incentivize them. And to do this, we took a small portion of the mint, and then we give this to the dApps. The way that we do this is by measuring how much gas you have done in the network. The incredible value that your network provides by bringing more users on board should be rewarded. The last piece that we want to talk about is something that we have, it's completely new and hasn't been seen, is smart contract premiums. The way that this works is we've enabled fine-tuned controls for you to use. What do I mean by fine-tuned controls? Let's say that your application has very specific use cases. You don't want to charge a lot of fees, or maybe you want to charge more fees to your users and everything. It's entirely on your control how much fees you want to earn, disperse, and do everything with. We treat the dApp creator as the first-class citizen of our ecosystem. The way that we want to do this is by surrounding them with and supplementing them with everything that they could possibly need. We want to surround them with a very direct economical model. We want to surround them with community. We want to provide as much support as possible. Education. We want to build tools which we have already developed and are ready for you to use, such as our Archway CLI, which you can use to build and ship apps very quickly. We also have our own SDK so that you can interact with the network and quickly take advantage of the unique economical model. We want to help you inspire. We hope that all this combination of elements will inspire you to be the only developer that you can be, the builder that nobody has seen yet before, but we know that you can be, inspiring you to find new advances in the crypto ecosystem, taking everything from your idea to sustainable businesses, sustainable growth, sustainable models, useful applications that everybody could use and everybody would be excited for. These are a couple of the examples that everybody has compiled over time on things that we've been already built or are still building. Create dApps, DAOs, DeFi, NFTs, so much things that you could be doing and are already doing. We already have people in our ecosystems building a lot of things that we're very happy to see them do, building governance models and all sorts of stuff. And the presentation is not moving forward, but I'll keep going. So we also have enabled you to interact with the Cosmos ecosystem in different ways. We believe, because we're in the Cosmos ecosystem, we believe in the IBC world, and we believe that interacting with other protocols and platforms is paramount to the existence of the network. So we've developed special Cosmos bindings that will allow you to make sure your dApp can actually interact with other SDK modules from other blockchains. This will enable and ensure the interconnectivity that exists in the whole ecosystem. We're very happy about this. And, oh, cool, we're back. So a lot of people have been asking us this week and probably are wondering at this point, when mainnet? And it's around the corner. Currently, we're working on auditing steps and making sure that everything is as good as we want. But we're very happy to say that we have applications that will be ready on the first day of launch. There's one more thing that I would like to talk about. So we just said that mainnet is around the corner. However, we've also built something that's already there, and it goes from the ideals that we already have. We have these ideals of making sure that you can take your ideas onto reality. So we, for this, created already Area 52, which is a great platform for you to start learning. It's a great platform for you to start learning and protect the cosmos-verse from creatures. It's really cool. We have this. It's an analogy to what Crypto Zombies is on Ethereum, but we decided to bring it to the Cosmos ecosystem because we felt it was a bit lacking on this area. We want to see you build with this platform, learn, grow, and build things only you could possibly build. And I think I talked so fast. So at this point, what I want to ask of you is to help us by start sharing about us, start building, come to us. We would love seeing all of you build new things, help you build things that you want to build, join our team, do all the things that you can do. And this is it for my presentation. With this, you can contact us at any moment and come to our brunch, ask us questions. We're looking forward to answering all questions you can ask.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, for that awesome presentation. Up next, we got Nick White, who is co-founder of Celestia. Please put your hands together for Nick White.
Yo, Cosmoverse 2022, what's up? I'm Nick White, I'm COO of Celestia Labs, and in keeping with the vibe and the culture of Cosmoverse, I'm going to start out with a little rap, and it goes like this. It was all a dream. I used to read Bitcoin magazine, Jay, Ethan, and Sunny, and Zaki in the limousine, hanging white papers on my wall, every Saturday compounding my atom staking rewards. All right, that's all I got, but yeah, stay tuned for Cosmoverse 2023. There'll be more where that came from. Anyway, on a more serious note, I'm here to talk about modular blockchains and why I think that they're really critical to the Cosmos endgame, to realizing the vision that we all believe in and that we're all here for. So to start with, we have to start with the question, what are blockchains for? This is an important question because depending on how you answer it, you'll end up building very different infrastructure. So each crypto community has a different philosophy, a different answer to this question, and it leads to a different blockchain architecture. So the Bitcoin community believes that blockchains are for creating digital gold. So they built a very simple but effective protocol to realize that goal. The Ethereum community believes that blockchains are for building a world computer. So they built the first programmable blockchain to realize that goal. But all of us here are part of the Cosmos community, and we believe in something different. And as Ethan says, we believe that blockchains are community computers. And that's a very different philosophical foundation for what we want to build. We believe that blockchains are meant to empower communities, meant to empower groups of people with shared goals to collaborate and cooperate in ways that they couldn't without blockchains. So with that as a starting point, the Cosmos community has built a very different blockchain infrastructure to the other blockchain ecosystems out there. So the first goal was that we want to be able, we want any community to be able to boot up their own blockchain computer. And to realize that goal, we have built Tendermint, which is a proof-of-stake consensus protocol. And we've also built the Cosmos SDK, which helps you build the state machine, the execution layer of your blockchain. So that's a great start, but that's not the complete vision. So in addition to that, we also want to be able for those blockchain community computers to connect with one another and to interoperate so that they can become an internet of blockchains. So it's not like if every community computer was isolated on its own, it would really limit the functionality and the utility of blockchains. It's kind of like a world where countries can't have trade. We want these blockchains to interoperate. And so to that end, people have been working on interchain standards like IBC, interchain accounts, and this helps us develop a common system, a common language for all these blockchains to communicate with each other. And it's pretty amazing that all of these things have already been built, and they're live and they're working, and this is what we have today. From the launch of the Cosmos Hub in 2019 to today in 2022, we have over 50 community computers, and there's been billions of dollars transacted over IBC. So it's been built and it works. And this is a monumental achievement of research and engineering to get us here. And it's very humbling that we have achieved this. But what's even more humbling is that this is just the beginning, and we have a long, long way to go. When I look at this map, it actually reminds me of the early days of the internet. So this is the internet circa 1982. There are also around maybe 50 different servers. around the globe, connecting and sharing information. But no one could have predicted that 40 years later, in 2022, the internet would look like this. A rich, densely connected network of websites and an unfathomable amount of information being transferred between them every day. And I think that the Cosmos endgame actually looks a lot like this, except you replace websites with blockchains, with community computers. And you replace information exchange with value exchange. And so we're not just going to have maybe 50 or a few hundred blockchains or community computers. I think we're going to have hundreds of thousands, if not eventually millions. And we're not just going to have billions of dollars transacted over IBC. I think we're going to have trillions. So as much as I'd like to stand up here and tell you that the things that we've built are enough to get us to this end game, to this end vision of Web3, of the Internet of Blockchains, the reality is that there's a few fundamental technological barriers that will prevent us from getting there. The first of which is that there's still high overhead for people to launch new blockchains. So even though Tendermint and the Cosmos SDK makes it very, very easy to build your own software for your blockchain, you still have to bootstrap a new consensus network. So you have to get a set of validators, you have to issue a proof of stake token, you have to then launch and maintain that network. So it's a high overhead. And it's preventing the growth of the interchain at the speed that it could. This is kind of like in Web 2, if every time you wanted to launch a website or a web app, you had to literally buy a server and hook it up and maintain it in your home or your office. That's not how Web 2 works today. Web 2 has adopted things like cloud computing, that you have this shared resource like infrastructure in which you can kind of one-click deploy web apps and websites. And the other problem is that there's no shared security in the interchain. So even though IBC is state-of-the-art and, in my opinion, the most secure, well-thought-through bridging protocol in existence, it still inherently incurs counterparty risk. When you open an IBC connection between two different chains, you're assuming that the other chain is honest and is secure. And if that assumption fails, then funds can be stolen and all kinds of things can go wrong. And so while this works today, it's not enough to necessarily get us to the end game. It's kind of like, in the internet, today, we run everything on HTTPS, not HTTP, because you get security by default. You don't have to worry about when you're sending information to a website whether or not it's going to be secure. It just is. So to add a little more, I guess, context to this sort of trade-off, it's useful to think about the Ethereum world computer model compared to the Cosmos community computer model for blockchains. So in Ethereum, you actually get this shared security and ease of deployment for free. Every application that's on the Ethereum blockchain doesn't have to worry if the other application is secure. It just is because they share the same consensus network. And when you want to deploy a new application on Ethereum, you don't have to bootstrap a new network or a new proof of stake coin. You just write your smart contract code and you deploy it. So that's great, but unfortunately the world computer model doesn't have two qualities that are very, very important from a community computer standpoint. So a community computer, we believe that every community should be able to have its own blockchain computing, access to blockchain computing. And if every community in the world is supposed to have that, there's no way that it could ever run on one single shared blockchain. It's just not scalable enough. And the second thing that's missing is sovereignty. If every application, if every community shares one single world computer, then fundamentally they don't have the ability to fork their application and their chain. They don't have the ability to customize that chain for the type of community computing that they want to do. And so Cosmos correctly prioritized scalability and sovereignty instead of shared security, and ease of deployment. And that's led us to the world we're in today, which is a really exciting world to be in. But I believe that in order for us to get to the end game, we need to build infrastructure that can actually achieve all four of these things at the same time. And so then the question is, is that possible? Well, interestingly, if you go back to the origins of Cosmos, apparently in 2016, Jay and Ethan had an idea called Supertanker, which did try to achieve all four of those properties at the same time. And according to Zaki, it resembled the modular blockchain architecture that I'm going to introduce very soon. However, unfortunately, this design of Supertanker had to be abandoned because they realized that there were fundamentally two key problems that needed to be solved in order for it to be possible. The first problem that needed to be solved is called the data availability problem. What it is, essentially, is that whenever you try to scale the block space in a layer 1 blockchain, as you increase the block size, it fundamentally causes centralization. So people were looking for a way to scale block size without causing centralization. And this problem, the first solution, was proposed by one of the co-founders of Celestia, Mustafa Al-Bassam, in 2019 in this paper, where he proposed something called data availability sampling, where for the first time you could actually increase the block size of a blockchain while remaining decentralized, so long as in proportion, you could scale it in proportion to the number of nodes in the network. So this is a huge breakthrough in blockchain scaling research. The other problem that needed to be solved was layer 2 scaling. Essentially, that problem boils down to how can you build a blockchain or like a layer 2 system that inherits security from another layer 1 blockchain. So how can you build systems that inherit security from something else? And this problem was solved by John Adler in 2019 when he proposed a design for something that we now call rollups. And it was the combination of solving these two key problems that together unlocked a new design paradigm and a new architecture for a way that we can approach building blockchains that we call modular blockchains. And thus, the project Celestia was born. Now, you're probably wondering, what is a modular blockchain and how does it work? So, the core insight of modular blockchains is that if you distill down the functions of a typical monolithic blockchain into components, you can actually create separate blockchains that each specialize in that one function. And then those blockchains can actually be integrated together to achieve even better scalability and all different kinds of properties that you couldn't do in a monolithic paradigm. So concretely, a modular blockchain is a blockchain that fully outsources at least one component to an external chain: consensus, data availability, or execution. So if you come from a Cosmos background, this actually should be pretty familiar to you, because Cosmos is kind of the originator of like a modular approach to building blockchains, but they did it in the software stack. So in Cosmos, there is a Tendermint handles consensus. It's a software, Tendermint is a software that handles consensus, and the Cosmos SDK is software that handles execution or the application logic of your chain. And then you combine those two different software components to build a monolithic blockchain. But a modular blockchain stack takes that same design pattern and extends it into the protocols themselves. So you actually build a single blockchain that handles consensus and data availability and does not do any execution. And then you have another blockchain as a rollup that runs on top of it, that runs the applications and the execution. And this results in a very different looking ecosystem. So in a monolithic ecosystem, each blockchain is like an island. It has its own independent consensus network, And so fundamentally, when you want to add a new blockchain to this network, you have to create a new consensus network from scratch. And in addition to that, because they're islands, it limits the security of the connections that you can create between them. In a modular ecosystem, all the different blockchains can share one common consensus and data availability network, like Celestia. And so then when you want to add a new blockchain to the ecosystem, you just plug it into the existing consensus network, and you don't have to build your own from scratch, and you inherit all that security off the bat. And in addition to that, because all these execution layers, all these blockchains share one common consensus and data availability network, they can have truly secure interoperability. So in summary, a modular blockchain architecture makes it as easy to deploy a blockchain as it is to deploy a smart contract, because you no longer have to actually bootstrap that whole consensus network, which is high overhead. You also get scalability, because data availability sampling makes it so that the throughput of this overall network can scale with the number of nodes. So the more people that join the network, the more throughput you can have, the more execution, the more blockchains you can support. You also get secure interoperability because you have that shared security layer, and you still have sovereignty. So that execution layer that you deploy is still sovereign to that community. The community can fork it, they can upgrade it, and they can customize it for their use case. So, whereas Ethereum and Cosmos stacks on their own are not able to achieve all four of these properties, they're forced to make trade-offs, the combination of Celestia and Cosmos together can achieve all four of these properties at the same time and unlock, I think, the end game and the full vision for Cosmos. Now this is really, really exciting, but it's not here yet, and it's still being built. So concretely, what is Celestia Labs building to make this a reality? First, we're building Celestia itself, which is the first modular blockchain network. It's a consensus and data availability layer that is meant to enable anyone to deploy their own blockchain with minimal overhead. We're also building Optimint, which is software that will help you build, if you build a Cosmos SDK app or any ABCI compatible application or execution layer, you can plug it into Optimint and then deploy it on top of Celestia. And also we're extending the Cosmos SDK to support fraud proofs so that Cosmos SDK apps can actually be run in roll-up mode. And last but not least, we are extending IBC to be compatible with rollups. So the combination of all these things, we think, is going to enable us to have a world where you can write your application or your virtual machine, plug it into Optimint, deploy it on top of Celestia, and connect it via IBC to all the other blockchains in this ecosystem. And I think that's really going to unlock a lot of value. I want to give a shout out to Ismail Coffey, our CTO, who couldn't be here, and also our whole engineering team who are building all these things. They're truly Chads. And I want to end by saying that Celestia is truly humbled and honored to be able to contribute and participate in this ecosystem. And we really stand on the shoulders of giants. We wouldn't be able to build what we're building or even have the ideas that we are trying to pursue without the leadership of the Cosmos community and all the foundations that were put in place. And so just a shout out to all of you. And we want to do our part to contribute back to this ecosystem via public goods and via all of the different things that we're building. And I truly believe that if we work together and we build this modular stack, then we will unlock the Cosmos endgame, which is not actually just an internet of blockchains, but in fact, an internet of modular blockchains. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are Adrien and Roman from Ledger. Guys, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. Yeah, it's been a tough 3 days, so hope you are still awake. Are you ready for it? Okay, guys. So I'm Adrien. I'm from Ledger. I'm a blockchain developer advocate. We call it developer relation. And today I'm pleased to be with.
Hello guys, I'm Roman. I'm a blockchain product manager at Ledger, and we are glad to be here.
So yeah, today we're gonna announce a few things, and we're gonna start by. Who got a Ledger here? Actually, do you have Ledger, guys? Are you secured? Okay, I see.
Raise your hand.
Not everyone, so there is still few things to do. So let's start a bit. So, okay, what Ledger is? Actually, if you don't know, the Ledger devices that you already have and should have are pretty secured because they have a certificate secure chip inside, and we have our homemade operating system on it, which called Bolos. And the Ledger devices allow you to review transaction on it. So if you doesn't know, you are able, when you are interacting with any ecosystem, but here Cosmos will say, you can say, okay, I'm going to sign a transaction and see okay, I'm going to delegate to the right address, and I'm sure that I'm doing it. So this is mostly it. And today we are almost securing, I would say, 15% of the world crypto asset on it. So it's quite huge. We already sold 5 million devices around the world and have almost 2 million active users on the platform. So it's quite very big, 2 million for 5 million sold. So our community is very active, and yeah, thank you guys. So we are now integrated already on the Cosmos ecosystem with best actor in the middle, Kepler, Cosmos Station, and many more coming. And I would like to thank you guys because you are educating everyone. You integrate Ledger since the beginning. And when you have newcomers in your company, you are already gift them a Ledger. And I think it's a great way to interact. So I would like to thank you guys. So it was it for the hardware part, but we are not only doing it. We're also a specific platform which is called the Ledger Live, and it's the security by design, combining a software and a hardware, and here you are secured and can directly manage all your portfolio, all the ecosystem, and it's pretty much the ease of use of a one-stop shop. And I will let Roman talk about more the one-stop shop experience and more about the Cosmos ecosystem as well. And all of this, you have to understand that it's open source. So you as builders can directly develop on top of it. Very nice. So today, we have only 2 blockchains on the Cosmos ecosystem supported. We have the Cosmos Hub and Osmosis, it was, I think, a few weeks ago. So yeah, quite annoying, but we make it. So you can directly, from the Ledger Live, stake, delegate, send, receive, the basic features. And we have also validators on top of it. So for newcomers, that don't really know how to manage in the ecosystem using multiple things, it's pretty easy. You can delegate directly from it, quite easy. And we have the third thing, it's the Ledger Enterprise solution. So it's more for the B2B side, not for the consumer one. An enterprise can directly manage their asset on it, and very soon, stake. So it was an announcement, I guess, yesterday, and we're going to make the staking available for institutions. So it's very cool, and they can manage the private key directly in the company size made, I would say. But, well, I remember I said something. We already have two Cosmos? Two Cosmos chains? Oh, it quite sucks, man. So yeah, why we have this? Let's get back a bit from the very beginning. So we have one chain, let's say Osmosis. But we need an application because we are Ledger. We need to secure everything. So we are kind of okay, we cannot use the same pass because security reason. If someone wanna just like an hacker's creating like a platform, and you're gonna check like all your account from the same pass and say like, okay, there is money on it, and I'm gonna grab this. And if you are just like haping and just like not reviewing your transaction, you're gonna lose your money. So we decided like at the first to create a one app for each chain and one coin type. But well, here at the moment we have like 30 or 35 chains that are all ABC connected. So it will mean what? It will mean like 50 chains and 50 coin type? Like it doesn't scale. Like, but why are we doing it? So yeah, here we are to. This is why mostly we are here, because I think we decided like this quite in the beginning, and we build it on top of it, and we decide like to change, and Roman gonna present something about it. So Roman, I'll let you do the rest, because yeah, it was okay.
But why?
Yeah, why, man?
Why, Adrien? This is an excellent question. Why? Why so much complexity? Why so much pain? Why so much pain? Because like the Cosmos ecosystem is about simplicity, it's about interoperability, it's about ease of integration. So why?
You're gonna tell me, I think. Tell us
well,
why.
In order to solve this question, to answer this question, my team and I, we worked very hard in the past month in order to develop a new framework, a new architecture that would allow Ledger to scale the support of new Cosmos-based chain. And if we are here today, it's to make a commitment. To make the commitment that Ledger will push very hard in the Cosmos ecosystem. And to prove that, I will make an official announcement today. I would like to announce that by the end of 2022, Ledger will support.
Yeah,
well,
well,
Ledger will support more than 25 Cosmos-based chains. Yes,
it's you guys.
Well, I think we lost the slides, but what does it mean? What does supporting these chains mean for Ledger and for our users? Well, it means that, first of all, 1.7 active users at Ledgers will be able to send, receive, but also sync all the transactions since Genesis for all these chains. It also means that all of your users will be able to stake their favorite Cosmos-based assets directly from Ledger Live, from one single interface. And it also means that Ledger will become a validator for all these chains. We want to be deeply implicated into the ecosystem.
To slide back, I think.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Oh.
Oh. No, before, I think. Like if you go like this.
Yeah. You can switch the slide, okay?
Okay, do the slide.
So this is phase one. This is what we call phase one, and it will end by the end of 2022. But we have also a phase two. But in order to do this, I need to give you a bit more context about one of our products, Ledger Discover. So Ledger Discover, if you're not familiar with it, you can think about it like an app store, right? An app store for Ethereum dApp, where basically all Ledger users can interact with decentralized application from one single interface, Ledger Live. So currently we support 16 dApps in one single interface. 100% of them were done by external integrations, so it's partners building on top of our products. And all of this is 100% open source. So a few examples. For example, today, Ledger users are able to trade on Paraswap, to trade on 1inch, but also to do liquid staking on Lido, and many more stuff. But the question you might ask is, was it successful for our partner? Was it interesting to build on top of Ledger products? Well, I have a few success stories to talk to you about. The first one was Lido. We integrated Lido a bit more than 1 year ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And just after 1 month after the Ledger Live integration, they doubled the number of active users. Paraswap, since launch, Ledger users did more than 330 million volume from Ledger Live. And for 1inch, 120 million. So yes, it was a success. It was a success for Ledger, of course, because we were able to ship great product, great stuff to our users, but it was also a success for our partners, who were able to leverage and access our user database just with one single integration. But here we are at Cosmos, right? We are not at a Ethereum conference or whatever. So Ethereum is nice, but what if 5 million device holders, ledger device holders, could, for example, trade on Osmosis, or, for example, trade NFT on Stargaze, or do liquid staking on Persistence, or borrow and lend assets on Kava, or even use any Cosmos dApps from one single interface with ledger top security. And this is what is phase 2. We want to build...
Oh, not this way. Not this way. Oh, well, I think there's like some
What we
missing
want
slide.
to build is the equivalent of Ledger Discover for Ethereum, but for Cosmos. We want to build a Cosmos app store within Ledger Live, so that our user can access any Cosmos decentralized application from Ledger Live. So, now.
Do you remember?
Next slide.
Do you have the slide? I can show the slide if you want. Like,
No,
okay.
that's fine.
Let's go this way. Okay.
So now, the question you might ask is, what are the benefits and what are the, let's say, the efforts that dApp builders need to put in this?
Do you see, guys? Yeah. I see you see the slide.
So I would just tell you one sentence. Boost your app dApp adoption with minimum effort. We want to make it
Good job, guys.
as seamless as possible, as easy as possible for dApps builders to integrate into our products. So we really try to make it as easy as possible. So as Adrien was saying, no need to build a dedicated nano application. You can use the Cosmos dApp. Also, we have built a dedicated SDK for easy integration. We also built a full documentation on developer portal, which is like the cooking recipe for easy integration. And lastly, and more importantly, we have a dedicated team, my team, who is here to guide you, to help you all along the development process. So, if I had only one thing that I wanted you to, keep from this conference, because I know there is a lot of information. For some of you, maybe a lot of drinking, a lot of cocktails. But if there is only one thing that I would like you to remember, it would be that Ledger is open. Ledger is open to external contribution. Ledger is a platform that you can build on top of it. So now, it's your turn as builders to help us shape the future of our company and together to shape the future of the Cosmos ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Before I announce the next speaker, thank you guys for coming. I just wanted to make an announcement. There will be a liquid staking Fireside, liquid staking wars downstairs in the Juno Hackers Lounge after lunch at 2:30. So be there if you guys want to know what Quicksilver, what the differences are between Quicksilver, Stride, Persistence, and the P2P guys with Lido. But enjoy. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. It's Siddarth from Comdex. You guys like commodities? Let's get this guy on stage. Give him a round of applause.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm super excited to be here. This is my first ever Cosmoverse, and it's in the beautiful city of Medellín, so I'm very, very excited and very happy to see all of you here. A lot of you here I've just met for the first time in my life, IRL. So super pumped to be here and happy to be talking to you guys. So today, I want to talk to you guys a bit about what I believe needs to happen next in terms of innovation in DeFi. We've all kind of gotten our hands around what existing DeFi protocols have to offer. But now we need to start thinking about what we can do next to make DeFi into DeFi 2.0, if you will. So before I do that, let me probably spend a couple of minutes just to talk a bit about what we do at Comdex, and especially what we do at Comdex to bring DeFi to Cosmos. So Comdex is a DeFi infrastructure layer for the Cosmos ecosystem. It's built to bring DeFi to the multi-chain. The way we do that is we've taken inspiration from some of the core transactional primitives that you see prevail in the worlds of centralized finance as well as decentralized finance. And the idea is to use all of that to bring DeFi to Cosmos. The way we do that is through the ecosystem of solutions that we have built out. As some of you might know, we started our journey back in 2018, building out the Comdex enterprise trading platform. The goal of the platform was to digitize the global commodities supply chain industry, to tokenize assets of real-world commodities, bring them on chain, facilitate the ownership, exchange, payment settlements, and financing for them. With enterprise trade today, we're able to tokenize these assets and facilitate the exchange. But in order to kind of fulfill the trade settlements and financing and to fix this fragmented and inefficient commodity supply chain industry, we've focused on building out a whole suite of DeFi solutions which will ultimately integrate into CeFi. So what we have is Harbor Protocol, which is our interchain stablecoin issuance protocol for the composite stablecoin, which is CMST. Currently, Harbor is on testnet and has around 25,000 active vaults of users who have minted CMST. CSwap, which is our interchain hybrid order book style DEX, is also currently on testnet. Komodo, which is an interchain lending borrowing protocol for decentralized money markets, is also live with over 15,000 lending and borrowing positions on the testnet right now. C-Asset, which is an interchain synthetics protocol, will also be coming live closer to the end of the year, which I'll also speak about a bit more later on in this talk. Speaking of DeFi primitives, you know, when I talk about DeFi primitives, what do I really mean? What I mean is basic transactional structures that exist in the world of finance and in the world of decentralized finance, which essentially power finance for us. So what you see, you know, on the slides here are a set of different primitives that we have built out in the form of modules on the Comdex chain. If you think about it, you know, when we have real-world assets like real estate, you know, commodity shipments, these are all assets of value. What we do is tokenize them on chain, facilitate collateralization, facilitate liquidation so that collateralizations can be healthy, you know, facilitate creation of derivatives, auctions, and a whole suite of solutions that you can see up here. And together, all these primitives form what we know as DeFi or finance as a whole. And that's really what Comdex is focused on delivering at the chain level. But why do we DeFi? We DeFi for yield. And don't we all miss the days when we had 3 to 4 digit APYs and compounding them on a daily basis, and you can almost hear the sound of the Lambo engines humming in the backgrounds when you're like preparing to compound your yields. But things are a bit different now, and it's time for us to go back to the drawing board and think about what can we really do next to make DeFi sustainable, to make it composable, and to kind of make DeFi reach every user in the ecosystem? Well, for me, I think two core things that we are focusing on at Comdex to make DeFi 2.0 a reality is yield-generating vaults and composable DeFi strategies. So I'm going to get into both of these in just a moment. But the idea essentially that originates from the conundrum that we all have as users of Cosmos assets or users of POS assets is that do you stake your assets for staking yield or do you deploy your assets in the DeFi ecosystem for DeFi yield? And the choice isn't always quite easy, which is why we are where we are today in terms of this conundrum. Well, at Comdex, we want to help fix this. We want to help you do both, and why not? Today, a lot of us know about liquid staking protocols in the Cosmos ecosystem. There's a bunch of great teams doing some great work out there. There's Stride, Quicksilver, P-Stake, Staffy, and the whole lot. What we want to do is first begin to recognize stake derivative assets as yield-bearing assets. That's kind of the step one that we want to do. Emphasis on the word yield-bearing assets because liquid staking is just one example of yield-bearing assets. There's also LP tokens. When you deploy liquidity on DEXs and Osmosis and Crescent, you all get LP tokens, and you're earning yield by holding these LP tokens. So why not start to recognize LP tokens as yield-bearing assets and start integrating them into DeFi ecosystems as well? So I know you guys can see a graphic here. It's probably not too easy to understand, so let me try and walk you through it the best I can. We all start by holding our assets. It could be Atom, it could be Osmo, Juno, CMDX, right? You could stake them through liquid staking protocols and have, let's say, ST Atom. Once you have ST Atom, it's already earning you the staking yield. But what if you could start using ST Atom as a collateral to, let's say, mint the stablecoin, borrow against it, mint synthetics? Now you're able to earn the staking yield and also participate in DeFi ecosystems. Same thing goes for LPing, right? You have your assets, you can deploy them as liquidity on DEXs, you get the LP token, now you can use the LP token as collateral to either mint stablecoin, mint synthetic, or borrow against it. Again, you're able to capitalize on the LP yield that your asset is giving you while also participating in DeFi ecosystems. So this is kind of the core of what we're working on next, is to create yield-generating vaults from yield-bearing assets. So where does that take you? It takes you into composable DeFi yield strategies. Again, the graphic you probably see is very complicated, but allow me some time to kind of walk you through it a bit by bit. Mind you, what I'm about to show you is something I just came up with in the matter of a few minutes when I thought about what can be done. I know there's some GigaChat brains present in the audience here, and I know if you guys spend time on this, you'd probably come up with way better than I could. So let's just talk about the first basic thing you can do, leverage. You start with Atom, you can collateralize it, you can mint CMST or any other stablecoin. That stablecoin you can use to buy more Atom, and you've kind of created a loop of leverage there. What you can also do with your Atom is stake it through a liquid staking protocol, collateralize it, mint a stablecoin, which you can then use to buy more Atom, and that's another kind of leverage loop that you've created for yourself there. Leveraged LPing, again, a concept that I came up with in a few minutes. I feel like there's way better ways of doing this. You start with Atom, you can provide liquidity on a DEX, or you can stake it and have staked Atom and Atom liquidity on a DEX, which gives you the LP token. Once you collateralize the LP token, you can mint stablecoins, which you can use to buy more Atom and kind of create a loop of leveraged LPing. Lending, again, is a very straightforward use case. You either lend your Atom or you lend the staked Atom to earn a lending yield. Hedging, again, take your Atom, stake it, collateralize it, borrow another asset against it, which kind of creates a short exposure to that asset. So you're simultaneously long on Atom while earning staking yields and being short on another asset. Leverage staking, again, start with Atom, you stake it, you have your staked Atom, you use it as collateral, you mint CMST, or any other kind of stablecoin. You use that to buy more Atom, and then you can stake it again, and that creates a loop of leverage staking as well. So ultimately, that's what I meant when I started off with this graphic. It's that once you have these DeFi protocols or DeFi primitives that are interoperable and composable, you can kind of just use them together and form your own kind of composable yield strategies. And that's kind of what I believe DeFi 2.0 should look like. It's not just having these as products, but giving users the ability to form their own strategies around such products. So in order to make this happen, there's a few things we need to overcome, not just at Comdex, but I think for the DeFi ecosystem as a whole. The number one thing would be pricing of these assets, which is kind of something that I think we're collectively dealing with right now. When it comes to staked assets as well, we have liquidity pools for, let's say, ST Atom and Atom, but when there isn't sufficient liquidity in these pools, the ST Atom becomes a very volatile asset. And what does that do? It causes a lot of liquidations when you use ST Atom as collateral. And that's something we don't want. We want to be able to price these assets efficiently so that we can actually build sustainable DeFi ecosystems, which requires a new approach to pricing these assets itself. An Oracle's 2.0, if you will. So again, traditional oracles kind of rely on liquidity as one of the core metrics to figure out the pricing of assets. But we want to take that a step further. We want to tap into the ability to kind of have real-time monitoring of on-chain reserves of derivative assets. The moment you have on-chain reserves of derivative assets, you can kind of incorporate that into the existing pricing models and create more efficient pricing models for how you price staked assets. Even LP assets, for that matter. When you have LP tokens, we currently don't have a method of pricing them. But what we do know is there is always on-chain proof of how we can ensure that LP tokens have sufficient collateral backing them or sufficient reserves backing them. So that's kind of the objective. It's to figure out a new method of pricing them so that it's more easy to incorporate these assets into existing DeFi ecosystems. Once we do that, we reach a stage where we're able to price these derivatives and then incorporate them across composable DeFi. So, kind of what's next on Comdex? The moment we get past this pricing problem, we can get back to the drawing board for synthetics, which is something we've been anticipating for a long time. This is something I've spoken about before as well with synthetics. Pricing the synthetics was becoming a bit of a challenge in low liquidity. So we wanted to tap into a new kind of pricing model so that synthetics can be easily composable and deployed into our DeFi ecosystems. Once that happens, we have a lot of news about different protocols that want to build perpetuals in Cosmos. We're working with them. We're talking with all of them. We'd love to incorporate them as soon as they're ready for that. And the same goes for options protocols as well that are currently building in Cosmos. So the idea is, again, to take this vision of composable DeFi, take it a step further, incorporate perpetuals, options, work closely with teams at like Injective, Osmosis, Crescent to incorporate order book for synthetics, which will help solve a lot of the challenges we've faced until now. Before I wrap up, what's a little Cosmoverse talk without a little bit of alpha dropping in there? So wanna take a moment to drop a couple of announcements. At Harbor Protocol, we've already announced airdrops for Akash, Umi, CMDX, Atom, Osmo, Secret, Crescent, and BLD. So I want to take a moment to announce the next set of communities that we'll be airdropping to. This is not everything. There'll be more after that as well. But let me announce it now. Juno, Evmos, Kuji, Stars, Key, and SwiftChain will all be also part of the airdrop that we'll have for the Harbor Protocol. And again, the focus will be to drop them to stakers who participate in governance on a consistent basis, to get the tokens in hands of people who participate in governance, who give importance to governance. And another big announcement is in January 2023, us at the Comdex team and a few folks in the Cosmos ecosystem in India are actually working on organizing a Hackathon-style hackathon in Bangalore. So that is definitely happening. Would love to have all of you attend that and make Cosmos India grow as well. So there'll definitely be more details dropping about this in the next few weeks, but would be excited to see all of you guys there. Thank you.
Now, talking about inter-protocol, we have Zaki and Dianne. Welcome.
It looks like they're figuring out the slides still.
Oh, okay. Well, Zaki needs no introduction, but you can tell from his shirt he's a Agoric OG. And I'm Dean Tribble. I'm CEO of Agoric. We can talk a little bit before the slides get here, but they'll show up. Interprotocol is a stable token being built on the Agoric platform. I'm CEO of Agoric, but Interprotocol is a use case of the Agoric platform. Agoric platform is, of course, smart contracts and hardened JavaScript with a pluggable, composable library of components. Aha, I see slides. Inter is built out of those, but it has taken a life of its own, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go here. So, any more intro?
Yeah, I mean, Inter has been one of the many things that I work on, but it is, I think, one of the higher stakes things in Cosmos. We have been, I think, hearing a lot today, just at the Comdex conversation about, the need for a Cosmos native stablecoin to really power Cosmos DeFi. And I think a lot of my, ultimately I found myself right in the center of a lot of this work to bring the right stable, to bring that stablecoin ecosystem. Just in the same way that I was talking about, we need to change Atom's issuance, build liquid staking to unleash Cosmos DeFi. The same thing is we need a stablecoin ecosystem that is as good as / better than anywhere else in the multi-chain world in order to really unleash the power of Cosmos DeFi.
Cool. Yeah, so some of the basics first, right? Over-collateralized, not algorithmic. Fully collateralized so that it is really a focus that it is solvent, robust, reliable, something you can use and count on across the Cosmos ecosystem. And for talking about Agoric versus Inter, from Agoric's point of view, it's the fee token, and it just has to be stable, right? It's just got to be the case that running something tomorrow versus running it the next day is, costs the same. That your rent doesn't change from day to day depending on the market. But from the community point of view that needs a stable token, their dollar parity is really useful, it's really valuable, it's really important, and so we have many mechanisms that really focus on making sure that we get strong parity with the dollar.
Yeah, I would just say that the other pieces of this that are very important are that it is fundamentally, it is like a demonstration of everything that we expect to see from Agoric in terms of DeFi. The capability to implement governance and seamlessly weave it into a contract, the ability to use all of the sort of component-based frameworks that is what we think is the core differentiator of the Agoric platform are all fully interwoven. It is also a demonstration of sort of that all of the sort of integration, like end-to-end user experience of the Agoric platform is healthy, working, operational in the launch of IST.
Let's talk about those launch things. Actually, yes. Thank you. See? OG. This was a diagram that actually Zaki and I talked to at the Gateway conference in Prague, and various people have picked it up and done, much prettier versions. But on the engineering side, our diagram works. We're going to finish engineering to it, and so it was fun to show it. But let's go to the next slide, which is, did I hit a button that turned this off? Oh, no, they get to control it. Excellent. Let's go to the, so we're just going to be releasing a narrow part of it, so I'm going to talk about that first. So this is the parity stability module. And Zaki, you noted earlier that this is sort of the first time launching a stable token where, the parity maintenance it comes before leverage, right? Go ahead.
Well, so, the parity, as far as I know, we are Inter is the first stablecoin protocol launching within Cosmos that has a parity stability module. We also think that is it's a differentiator. It represents sort of a deeper there are many trade-offs in terms of complexity and all of this stuff, but one of the two things that we're trying to show off very particularly in Inter is one is the ability to have the composition of multiple ways of minting Inter, and two, the fact that we can manage all of these sort of complex governance questions so that we can have we can manage things like bridge risk and all of this stuff, but we're starting out with this parity stability module, mostly because also it doesn't have as complex dependencies as vaults do, though vaults will be coming soon.
Right. So parity stability module is essentially, it's slightly more general than this, but it's essentially take an existing reference stable token that has a strong parity with the dollar. So USDC, USDT, DAI are sort of the three obvious ones. On Paxos, right? Those are the four obvious ones, right? And trade them, basically trade them one-to-one for newly minted IST. So why is this good? Well, first, in the Cosmos ecosystem, USDC.
And you can trade them back.
And you can trade them back. Yes, this is not one way. This is about greasing the wheels of commerce, right? Really making this work, right? So you can trade them back and forth, where because of the way interchain architecture just works fundamentally, you may be getting these through different bridges or through different paths, right? So USDC via Axelar, USDC via Gravity, USDT via OKX or Injective, DAI through these various paths, etc. And normal users don't want to encounter that. What they want is a thing they can spend, a thing they can use for their DeFi and so forth. And so this consolidates those in a way where you can bring up to certain minting limits through these various pathways to get just the one IST that you use for easier interchain commerce. And this is one of the key elements back to that pluggable thing that Zaki was talking about is what you really want out of a stable token is, or sort of the best source of minting the stable token is to have all the high quality, solvent, robust mechanisms work together so you can mint IST from these different sources. So the PSM is just the first one of these, but it already is able to leverage all of the existing stable tokens and round them up so that chains can just, like a chain with options can just consolidate into and clear and settle in one token, and then people can pull it out and take it to DAI or USDC or whatever it is.
So, based on the decisions of the build holder community, the builder community are going to be able to, decide both on this question, and they will get feedback from the economic committee that has just been elected. That is going to be, so there will be this feedback loop of, hey, we can take any, dollar targeted asset that is available within the interchain from bridges, from native Cosmos chains, and we can, in a risk-managed way, bring them all into, and sort of refungibilize them into IST.
Say that 5 times fast, yes. The refungibilizer, yeah, right. So there's the reward pool on here is an important part of the ecosystem, is an important part of making this work. All of these mechanisms will produce some rewards, but in fact, here it's just listed so that if you go spelunking into the code and it's all open source, you'll see the reward pool, but the rewards are expected to be at 0 for the one-to-one trading of all of these nice reference tokens. So this is not, the goal of IST is to enable commerce, right? It's to enable interchain commerce where, as I say, you want to build an economy, you need to, we learned thousands of years ago that having a stable token for that economy really helps it flourish. And so that's the goal here, and we win by getting a larger economy. The other piece that's not shown here, and we'll talk a little bit about it when we get to the questions, and I should note, there's a bunch of questions we've collected over the last couple of days, and so we're going to dig into those in a minute. But the other piece is the governance piece that sets the minting limits for each of these channels so that if there is a bridge that people want to use, but it's got high bridge risk, or it has slow redemption or what have you, then it might get a lower minting threshold that the other IST holders are going to want to put less risk on that particular channel. So much of the ability to integrate multiple ways of minting IST comes from being able to place minting limitations and manage the risk of these different mechanisms so we can include them early and grow the overall ecosystem as each mechanism becomes more well established, more historical, assurance that it works and so forth. Okay. So some of the launch questions. Some of these are easy, and we've talked about them before. What's the relation between Agoric and Interprotocol? Agoric, Agoric Opco is a company that builds software. We knew we were building an economy where you could rapidly deploy applications, and as I said, an economy needs something like a currency to function. So we knew that would be a good idea. We require stability, so that prices are stable. But that's all we require for users to be able to deploy in a stable economy. But then IST grew into something that was clearly going to be valuable for the interchain, clearly be something that, if it was broadly available, would be much more valuable to everyone else, and it could take advantage of the Agoric mechanisms.
One of the things that's very unique about the Agoric community is that it is not just software engineers, it's software engineers and economists. Is like when I think of, when you like sort of look at the groups of people who have been attracted to the Agoric project over the like decades in which this has been sort of been forming, like one of the things that's really unique is that like you're not just interacting with with people who are like, oh, like let's build this from a software engineering point of view. Let's really think of the system holistically from an economic point of view, which has like, help nucleate like the entire formation of like what is that stability, what is the software component that will fulfill that requirement for stability for the Agoric smart contract platform to survive and thrive and build and like be the most attractive place to build new applications and run new applications. But it's also a key component of like having that sort of foundation with economists helping inform the system has helped us like make something that I think will be a really great product for the whole interchain ecosystem.
Hear, hear. And the word Agoric, by the way, comes from the Greek word agora, which was the open marketplace. So this was always inspired by sort of marketplaces and economics. Will the launch of IST be live or on testnet? So it's been on testnet for a while, getting economists, in fact, at George Mason University beating on it, economists at RMIT and so forth. But this is about the live launch is what we're talking about. The live launch is kind of in progress. And indeed, assuming, the release candidate for the Agoric platform and all of its stack, and then on top of it, the code stack for the parity stability module launch. All of that is now going through testing and could be as soon as third week of October. That's the target. Security people, if they say no, then we fix it and it'll move out. And I will unashamedly make sure that we ship when it's ready. But goal right now is late October, so very close. Can I stake build to receive future IST rewards? This is the last launch one, I think. So the answer is absolutely. The architecture for Agoric, and this was, IST is really intrinsic to how the Agoric stack works, is right now you have build, you stake build, you get sort of the usual kind of build new issuance, but that will taper down over the course of 3 years as the reward in IST goes up. Right, and so that's sort of a fundamental mechanism is we want the rewards for staking to grow with the size of the economy, and our economists inform us that as the economy grows, so does the amount of IST in circulation, and so some teeny little trickle into rewarding the people operating this network and staking and securing it, will turn into what is the IST rewards for build staking. And that's something that, amounts and all of that is determined by governance, and I'm just one of many folks in the ecosystem that are participating in that. Let's see. What mechanism keeps inter-protocol stable?
So I think the best way to think about it is, again, so the mental model is a new mechanism is conceived, implemented in software, etc. It is offered to the governance of the Agoric blockchain as, hey, this is a new component that can be integrated into the inter-protocol. And then there is this idea of having a debt limit that is a very compelling thing, especially in the context of all of the security and isolation that Agoric offers, where we are, like, that sort of comes with the platform, where you're able to say, hey, this mechanism can only mint $1 million or $5 million or 5 million IST, 10 million IST, and like slowly ramp it up for that particular mechanism. So we start out with the parity stability module, the parity stability module, you pick some set of tokens, bridge tokens, etc., and say those parity stability module tokens can mint IST. When vaults and liquidations and all of that all of those components are ready and those can all be deployed together, then again, governance will set some sort of limit of how much IST can be minted through that mechanism. And that will become then, and that can slowly be increased, and that can be increased over time. And then we keep adding new mechanisms. And the goal is to have rigorous economic analysis of the fact that that mechanism is secure. And as long as the debt limits start out small for every new mechanism, also you don't necessarily have to worry too much about the coupling of these two mechanisms. Now, as you sort of scale the debt limit, you do have to be more aware of the fact that maybe you have introduced economic interdependency between multiple mechanisms, and there are risks there. But the way to manage those risks are, again, rigorous economic analysis and slowly scaling debt limits.
And some of that, some of that is deliberate, right? The stability for the PSM, part of the reason we roll out with that initially is that means people can bring in, assets to get IST out there everywhere, and we can focus on that first. But when vaults launch, and actually, let me see, how many people are familiar with CDP or vaults in MakerDAO? Comdex was talking about this, this whole idea of over-collateralized loans. I always use the analogy of houses where I've got a house that's worth, $100,000. I borrow $50,000 against it. If the value of the house goes down, then it, the bank goes through, in the case of houses, painful processes to do liquidation. But it's that you can against an asset that is volatile, you can borrow less than it's worth as long as you can sell the asset in time to cover the loan. And with tokens, that's easy. You have these liquidation processes to take a vault full of Atom and liquidate it if someone was really, was minting too much IST against it. And so that liquidation process, we have contracts for that are not required for PSM, because PSM is just stable, is stable to $1, has parity to $1, because it's relying on USDC, USDT, DAI, et cetera, existing mechanisms. But vaults, they will be liquidated using oracles that are pricing them to the dollar, and then they can be very tightly liquidated because people can bring in USDC, convert it to IST, buy out the liquidation. And so PSM in there first, the parity stability module in there first, will make it so that once the liquidation processes happen, they can be very efficient. Let's see.
Damn straight.
How are new assets added to Mint IST? Well, you just talked about the new mechanisms added, and that's much of the architecture. So I'll say a little bit about governance. One of the things, it was actually elected on-chain, was a approval of an economic committee for IST. Now, IST, started as we need this for the Agoric chain, but it quickly grew into, and I like to, Sunny, if you're, Sunny Agrawal is so enthusiastic. The last Cosmoverse, when I was describing, it was not called IST at the time, but when I was describing IST, where you could bring Atom collateral over the interchain, it's IBC native, you could then mint IST and take it back to Osmosis. He was like, oh my God, we've needed a Atom-backed stablecoin for so long, I'm so excited, let's go do this, right? And so that made us realize how important IST would be to the interchain, because it's not just that you have a stable token to grease the wheels of commerce, but you get to unlock the asset value that's in the interchain. Right now, the 10 billion plus dollars locked up in Atom and Osmo and Juno and so forth, and so that's what's, that's the reason why having a native token to the interchain is such a big deal, because not only can you use the dollar-backed stuff, which is a source of minting a stable token, but you can also use token-backed stuff, and that's just sort of critical. So the way that will happen is one of the first jobs of the Economic Committee is to define a process by which people can propose new types of collateral for the vaults, which are not in this release, but will be in future releases. For vaults, so, Atom is fabulous because it is easily tradable in many locations. As others become more tradable, it becomes easier to have them be used more as collateral. If they are not very tradable, then expect the minting limits for those to be lower, and that's what the Economic Committee's job is to do. Additionally, Gauntlet, if you're familiar with them, they do ongoing economic analysis of live chains for Aave and various other places. They will be running that against the the IST contracts to similarly give recommendations on liquidation thresholds in order to, again, this focus on ensuring solvency, ensuring robustness economically for the chain. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think what is important to recognize is, I think a lot of people in Cosmos are not super familiar with the maker mechanism, are not super familiar with like this idea of being able to take out essentially a loan against any of your assets. With the sort of Atom 2.0 vision, we're really trying to open up the entire essentially Atom supply through liquid staking to these kinds of use cases. And I think this is it's a great example of the power of the system. But like also the other thing is that the maker like collateral onboarding committee has, I think, like been one of the shining examples of prudence in the blockchain space for the last 5 years. And I think we aspire to equal and surpass that.
Yep, yep. And so the economic committee, actually, I'll let's see. Oh, I was gonna. Yes, these are features at launch, but we can skip that. There's a UI. We can come back to that if we get there. So yeah, are there plans to expand the economic committee? I thought there was an economic committee. So the economic committee is not a Congress, it's not elected representatives. It is a team of experts that have expertise around economic planning, around currency, around risk management of financials. So it includes, distinguished professor of economics out of RMIT, Jason Potts. It includes Yusuf Amrani around here, who worked on the Atom 2.0 document. It includes Chloe White, who's been an expert to governments and large-scale chains and banks and so forth on currency discipline, on smart contracts, on blockchain in general. So it's got a broad range of experts that fill in, the expertise from currency to economics to public policy and that kind of thing. And that's, that's a broad international committee that will now be regularly meeting to work on this stuff. People will be able to get added to that by the committee. The committee is approved by the Agoric build holders, the stake build, but it's intended to be a team. It's not, you don't want to be putting up every change in a parameter value up to vote of a bunch of people that haven't been paying attention to what would make the system economically sound. What you want, like with shareholders, you want to elect people that are really going to focus on that are expert at it, and that will do a good job and will be accountable to the community about how good a job they've done. So people who are interested in that should start participating, and you'll naturally get come to their attention and interact with them and bring value to the committee. So let's see. Will recent U.S. regulatory discussions affect IST? So the answer is almost certainly. The different mechanisms will interact differently with these regulations, right? The PSM mechanism is pretty straightforward. The mechanism to once there is IST rewards to stake build holders, to be able to mint IST against that, that's one of the ones that we would expect to launch, next year at the earliest. And that's one that, for example, might be affected. And if so, we'll change it in order to make sure that IST is, robust for the interchain and for its broader use across all these different zones out there. How does IST work with USDC in the future?
So, I think one of the things that I think is so we think that USDC is going to be a very important asset in Cosmos. It is what DYDX plans to use as their collateral asset. We think that it's going to be a very important asset in the future. I kind of imagine, and we also, OKX has launched Tether natively into the IBC network as well, launched from their chain. So we have we have the major stablecoins are becoming more and more engaged in the Cosmos ecosystem, which is really good for DeFi across the ecosystem. We think that IST becomes like in the Ethereum DeFi economy, the triumvirate is really DAI, USDC, Tether. What we imagine a future on Cosmos where it is Tether, USDC, IST.
Yep. Yeah, and for many of these, I mean, having bridged USDC is something where even if, for example, in the future we had native USDC or native Paxos or native, whatever BUSD, whatever, those are great for whales. Those are great for structured arrangements. But if someone has assets over on ETH that they suddenly want to bring them over into the Cosmoverse and spend them on cool contracts running in Evmos, Juno, Osmosis, Agoric, wherever, right? Being able to bring those over. They aren't going to, I mean, there's no reason to go to the native token. They can bring bridged USDC. Those bridges will still have a life. I can, bring $1,000, come over, buy an NFT, and then take it back over a bridge to Ethereum, right? And so this is the kind of thing that it will have a continuing life. It will especially have a continuing life because by having IST be generally pervasive, being able to, have these continuing sources of USDC won't be an ongoing burden to every chain where it's got, 16 different currencies it's got to juggle between. It's easy to consolidate them into this IST. So, how does Atom 2.0 and IST work together?
This is a fun topic.
This is one question that I didn't have at the beginning of this conference, right?
So we talked about it. So first I hinted at this whole thing, whereas like the Atom 2.0 vision, the embrace of liquid staking, the kind of leverage loops that Comdex was talking about right before this, those are very much part of the Atom 2.0 vision. But like one of the other things I really want to trigger people's imaginations about is like how the allocator module that's proposed in the Atom 2.0 white paper could actually play and interact with IST, right? So IST is adding value to the Cosmos ecosystem. It's adding value to atoms through the vault mechanism. It is like clearly it can be a huge driver of value and utility across the IBC ecosystem and in the sort of atom economic zone. So it seems really important to have some sort of partnership between the Agoric chain and IST and the IST protocol and Atom. We've experimented, one of the things that you see in these sort of partnerships right now is, on Osmosis, you have this like sort of matching liquidity incentives, and that's going to be part of the IST story. But the allocator module actually creates a world in which the liquidity in external dexes can actually be held in the Atom treasury. That is really the vision of like what kind of use cases we imagine with the Atom 2.0 model is a partnership with the inner protocol where the Atom is where we're actually directing sort of Atom towards purchasing Atom IST LP shares, and Atom becoming the Cosmos Hub itself becoming a long-term liquidity provider into Atom IST pairs, sort of creating like a closed feedback loop where IST is improving the utility of Atom and Atom is improving the liquidity of IST.
That'll be great. And just as I say, the tradability of Atom and then the future tradability of Atom staking derivatives is going to be really helpful. So let's see what else we got.
We got a minute left.
We got a minute left. What's the IST roadmap? Well, okay, so let me jump back to this previous slide. So launching, as I said, in October, that one will provide the high-quality stable tokens, simplify getting IST, and really the goal after that lets us focus on the integration. It's integrated with our wallet, but getting it integrated with Osmosis and Injective and all these other platforms is just the big focus to get this rolled out. Then we will be rolling out and, as approved by the community, releasing the additional mechanisms like vaults, like the reserve, like liquidation on the AMM or liquidation over to other chains, etc. So those are the things. Those are the things that are coming. We have 30 seconds for one question. No. So please, if you're interested in this, join the community. If you're a zone, we've got Agoric has a booth there, or connect with us online to talk about how to get IST over onto your platform. You can talk to him or bring up incentives.
Yeah. Yeah, we are the DCF, the Decentralized Cooperation Foundation, does intend to support the IST launch with liquidity incentives from the DCF Treasury across a variety of dexes in the interchain.
Yep. Yes, broad usage and broad availability because cash works if it's handy and easy to use. So that'll be our goal. And feedback and input is quite welcome. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you all for your time. And we'll see you on the interchain.
dirty road. Up on the dance floor. road. dirty road. On the dirty road. Up on the dance floor.
Welcome back. How was lunch? Good? All right. All right. Well, are you guys ready for their next speaker? We got Tropykus up on stage next. Co-founder Mauricio Tovar. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here with you, and I'm so happy as a Colombian, as a local, that these big events like Cosmoverse and all the Cosmos ecosystem is visiting our country, so I'm so happy about that. Thank you very much for doing this. And today, I'm going to share with you, it's, in my perspective, is like the continuation of the talk about or the chat about DeFi that started 2 days ago and yesterday in the panel. That was amazing. But I want to show you a different perspective, that what happens in Latin America. DeFi is very well used for different use cases, for speculation, for loans, for leverage. That's some of the use cases that we are seeing in the ecosystem. But in Latin America, we have a different perspective. There is some people that is also speculating, of course. But this is, for some people, the unique alternative to, or the only alternative to escape from restrictions or for very unfair financial systems or services in our countries. And that's why I want to share with you why Latin America needs decentralized finance and open finance. I'm going to start by the end. This is a person, I have a permission to show his face. This is a guy from Argentina. And he, like 6 months ago or something like that, he needs to buy a way to transport himself, a car or a motorcycle. And he decides to ask for a loan. So he went to the banks, and the banks asked him for several documents that he cannot fulfill. And the interest rates, and we are going to see the graphics after in another slide, in Argentina to have a loan for this kind of things is up to 100% APY per year. So he said, no, I don't have the possibility to pay those loans. I don't have those documents. But he was saving some cryptocurrencies, so Bitcoin in that moment. So he used that cryptocurrency as a collateral. He asked for a loan to the protocol in US dollar, and he bought his motorcycle. And another case was, I remember very well, a Saturday, I was in my home, and a user in the community asked for help because she had some problems to use Tropykus. And the team was resting that weekend, so I told her, just do a video call. And she told me what was the problem, and we solved it. It was very easy to solve. She didn't left a little amount of money for the gas. It's not her problem, it's our problem in the ecosystem that we need this kind of gas to use our protocols. But she started to explain me why she needs a loan. She was a Venezuelan. We have some Venezuelan friends here. And she was living in Argentina. And because of the situation, economic situation in Argentina, she started to find a new job in other place. And she was very happy because she found it in Paraguay. But the employer told her that the money of the first month will be 1 month after she was expected to have the first salary. And she was alone there. She didn't have any friends. The banks didn't know her. So the alternative was to use their savings, in that case also in Bitcoin, and to have a loan in US dollars to pay the rent. And at the end of the month, she repay the loan, and everything was okay for her. She told me, you saved me. I didn't have any other alternative. And that is just 2 cases. I can tell you a lot of more, but just 2 cases of people in Latin America using DeFi in real use cases. But what are the problems that we face here? Just to give you this simple example. In Colombia, here in Colombia, or in Brazil, you cannot have a US dollar bank account. If you're Colombian and you go to a bank, they say, no, we don't have that service. We have that service in Panama, but you have to have 20K or something US dollar. And we can open you a bank account in Panama. But we don't have this kind of services. And in places like in Argentina, they have, unfortunately, something that is called the cepo. Is that Argentinas, and we have some Argentinian friends here, they cannot buy, from the past 20 years, more than $200 per month in US dollars, by law. If you try to buy more than $200, you are against the law. And cryptocurrencies, DeFi, decentralized finance, not only offers the possibility to access US dollar, but also to have some very decent yields in US dollars. Inflation. This is very difficult to present these days because change almost every day in the whole world. But I'm going to present you 2 pictures. This is 2021, the end of 2021. You can see the Venezuelan inflation only in 2021 was 686%. Argentina was 54%. And Colombia, here we had 5.62%. And what is this? What is the inflation? It's a number? It's high? It's low? What does it mean to have a very high inflation? And we are going to see what is happening in the past 12 months in the next slide. But think about this. We all in this room, we have money to pay our food, to pay our rent, to, at the end of the month, maybe save some money or to invest in a trip or something like that. But several people in Latin America have the money to get to the end of the month. They want like $300 or something like that. And right now in Colombia, just to give you an example, the inflation in food is 25%. So that people that 12 months ago had the money to get only to the end of the month and is suffering 25% inflation in food, right now they have to change why they eat. They have to change the food that they are buying in the supermarket because they cannot afford that. What is the situation right now? I'm gonna read this, but Venezuela is in the past 12 months, 114% is the inflation. Argentina, 78%. Chile, 14%. Nicaragua, 12%. Colombia, 10.8%. And this is not just a number, it's a tax that we have to pay. It's a hidden tax that we have to pay, and that gets poor the people in Latin America. And DeFi and cryptocurrencies and only the access to US dollar, that is an alternative for us. How we lose purchasing power or our currencies in Latin America only last year. This also changed so fast that it's impossible to present something that it's totally outdated. So 2021, what happened only in 2021? The Chilean peso lost 80%. The Argentinian peso, 17%. The Colombian peso, 14%. The Peruvian sol, 10%. So this is the kind of problems that we are facing with our currencies in Latin America, and that's why the importance is very important to use DeFi in our region. But also, we have a very big amount of people that live their own country. And imagine if for the locals it's very difficult to access financial services. Imagine if you have to go to another place, or you choose to go to another place, and in that place, like in the case of the Venezuelan that found the job in Paraguay, the financial services or system don't know you. You don't know anyone. You don't have friends yet or something. And these are, in Latin America, 25 million of people. We are 600 million. And 25 million are immigrants in Latin America. So those people need also an alternative when they have to go to another place. And remittances. This is very weird in my perspective, is that when you send a picture to your family in other countries, it's free, and it's a digital picture. But if you want to send digital money to your relatives in other places, in Latin America, in average, you have to pay 5.5%. In some places, it's up to 12%, like in Brazil. Venezuela is not here, but Venezuela have a very high rate also to do remittances. So DeFi, cryptocurrencies, is an alternative. It's not a speculation. It's that the people use it because they need it, because they need to escape from those problems. And if for any miracle or something you have access to credit, those are the rates for 2021. 2021 was the year with the lowest interest rates in the history. And look that in Argentina, it's legal by the financial system to charge for a microloan 92% per year. Legal. In Colombia, it's 58%. In Peru, is 83%. If you have access, if you have some good luck and you have access, you have to pay this. It's like a circle where the Latin Americans have to pay the debt and ask for another loan and pay the debt, and that is the situation that we are facing. And in decentralized finance, we can find better interest rate because of the benefits of the technology. And what is the situation and the adoption of some Latin American countries regarding cryptocurrencies and DeFi? This is the last study of chain analysis that includes not only cryptocurrencies but also DeFi. And Brazil, and you can see that developing countries are leading the adoption. And the reason that developing countries are leading this adoption is because we have those problems that I presented to you. So Brazil is number 7, Argentina is number 13, Colombia 15, Ecuador 18, according to this study that, for a very weird reason, didn't find the data to include Venezuela, that normally is in the first places of adoption around the world. But when we go deeply to see what is the adoption of decentralized finance, Latin America is not leading. Latin America is adopting more cryptocurrencies, but not yet DeFi. And why is that? Exactly, I don't know, but we can say that 95% or more of the liquidity of DeFi is being used by very large institutions. And those benefits of the technology are being used for the people that is not bad, but the people that have a lot of money. And the people that don't have the money and that need the most this kind of services and benefits is not using the technology. So that's why we created Tropykus. And I'm not going to explain you how a lending protocol works, because you know very well how a lending protocol works, but we're focused on a very easy to use experience, and to avoid all of the vocabulary and terms that we use in the DeFi and crypto ecosystem, so we can help Latin Americans to use these kind of services without the knowledge, the technical knowledge and the terminology knowledge that we are using in the ecosystem, and that they can access for savings and loans very easily. We are implementing very interesting features. For example, we are integrating local, they're not stablecoins. You cannot call the local currencies or cryptocurrencies stablecoins. You have to say they're pegged to the value of the local currencies in Latin America, because they are very volatile. Because people in Latin America are looking to save money in US dollar. It's very natural. And when they need a loan, they don't want to have a loan in US dollars. They want to have a loan in local currency. So those are one of the features. You can use a wallet, a non-custodial wallet, only with one click and only with your Gmail. You don't need to write your 12 words or something like that. And that kind of things we are doing in Tropykus to improve the experience of the users and to make it to use it without any restriction of knowledge. Finally, the invitation that I show you all of this data is because we are trying to solve the problem. We are working on that. We are one of many, but we need more. We need your help, because the amount of, or the size of the problem is so big that we need to do it together. And this ecosystem, the Cosmos ecosystem, is so amazing. I have been learning a lot in the past months and in the past 3 days, mainly. And we need you to help us and to join us to solve the problem, and also to enjoy us in the Tropykus life, because the life in the Tropykus is good. Thank you very much.
Warning.
Our next speakers are Reverie and, where are you? Oh no, from Reverie, sorry, from Reverie. Guys, welcome to the stage.
Okay, so thanks everyone for coming. Today we'll be doing a little fireside chat with Derek from Reverie. I'm Miles from Reverie. We're going to talk about a little bit about what Reverie does, their work in Cosmos, and in governance more generally. So I guess just to start off, could you introduce Reverie, talk a little bit about what we do?
Yeah, so great to be here, and thanks, Miles. The core idea behind Reverie is a governance activist, and I don't mean in a hostile or aggressive manner, more friendly and value creative, as well as active protocol delegate, validator, and we really think of ourselves as someone that works closely with token holders and protocols teams to improve the core protocol and product through whatever means. I think governance is a very interesting way to express your worldview with the end goal of, again, within the Cosmos context, increasing your product market fit, increasing your reach. So channeling governance in a productive way, I think, is really important. And within the context of Cosmos specifically, we spend a lot of time on osmosis, specifically focusing on the Osmosis Grants Program, and yeah.
Great. And just to double click on the activism piece, what is the general philosophy behind Revery's governance and activist approach?
Yeah, I think the main thing is governance is a means to an end. There's a lot of drama, there's a lot of debate and activity happening on the forums and discords, but at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters, if you look back in a few years, is like, are people using the protocol? Is it sustainable without a huge amount of financial incentives? What kind of moats and advantages have you built up over time? And I think it's just really important to remember. I think there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of frankly, pressure from token holders. I think to implement proposals and governance initiatives that are, in my view, a bit more short term. These could be things like buy and burn models. It could be tokenomics upgrades like VE tokenomics. And I think it's really important to just maintain a longer term view and remember the North Star of all of this is creating something that people want to use organically. Because if you can do that, then all stakeholders benefit over a long enough time frame.
So Revery's work really started in Ethereum DeFi, but what drew you to Cosmos? You know, what do you think is unique about Cosmos governance, and how would you compare it to your experience, you know, working with Uniswap and Compound on the Ethereum side?
Yeah, I think with Ethereum, I mean, it really, on-chain governance in terms of DeFi apps really began in 2020 when the Compound token came out and they released Compound Governor Bravo. It was a very basic primitive of the ability to create proposals and vote on them and delegate. And I think that's proliferated throughout many other ecosystems now. On Ethereum, I would say governance is not super active. Like if you look at the forums on some of the largest DeFi protocols, like Lido is pretty active, MakerDAO is very active, but Uniswap and Compound, I would say less so. Cosmos, by comparison, I think there's a much larger set of motivated and active individuals. I think a big reason of that is one of the core tenets that of self-sovereignty. Everyone wants to be an app chain. So I think there's a much bigger incentive to really be super active and follow what's going on. And also as well as the new class of stakeholders, validators, which I think introduces a whole other dynamic. But I think, yeah, like spending time in Cosmos is very interesting to us because the sheer number of motivated and interested people with direct skin in the game is, I would say, higher than your average DeFi protocol built on Ethereum.
Totally agree. Just shifting a little bit to what we do with Osmosis specifically, with the Osmosis Grants Program, how do you view the role of grants programs in Cosmos, and how do you see these, these grants programs evolving over time?
Yeah, I think this is something I think we think about a lot. And I think of a grants program for a crypto protocol as a combination of a more traditional grants program plus an ecosystem fund, plus I think there's an element of venture capital in there where you're trying to focus on, with the venture approach, it's really about investing in early stage ideas and people with the intention of hoping that a few of them deliver 100x value and are game changers for the broader portfolio. I think capital allocation is a really important question for protocols. Like all treasury spend proposals fall under this category, grants programs fall under this category. And I think if you look back in a few years, we'll find that like the top like 5 to 10% of funding proposals or grants are the most impactful ones and more impactful than everything else combined. So I think the purpose of grants is really to find talented and motivated individuals and I think really empower them to become long-term parts of the protocol, right? That's the whole point of having everything be open source and having communities that anyone can join, is that you can be located anywhere around the world, you can contribute part-time, you don't have to be a full-time employee or contractor to the core teams. So I think it's really just trying to find and isolate these people and give them as much autonomy and power as possible, both financially and with the ability to, and helping them build something that ships and is usable. I think it's also really healthy for the protocol long term to have many different sets of qualified contributors. I think the goal for any protocol team or foundation should be, I think, to get the core product to a point where it's mature enough, and then after that, when it's ossified a bit, they can comfortably step away or hand off the protocol to others without any hiccups. So I think it's still very early in that process for most projects. Ethereum has achieved this over many years. Vitalik is no longer, he's obviously still heavily involved, but I think there's many other organizations that have stepped up outside of just the EF and have taken over core development. So I think that's a good example for others to follow. I think we're starting to see that play out in Cosmos as well. As an ecosystem, we've evolved past like Tendermint and just the ICF. There's a ton of other organizations that have stepped up to the plate, and I think for Osmosis, it's again really about finding people that can play these roles and step into it in a trustworthy manner. So
that's great. And yeah, working on the grants program for Osmosis has been so fun because it is like an L1 ecosystem fund combined with a DeFi application grants program. So just maybe a little bit more specifically, what are some of the initiatives and teams that the OGP has funded that you're really excited about?
Yeah, I think as you said, it exists at a pretty unique intersection because Osmosis's core functionality and product is the DEX, and that's what people are using today. But longer term, there's a much, I would say, broader vision of going after more verticals, of being a protocol that others can build on top of and tap into in many different ways. So I think there's a pretty large range of possibilities. There's a list on the website of all the potential things that we'll fund, and for any of the viewers, I encourage you to check it out online. I think some of the ones that I think are high impact, and we've spent time in the last few months, I think the skip proposal that just went on the forums is a potentially very interesting one. They were on stage yesterday talking a bit about it with Sunny, and I think that's a great example of a high quality team that is our subject matter expertise in something and are really like looking to collaborate with the protocol on something that creates value for really all stakeholders over a long enough time frame. I think another example is I think a key part of Osmosis is obviously the incentives and ensuring that new pools are adequately incentivized, the right assets are incentivized. And right now, I think it's all done via on-chain governance. And it's a slow, lengthy process that happens over 7+ days. And I think you could look at the data and realize that a lot of it isn't necessarily as optimized as it could be. The protocol is potentially overpaying in certain things and underpaying in others. So we've been working on an initiative to basically streamline some of that and help make sure the protocol is able to spend it in a more efficient manner. So I think that's something that we'll be releasing more information on in the coming days. And then outside of that, I think it's on the website, but there's a whole host of other things like fiat on-ramps, people building new aggregators and front ends on top of Osmosis, other apps that are leveraging some of the other infrastructure. There's a whole host of validator tooling and analytics that I think are also useful. But yeah, I think over the next six months, we'll see many more protocols and grantees shipped. And I think the ones that are able to do so and have something that people really use, I think like you want to give those people as much autonomy and initiative as possible, because they've proven that they're able to operate in a self-sufficient manner. So yeah.
So maybe just zooming out a little bit to Cosmos governance broadly, and some of the proposals that we've found really interesting. Are there any in particular, over the past 6 months since we've kind of been in this broader Cosmos space that have caught your attention?
Yeah, I think anyone that follows Cosmos governance knows that there is no shortage of drama. I think some of the ones that have been the most interesting I think the most obvious one is just the role of the hub. So with things like Prop 69 and 72, I think there's been a lot of discussion around like what is the long-term positioning of the hub, what kind of funding it gives to consumer chains, and really just what the overall positioning of it within the ecosystem is. I think the Atom 2.0 paper and announcement provides some clarity into that, which is great. But I think, yeah, anyone that's followed that discussion over the last 6 to 12 months know that there was a lot of conflicting opinions and a lot of discussion to get somewhere productive. So I think it's great to see progress there. I think self-sovereignty, again, is a critical principle of any app chain. It's the whole point. And property rights is a big part of that. And that's also a big theme, I think, that's come up in many different chains as it pertains to airdrops and staking and incentives. If you look at Juno, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it was about 6 months ago, there was some controversy about an early Juno staker getting a huge disproportionate amount of airdrops. And there was like this Juno Prop 16, which basically pushed to seize some of those assets and return them to the protocol or burn them. And yeah, I think that brought up some really critical questions for every validator, every chain. I think Osmosis is probably has the most active set of governance participants and proposals. I think just the sheer quantity of them, I think, is impressive, ranging from things like regular incentive changes, adding new assets to the front end, sub-DAOs like the grants program, the OSL, and the OMM. And there was also the Osmosis bridging proposal where Axelar ended up being the canonical bridge provider, again, to make things smooth from a UI perspective. So I think some of those things Osmosis has done is setting precedent, I think, for other protocols to learn from. And yeah, I think we're still very early. There's a lot of proposals in the next 6 to 12 months that I think will be interesting. But yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of new themes and new categories of governance initiatives that frankly aren't really possible in other ecosystems. So
I think part of the reason the activity is so high is because of the validator, approach to governance, right? And so, having worked on the Ethereum side, there's a similar role for governance delegates that you see with Maker and Uniswap. How would you compare the two approaches, and what do you think is the pros and cons to each approach? What works, what doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about like what validators really are, they really are professional delegates and professional politicians. But like yes, the core service that they're providing is security and staking, but their incentives are fundamentally accruing more stake, getting higher up on the leaderboards, and being someone that their end customer aligns with, the average token holder. So I think there's a pretty big emphasis for many validators to position themselves well, be very open and transparent about their worldview and how they'll vote. So they really are, at the end of the day, professional politicians that differentiate through their stances on different issues. And I think it's both a good thing and a bad thing. I think it's good because it means that the average token holder has ultimate control and veto power at the end of the day. They can choose which validators they delegate to. They can share their opinions on how they're doing. Unfortunately, I think most token holders don't vote, so it just ends up being validators voting on behalf of their constituents. I know there's been some talk about potentially like how to make that a more healthy system, but I think the downside of this kind of a system is it forces validators again to like play up and really align closely to token holders, even if that's not necessarily something that's good for the long-term health of the protocol. I think, again, speaking generally, I think certain proposals in certain communities are dominated by more short-term token holders that, again, want things like token burns and more aggressive incentives and higher yields, which could be great in the short run, but in the long run don't really contribute meaningfully to developing a moat or going after the core KPIs. So yeah, I think there's a lot more passion because of the existence of validators, a lot more energy, but it's a good and a bad thing.
That's great. I'm not sure if we have time for one more question, but just for any founders that have not launched yet, is there any mistakes that you would, want to caution them to avoid based off of, different approaches that we've seen, in any ecosystem really, but maybe in Cosmos specifically?
Yeah, I said this earlier, but I think the main thing is governance is a means to an end. Governance is something that it should be strived to minimize. You don't want, decisions are not effective when thousands of people are contributing to something and you need to ship something really quickly and efficiently. So I think token holders and governance should have final veto power on a lot of things, but it's something that I think usually has more drama and attention and overhead than the output. So I think that's just something important to remember. Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Solo micrófono.
What's up? What's up? All right, let's raise the energy level just a bit. And I got an idea. When I count to 3, we're gonna yell "Pupmos" really loud and just start clapping. All right? Maybe people come in the auditorium. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Pupmos! Woo! One more time. 1, 2, 3. Pupmos! All right. Up next, we got Sei Network, and we have Dianne and Jay. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. The slides aren't coming up. Oh, perfect. Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name is Jay. I'm one of the co-founders of Sei, and I lead engineering. And today we also have Dianne with us, and we're going to be dropping some alpha on Sei.
Let's go.
So the best way to get started with Sei is to talk about DEXs. DEXs are one of the few things in crypto that have true product market fit, whether it's AMMs like Osmosis, order book style exchanges like DYDX, or NFT marketplaces like OpenSea. The only problem is that general purpose chains hold back exchanges. First of all, there's no DEX optimizations on general purpose chains. Secondly, there's a lot of congestion issues, which is catastrophic for order book based exchanges. And they're still a tad bit too slow, even the newer ones like Aptos and Sui. And this isn't really even the fault of the layer 1s. This is because DEXs are unique applications, especially order book exchanges that have really high throughput and latency requirements. So because of this, we started to build Sei, which is an L1 that's optimized for trading, helping give exchanges an unfair advantage. So from the technical side, there's a few things that we've done that are very interesting. First of all, we have a native order matching engine that helps exchanges scale. Second, we've added in a new consensus layer called Twin Turbo Consensus, which helps improve latency and throughput. And lastly, we've made use of market-based parallelization. So we're currently the only Cosmos chain that is making use of parallelization. So today, I'm going to be telling a story about Twin Turbo Consensus. When we originally got started with Sei, we got most of the chain built out, and then we wanted to see how we can become faster. So basically have higher throughput, lower latency, and figure out how we can help exchanges scale. So we started off with baseline Cosmos metrics. Then afterwards, we chatted with Zaki, chatted with Marco, and we got ideas for how we can change the Tendermint configurations to get better performance. So we did that. We got up to 7,400 orders per second. And then we started looking into what we can do next. So then we looked into how the end block is processed. We realized that it's CPU bound. And then we added in parallelization, which got us up to 12,000 orders per second. What we looked into afterwards was more of the actual consensus layer, how blocks are propagated and how blocks are processed. And that is called Twin Turbo Consensus. So it's made up of two things. The first thing is intelligent block propagation, and the second thing is optimistic block processing. So I'll start off by talking about intelligent block propagation. So let's say, for example, I am a block proposer, and Dianne is a validator. So I'm going to be proposing a block, and Dianne is going to be voting on it. Both of us have our own local mempools, and in this diagram over here, I mean, the main difference is that both of us have transactions A through F, and then I have G and he has H. And that's just because different validators will be receiving different transactions based off the network topology. So sometimes it might take a little bit longer for certain transactions to make it to a validator. So I'm the block proposer. I create a block. In this case, I create a block that has transactions A through E inside of it. Right? Pretty straightforward so far. The way that Tendermint normally works afterwards is I will create a block proposal. So this is going to be one message that has the block ID inside of it, which is a hash of the entire block. I will then send that block proposal to Dianne. I will also take the block itself, break it up into chunks, and then send that over to Dianne as well. So what does Dianne experience? Well, Dianne is waiting. Then he receives the block proposal. He waits some more. Then he receives the first chunk. Then he waits some more. And then he receives the second chunk. So from Dianne's standpoint, he's spending a lot of time waiting to receive these chunks. And the content of these chunks is content that Dianne already has in his mempool, right? Transactions A through E are what are getting sent, and Dianne already has transactions A through E, which if you think about it is extremely wasteful. Like he's just waiting even though he already has this data. And we did we looked into how this is working in our internal testnet, and we actually found that 99.99% of the time, validators have every single transaction that is being proposed in the block. That's crazy, right? That means almost every single transaction is already there with each validator, except they're still waiting to get every single transaction sent over as part of this block propagation layer. So we thought we could do better than that. We thought this was very inefficient, and that's what intelligent block propagation is. So the solution that we came up with is to change the block proposal. So if you look at the diagram, on the left-hand side is what's happening with normal tendermint. On the right-hand side is what we're doing with intelligent block propagation. Right? So if you look closely, the main difference is that we have hashes of transactions A through E included in the block proposal. Well, how does this change anything, and how does this process work now? So the first part of it stays the exact same. We still have the block proposer, which is me, creating a block by looking at transactions in my mempool. But then the second part is a lot more interesting. So in the happy path, I'm going to be sending a block proposal that has hashes of transactions A through E over to Dianne. And Dianne already has transactions A through E in his mempool. So what he can do is he can look at his mempool, he sees transactions A through E, and he can construct the block locally, rather than having to wait for the network latency to be receiving all of these block chunks. So this is the happy path. It greatly improves throughput. What about the unhappy path? So in the 0.01%, sorry, not 0.001, in the remaining percentage of the time, Dianne will fall back to using the same mechanism that was previously being used. So what that means is I, as the block proposer, will send out a block proposal that has the transaction hashes, and I will also include the block ID over there. And then I will continue to take the block, break it up into chunks, and then send those out over the network. So in the unhappy path, Dianne will just be using the same exact mechanism as normal tendermint, and in the happy path, he'll be benefiting a lot from throughput. So this is a lot faster. We observed that this actually led to a 40% improvement in throughput, which is massive because we've already made all the low-hanging optimizations that could be made. So this was a massive win for Sei. So before I continue, can you guys just raise your hand if you understood what I was saying around intelligent block propagation? Awesome. I'm actually seeing a lot of hands, so I'm pretty happy about that. But if anyone has any questions, I'll be at the Sei booth after this talk. So if anyone wants to talk about block propagation, I'm your guy. Okay, the second thing that we did is optimistic block proposals, or optimistic block processing. So this is actually a lot simpler of a concept. What happens right now with Tendermint is that as a block proposer, I'll send a block to Dianne, then Dianne will run some sanity checks on it, and then he'll just hold on to the block, and then he'll vote on the block through pre-vote and pre-commit, and then he'll actually start processing the block. So what this means is he's actually holding on to the block, but not doing anything with it during the length of pre-vote and pre-commit, which is bad, right? And it kind of makes sense because you don't know if the block is actually going to get accepted or not. If you're thinking there's going to be very adverse Byzantine nodes in the network, then it's better to not do anything. But what we've noticed is that most of the time, the first block is the one that ends up getting processed. Like the first block is the one that everyone votes on, and then it ends up getting processed anyway. So because of that, we realized it makes more sense to be optimistic. So what optimistic block processing is we will take the first block at any given height, and as soon as a validator receives it and runs sanity checks on it, they will then start processing the block in parallel with pre-vote and pre-commit. So if you look at the diagram, pre-vote, pre-commit are happening, and at the same time, we're doing block processing. So through this, we're able to have the block get processed faster, we're able to update state faster, and the overall latency goes down. So this is the happy path, right? What happens if there's a Byzantine node or validator makes a mistake, and then you're not able to optimistically process? So what's actually happening under the hood is that we are taking whatever the proposal is, we're updating a candidate state. If it's successful, then we'll commit that state. If it's unsuccessful, then we'll discard that state. And then we'll move on to the next round, and then from the next round onwards for any given height, we'll just be processing it the normal way where it gets processed after pre-commit. So through this, we observed nearly a 33% improvement in throughput as well, which is massive for Sei. So overall, through Twin Turbo Consensus, we've been able to get up to 22,000 orders per second that we're processing, largely using core Tendermint. And we're also able to get around 450 millisecond block times. So if anyone wants to chat about this, I'll be at the booth afterwards. I'm happy to go more in depth on this. And I'll now pass it over to Dianne to talk more about Sei ecosystem.
Oh yeah, thanks Jay. And big props to you and the leading of the engineering team, configuring Tendermint to getting to sub-half-second block times and 22,000 orders per second. That's insane. It's the fastest Cosmos SDK chain ever. and it's helping us to execute our vision. So at the beginning of this year, we had this vision of building the core infrastructure for decentralized exchanges and trading applications to be able to succeed on chain. And when it went from this vision at the beginning of this year to then building out the team, and now we're a team of 18 full-time, and we've built the Sei chain, and it's live, and we're on incentivized testnet, the Seinami incentivized testnet. So we launched that in July, and it's been a wild ride ever since. So we're seeing incredibly fast block times, and we've seen a lot of participation. So there's over 2,000 validators to date that are currently validating the Seinami testnet chain, and we open it up to developers, to crypto enthusiasts, to the greater Cosmos ecosystem, to validators to get involved. And there's over 25,000 active members that are participating in the Seinami testnet. And people are helping us with stress testing the chain, identifying bugs, and also trying out protocols that are deploying on Sei. So if you guys haven't tried it yet, Vortex is a perpetuals protocol that is live on the Seinami testnet now. So if you want to get your hands dirty and start trading and using leverage on Sei, you can use Vortex. And on the Seinami testnet chain, we've had over 200,000 transactions in the last 2 months, and a lot of them are IBC transactions, so this is an IBC-enabled chain. So we've had a lot of traction on testnet, but personally what I find the most interesting and what I think is the most exciting is really the validation we've had across the ecosystem. So there have been 50 teams coming from Near, Solana, Terra, and also Polkadot that have committed DeFi teams to building their DeFi protocols and deploying them on Sei as we gear up towards mainnet. It's been pretty crazy, and to see our development team kind of bring these on, and I think that that's a testament to the engineering team and what they built with the Sei chain, but also a testament to IBC and the stickiness of what we're building with the Cosmos SDK and IBC. Just to name a few, UXD is a delta neutral stablecoin that came from Solana. It's a multi-coin chain backed team. White Whale, they're a Cosmos SDK chain that is doing price efficiency and capital efficiency on top of Sei. Synther is a synthetics protocol. And then Axelar is, an awesome bridge and providing greater access to blockchains outside of the Cosmos SDK, Cosmos IBC chains. And then we're also working with some of the top wallets, including Leap and Kepler. So yeah, we're really excited, and over the coming months, there'll be many more teams that will be announced building on Sei as the Sei DeFi and trading ecosystem continues to grow. But one team that I'm really excited about is Nitro. So Nitro is the first ever Solana virtual machine that is broadening the Solana developer ecosystem to come to Cosmos. So it's the first ever C-level VM, SVM, as an optimistic rollup on top of Sei, so that Solana developer community can deploy their applications natively within building on Rust and the C-level consensus, and deploying them natively on Sei and getting access to the broader Cosmos IBC. So we've seen that Ethereum has a very robust developer community, and Solana also does as well. And a lot of the developer teams are really excited about Sei and want to build on a better chain, but are more comfortable in Solana. So we're seeing a lot of these teams also get excited about Nitro and coming and deploying within IBC. So it's a really powerful execution environment, and I think it's another step in broadening the scope of what we're able to do with Cosmos and bringing more developers to the Cosmos. And we've had a lot of traction so far as well. We've been excited. We've raised some capital. We've had some really great backers, including Multicoin Capital, Coinbase Ventures, Delphi Digital, Hypersphere. All of them are here. And a lot of institutional backers, especially market makers. We see that the industry, especially within DeFi, is continuing to evolve, and institutions are getting involved. And so as we're building out the core infrastructure for DeFi applications, we want to make it easy for teams that are coming to Sei to be able to get liquidity and have institutional market making. And with that, today is an exciting day. We are announcing right now a $50 million Sei ecosystem and liquidity fund that just went live today. There's a TechCrunch article that just went out about it. I'm really stoked. And as the developer community continues to grow, and as more people are finding great opportunities to build, DEXs, to build synthetic protocols, to build derivatives, to build DeFi primitives, and you're excited about building and launching on Sei and growing out within Cosmos IBC, there's opportunities for you. So we've had really good backers that are supporting us on this, and I'm really excited to see kind of what the next wave of DeFi founders are looking like. And if you're looking to build a killer app, come talk to us at the booth, and you can apply now live. Our Twitter account, Sei Network. We just posted about the ecosystem fund, and the application is live as of right now. So we're excited about all we're building, and we're excited about the growth of IBC. I was at Cosmoverse just last November, and less than a year later, it's incredible to see this burgeoning ecosystem. And I think we're at 50 plus IBC enabled chains now. And a year from now, I'm expecting it to be 200 plus. So yeah, I'm stoked about all we're building, and yeah, excited for all that we have ahead. Come find us at the booth if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers.
Well, congratulations, Sei Network. Thank you, Dan and Jay. Up next, we have a panel about protocol freedom. Moderating the panel, we have Chango. Welcome, Chango, to the stage.
Hello? All right. Welcome to the last panel. Congratulations, y'all, for being here. You stayed here for the entire 3 days, flew from wherever you flew from, and now you're here. That is persistence right there. You guys are all alpha seekers, and we are in a bear market, so even more so. So I'm going to introduce the other panelists. This is going to be one of the most important panels that you're going to sit in on, because we're talking about protocol privacy. We're not going to talk about all of the technology because you've heard enough of that. We're going to talk about the philosophy and why we're here building the things we're building. So please welcome panelists. We've got Michael Perkland from Shapeshift, Daniel from NIM, Privacy Tech, and we've got Yusuf from Masari.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. So welcome to the panel. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves first so people understand your background?
All right. So my name is Yusuf Amrani. I previously worked at Masari, mainly covering infrastructure and DeFi. Right now I'm a Cosmos Hub contributor. I've contributed and helped with the design and the writing of the Atom 2.0 white paper. I hope you all enjoyed the new roadmap. I'm also an a member of the economic committee for Interprotocol, which is developing the IST stablecoin built on Agoric. So why I am in crypto, I think this is an important question. It is the why. The first reason, I was very attracted by this technology and how it enables to reframe how we human beings coordinate as a society, how we opt in to a system in a permissionless fashion. I think that is profound. Anyone can basically come to a network, opt in, contribute, create value without any fear of discrimination or coercion. So I think this inclusiveness is appealing to all of us. And that is opposed, for example, to a technology like AI that, if put in the wrong hands, can increase control of centralized entity over the human being by basically reducing their power. And then there was this analogy that I really liked from Peter Thiel, PayPal co-founder, where he wrote the foreword for the book, The Sovereign Individual. And he said basically, if AI is communist, then crypto is libertarian, and I think it perfectly sums up what we are all here for. And then the second reason that attracted me to crypto, basically it says that I think the censorship-resistant aspect and the P2P aspect of crypto are super important, underrated. So Bitcoin in 2009 paved the way for Web3 as we know it today. Bitcoin, it all started with Bitcoin because it was the first time that any individual could access digital property. So in the Web2 world, how I see it is that users were just tenants. So you don't own your Twitter account, you don't own your Facebook account, you don't own your Amazon account. You can be kicked out at any moment because you're not compliant. And that Bitcoin was the first step to enabling the Web3 world, where basically we move from a model where we're just tenants to a model where we have full ownership over data, assets, etc.
Yes, it was. And Daniel here, he is bilingual, but primarily a Spanish speaker, so he's going to be speaking Spanish throughout most of this. So.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sorpresa, me llamo Daniel, participo en NIM. No sé si os dé tiempo a poneros el sistema de traducción a algunas personas para comprender lo que voy a decir, pero también creo que es importante que en este evento se hable en castellano para una audiencia de América Latina que también está muy pendiente de este evento y a algunos les cuesta mucho entenderlo y apenas el 5 o el 6% ha sido en esta lengua. Entonces me disculparéis, pero voy a dedicarme un poco también para
It has been spoken in Spanish.
I'm so sorry for all the people who don't speak Spanish. Now is your turn to understand what Spanish language people is feeling during this meeting. So I'm so sorry, but I go on in Spanish if you don't mind. Thank you for being so nice. Yo trabajo para Nimtech. Nimtech es una compañía de las muchas compañías que están trabajando, es un proyecto para crear las siguientes generaciones.
To create the next generation of network and informatics systems that will allow us to have better privacy for people, because privacy is one of the most important aspects of the future. It's a human right that should be guaranteed by the states and backed up by the companies. But unfortunately, this is not like this. And this doesn't need explanation, but you are aware of how this works. For the big transnational companies of the cognitive capital world, or for the states, how important it is, who we are, what we're doing, what we like. So we work to offer a layer of privacy. We believe that the internet has been broken The idea of internet is to have better communication, but not to have more privacy. When we use Signal or other systems that we consider safe, the PNP system and the design of that network uses metadata that makes us difficult to be anonymous. And the idea of Mintech is to do something similar to Tor, but with steroids. I use Tor for a long time now. It's one of the best projects in the planet. And Thor knew that there were certain books that after a few decades, they would have been thought like an utopia, but right now they are a reality. The idea is try to correct these failures and give the opportunity for many people that they want to continue anonymous and private. I'm in the world of crypto because I love biodiversity. I believe that humanity has been trained to crash that biodiversity. And to be an advocate, many people have to work on this in United States, Russia, Iran, Colombia. We consider them safe, but they are not. They criminalize and put people in jail that are dedicated to protect life. The people that speak for the environment, that work for the environment, many of them have been murdered around the world, mostly in Latin America. We need to give those people technologies so that they can fight for life. They have to be able to filter information, or maybe some activists are doing, maybe they are researching deforestation or illegal mining and that are destroying the planet, so we have to give them tools. Right here, we have the Amazon area, and many people are dying because they're trying to be advocates in pro of the Amazon. So we have to protect them. They should be able to get pictures, use drones, and they can be able to write documents anonymously. They are risking their lives. So that's one of the main reasons why I use encryption technology for more than 20, 30 years. The last time I said this in Medellín in a public museum, the police and the intelligence services captured me. So a few years ago, you could not speak about this, that we had to use cryptography for your mail and try to be anonymous because you were trying to make the world better. You would end up in jail. So we are here not because we're very clever, no, because we're on the shoulder of giants. There have been 2 previous generations that have designed open source protocols, Linux, etc. And today we're building on them other layers to try to fight this battle against the financing system.
Can we allow Michael to give his intro first?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Django, for having me here on this panel, and thank you to the Cosmoverse team for making such an amazing conference together. My name is Michael Perklin. I work with the Shapeshift DAO, and I'm the leader of the Foxchain workstream. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Well, welcome our panelists. All right. So, in the consciousness of time, maybe let's just keep our answers to concise. 2 minutes per question. All right, so let's start. Yusuf, why is crypto important for freedom? 2 minutes.
All right. So I'd say we talk a lot about decentralization in crypto and not enough about disintermediation. I think that they go hand in hand if we want to make crypto successful. So I'll just give one example that happened a few centuries ago, actually in the 15th, at the beginning of the 15th century, where Gutenberg invented the printing press, and that was, I think, a huge innovation and invention. So what happened before is that the church had a total control over what was publicly available in terms of writing, because everything was written by hand, and so the elite from the church, they were serving their own interest and just giving more focus on the Bible, and that was all that was available. Basically, there were no bookstore, but the equivalent. So there was basically the church was a gatekeeper between knowledge and the people. And so when Gutenberg came in and invented the printing press, it enabled massive knowledge distribution, access, and inclusiveness. Suddenly, anyone could write a book and distribute it at scale, which was not possible before. And that was, I think, very important. And so I see crypto basically. The invention of crypto, I think, is as important as the invention of the printing press, because it puts the power in the hands of the people.
Right. Michael, I'm glad you're on this panel because your history at Shapeshift kind of informs the way that you perceive the world today. So how has that experience in dealing with regulators and working in a company that is effectively a central point of failure shaped your worldview about why we need decentralization?
Yeah, a great question. First off, a quick question to the audience. How many of you have heard of Shapeshift? Some hands? Okay. For those of you who don't, Shapeshift began in 2014 as a way to exchange crypto assets. But what made Shapeshift unique was that it did it as frictionlessly as possible. If you had, for example, Ether and you wanted Bitcoin, you go to the website and say, I have Bitcoin, I want Ether. You send Bitcoin, you get Ether, all within a minute. No KYC, no sign up. It was the easiest way to swap assets online. Over the years, as the crypto industry matured, regulations began making this more difficult for any company that wanted to make it easy for users to quickly swap assets. Shapeshift was forced to add accounts, user accounts, and have you give your personal information to Shapeshift. Your scan of your passport, utility bills, all the things that you would need to prove your identity so that you would now have the privilege of swapping Bitcoin for Ether with a click. When Shapeshift made that choice to comply with these regulations, our volume dropped by over 90%. Overnight, people stopped using Shapeshift, and I was actually speaking with a gentleman last night who said, yeah, I've sort of stopped following your story. I have no idea what Shapeshift is doing today. In response to this, Shapeshift had a choice. We can pivot or we can die. And nobody can win the war on privacy and open access if you choose to leave the battle. So Shapeshift chose to pivot, and today Shapeshift is much different. Where we began as an exchange, today Shapeshift is a platform, a simple website that you can plug in your keys. How many of you use Kepler for your Cosmos keys? Awesome. When it comes to Ethereum keys, how many of you guys use MetaMask? All right. There's another extension, XDeFi. It allows you to deal with Bitcoin. How many use XDeFi? Awesome. So when you visit Shapeshift, these extensions plug into the website, and it shows you the balance of all of your keys. It shows you the history of your portfolio, and with a single click, you can trade. But whereas yesterday you used to trade with Shapeshift, today it hooks into all of the DeFi protocols that we know and love. If you're trading Osmo, it uses osmosis. If you're trading anything on Ethereum, it'll use Uniswap. If you're trading native Bitcoin, it will use Thorchain. All of these are brought under one hood, and through this process of giving people access to their own crypto without requiring them to give KYC, we realized that the biggest thing getting in the way of you using your crypto was Shapeshift US itself. So in 2021, Shapeshift made the decision to shut down itself, lay off all employees, and open source our software to become a DAO. We held the largest airdrop for the Fox token, giving it to community members far and wide. And today, people who hold the Fox token, the Shapeshift token, can vote on how this platform can evolve. And it was really interesting to see this fight for freedom, this fight for personal privacy from the inside, because where we started with a very frictionless way to swap crypto, through our evolution, we ended up being the easiest, most frictionless way to access your crypto. And all the swapping, all the exchanging that people want to do, we let the swap protocols, the exchange protocols like Osmosis, Thorchain, Uniswap, they handle the swaps. All we handle is a simple and easy to use interface for your crypto. So privacy means a lot to myself and to all of the former Shapeshift employees, and today all the Shapeshift DAO members who continue to fight to give you access to your data in a way, to give you access to your crypto in a way that doesn't require you to give up your data.
Yeah, and give it up for Shapeshift. So you guys were the earliest, or I would say the first generation of companies that kind of felt the wrath of regulatory overreach. And it wasn't until Uniswap before we kind of figured out a way to do decentralized exchange really effectively without having to do KYC. So now, you know, we're at the third generation of blockchain tech right now, and there's another instance of overreach. How many of you guys have heard of Tornado Cash? Right. So we need to talk about the concept of base layer neutrality, and this is the fight that we need to be fighting right now. Because if we let the regulators continue reaching over and stifling innovation in the crypto community, then we're not going to be able to reach the destination that we all set out to do. So base layer neutrality, what is that? It's this concept of, well, a blockchain is just infrastructure, the way that telephone lines or HTTP is, and it should be treated as such. You can't classify a node operator or developers of code as money transmitters or anything like that. So, that being said, you can't really justify getting a validator to censor transactions of certain coming from certain addresses. And now, yeah, we're at this critical juncture. I want to know what the panelists think about the possibility of an OFAC chain and a permissionless chain. What does that look like?
Well, when these Ethereum smart contracts are running, anybody can use them. But when one organization, for example, OFAC, says, no, if you interact with this one smart contract, this specific smart contract, well, now you're breaking the law. That breaks the concept of protocol neutrality. That makes it more difficult for all of us to use the tokens that we want to use. We paid good money to earn these tokens. Whether you worked for your tokens or you bought them in exchange with your own money, they are yours. And in the same way that we were used to banks before telling us, well, no, you can't send your money over there because we tell you no. That was obviously an overreach for money neutrality. Banks prevented you from sending your own money. So these blockchains and cryptocurrency specifically, they returned the power to the people with this neutrality. But now that OFAC or other organizations are starting to encroach on the neutrality of these blockchains, we need to pay attention, and we need to take advantage of all the tools that we have with us. One of the brightest shining stars, I believe, in the Cosmos ecosystem, and something that will protect the Cosmos ecosystem in a way that the Ethereum ecosystem is not similarly protected, is the secret network. I'm sure a lot of you love the secret network. I'm a huge fan myself, but the Ethereum community doesn't have something like the secret network that can protect itself. Tornado Cash was a great attempt with the technology that they had available with the Ethereum virtual machine. But what's amazing about the secret network is that it can offer a shield for the entire Cosmos, not just for the secret blockchain itself. If any of you saw Tor Bear's presentation yesterday about the future of the secret network, he talked about a lot of really amazing features that allow other blockchains in the Cosmos ecosystem, for example, a smart contract on Juno or something on Osmosis, they can take advantage of some of these secret network features, even though they are not on the secret blockchain themselves. And that can offer a shield to protect the privacy of users that want to have privacy and can give dissidents in whatever country a way out. And I'm hopeful that this shield will help to protect the Cosmos ecosystem in the way that the Ethereum network could not protect themselves.
Thank you. Yusuf, so you talked a little bit about Peter Thiel's book, The Sovereign Individual. Is that what you said? So what about the concept of the sovereign family? So in this Web 2 paradigm, it's scary to raise children where you put an iPad in front of them and they get addicted to social media, and there's all sorts of mental disorders that are a result of it. And this idea of Web 3 is one such that we could kind of innovate our way out of that paradigm that's completely dominated by the AI algos. So what do you think about preserving the sovereign family in this world that we're innovating towards?
I do not have a perfect answer to your question, but I would circle back on something else, which is the book of Balaji, where he talked about the network state. So you can have the sovereign individual, and then a collection of sovereign individuals would give you basically a society of sovereign individuals. And before, when in the current state of affairs, what happens is that you are born in a country and then you have to abide by the rules. So what crypto enables basically is to decide for yourself, which is clearly an act of sovereignty. So as a community, you can at some point decide to opt out from the current system where you are and build your own set of rules. And then what happens is that the consensus is much better. So in a traditional democracy, usually you would have 2-3 parties, and then the winning party maybe owns 51% or 55% of the votes, and then 45% of the people that didn't win are not happy with the end result, and that can create frictions. In the case of the network state, everyone is aligned basically. So if you want to build your crypto network state, and I know that it's not reality yet, but I think that at some point we're going to see it, then there is a total consensus where 100% of the people within a network abide by the same rules and accept the same rules, and they embrace them. And that, I think, will greatly reduce friction within a specific community, and that will bring more, I would say, social peace and less friction.
Thank you. And with that, let's close with what each of you guys are doing in crypto. What are you doing in crypto? Why are you here?
Well, I'm here because I'm starting to work with NIM. So, bueno, voy a volver al español, perdón. Se me había olvidado. Estoy aquí porque he empezado a trabajar para NIM intentando
to work with NIM and helping to increase the node network to allow operations to be anonymous and non-traceable. It's I'm worried about the tornado cash. The Treasury Department not only can sanction people, company, but now they can attack protocols, and that leaves us very vulnerable. And the whole ecosystem of Cosmos, it can be affected, or at least we are at the risk for many things. So from here, that's my contribution, and that is with the events organization, with diffusion. I help technically because I come from the system engineering world, and those that want to build a node, understand our tokenization system, to have a reward system. I want to facilitate networks that will help people work and be protected at the same time. And maybe the states shouldn't have any part here.
As I mentioned earlier, the Shapeshift company shut itself down to decentralize itself. But right now, the Shapeshift DAO has a very ever-present problem, and that is we are still using centralized servers on AWS for our back end. The front end has been completely decentralized, hosted on Git repositories and IPFS. So even if the Shapeshift domain gets seized, the Shapeshift application servers get shut down, Shapeshift will continue to allow all of you to access your crypto for free. But the back end is still centralized. Foxchain is a new Cosmos-based blockchain that we are building. I'm spearheading the project that should allow everybody to run their own Bitcoin server connected to a directory and earn passive income. And this will allow all Shapeshift users, and indeed all users of any other application, to find a Bitcoin server to get Bitcoin data, or find an Ethereum server to get Ethereum data, without relying on centralized servers run by any company that can be shut down or sanctioned in the way that we saw in Fura block Tornado Cash's access to their RPC servers. So I'm very privileged to be working on such an important mission at the Shapeshift DAO.
Yusuf?
Yeah, so I would say I'm in crypto because I absolutely love the innovation, the amount of innovation that is in this space. I think anything is possible, and blockchain for me is probably one of the first technology that is 100% at the service of people and making them more sovereign. And I think we're pushing a lot of boundaries, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. And with that, I think we can conclude that this is for all of us and none of us at the same time. And I'll just leave this on the table for you guys to think about. Why are you ultimately here? What are you building towards? And if the answer is to make a lot of money, then that's completely uninspiring, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And this is the last conference. This is the last panel.
it to the last segment. How are we feeling? Good? All right. I feel like the energy level just went up like 1,000%. We got so many people here, and I know you guys are ready. So before we begin, let's just give the organizers of the event a huge, huge shout out. Make some noise. There we go. Louder, louder. Let's go. There we go. All right. Our next speaker, we have Yelena with Informal Systems.
A little bit. He butchered my name a little bit, but that's okay. That's common. All right, so last segment of the event. Shout out to Cryptocito once again for putting on a legendary event. Somehow, this is only the second Cosmoverse in all of history, and already legends and stories and tales are being made that we'll be celebrating for years to come. So. Today, I have a lot of happiness and gratitude that I am here on stage able and to be announcing some very exciting things coming to the Cosmos ecosystem. So obviously on Monday, we had Ethan and Zaki and others present the new vision for the Cosmos Hub. So Adam, as a meme token, has been meme to no end, and everyone's been asking what's next. And there's a lot next. But the vision presented on Monday only gave a sneak peek. It created an architecture, established a roadmap, but for that to really materialize, we need announcements. So my esteemed colleague Zaki Manian said, for the first time in Cosmos history, we're going to have announcements, and that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to announce some very exciting initiatives, partnerships coming to Cosmos, revolving around the Cosmos Hub as an economic zone. So let's get into it. Story of Cosmos. We're here writing new chapters. There's a lot of activity. It started, with the Cosmos white paper that Ethan and Jay obviously co-wrote years ago, and this is what it's amounted to. All of these public goods, all of this infrastructure enabling an incredible interchain of app chains to form. And really, Cosmos is entering the mainstream. Ethereum is signaling their support or their interest to implement IBC. You have Near Protocol very soon will be implementing IBC. You have dozens of Tendermint chains launching scalably, shipping products that everybody is using. People love it, and this is really our moment to shine. This is something we have to be proud of. And of course, at the center of all of this activity, at the center of this interchain that is evolving before our very eyes, is a Cosmos Hub. It was the first chain to launch. It has a legacy reputation, and really, it's time for us to level up. It's time to build an economy around the Cosmos Hub. It's time to support, enable sustainable development and projects to ship that we can all rally around. So, main pillar of this vision is interchain security. We're creating a foundation to enable economic scaling. So, interchain security is a technical feature, but it's really about community building. It's about business development. When you launch with interchain security, when you get the support and partnerships with the Cosmos Hub, you're getting instant community. You're getting instant business development. You're getting instant liquidity, and of course, you're getting security because this is what it's all about. But it's not just a technical advancement. It's about community. It's about building this ecosystem. It's about enabling partnerships. It's about having a stable, reliable partner in the interchain. And this is why I'm so excited to be here and share some of those partnerships with you today. So, my esteemed colleague, Thyborg, that's not his real name, but he created this menu. He tweeted this a couple months ago. You have this interchain security menu. You have a 4-course, 5-course Michelin star dinner, and you're really, not giving up a lot. You have for an appetizer, a smart contracting development environment that you get out of the box. For a main course, you're getting native IBC interoperability with 50+ sovereign chains in the ecosystem, and then of course, for dessert, you're getting a community that loves you. So, I mean, what can go wrong, right? And really, to bring interchain security to market, we thought a lot about how do we bring the community in. And so Proposal 72, which I've had the great pleasure of spearheading in partnership with Occlusion and Strangelove and Galileo and others, was an MVP version of getting on-chain funding support via the Cosmos Hub for native applications to deploy in Cosmos. And that was very exciting. So we announced this on Monday. The new vision for the Cosmos Hub. We have the stack that we all know and love. We have Tendermint, IBC, the SDK, and then we have the secure economic scaling layer. We have interchain security, we have liquid staking, and then this really enables a lot of this hub-specific functionality to exist. And so today, I will be announcing the consumer chains coming to Cosmos in early 2023. So I'm very excited to announce this, and each of these projects in one way or another, do align with this new vision for the Cosmos Hub. So thematically, we really looked at how do we bring consumer chains on board in the very near future that do complement this new vision for the Cosmos Hub. And so with that, I'm very excited to share some of those projects coming to Cosmos. So the first one we heard from yesterday, Stride, a liquid staking zone. Woo! Stride has a very reputable, impressive team that's been around in the crypto space for a very long time. They'll be bringing a liquid staking zone to Cosmos as a consumer chain. This is another one that you all know and love. This is not a surprise. We'll be unveiling more, but this is Neutron. I'm wearing their shirt right now. They have an incredible design team. It's a permissionless smart contract developer platform, and they'll also be hosting a liquid staking product on their chain. So the diversity of liquid staking products coming to Cosmos is something that we really care about, and actually strengthens the security of liquid staked atoms and really creates a much more robust environment for liquid staking. So very excited for Neutron to be part of the Cosmos Hub economic zone. So give it up for the team. Next, Simply Staking. So they are a team that's been around Cosmos for a very long time. They will be building out a governance-driven on-chain ETFs. That's very wordy, but really what they're bringing to the Cosmos ecosystem and to the Cosmos Hub economic zone are crypto ETFs. Think of it as an index chain it's secured by the Cosmos Hub. So they'll be launching as well. So give it up for the Simply Staking team. And next, we have Fairblocks. So Fairblocks is a really exciting project. They actually are from Canada, my country. They'll be building a risk mitigation MEV chain. So considering the risks of cartelization in the ecosystem from different MEV providers, and thinking about how to mitigate some of those negative consequences. And they'll actually be very, very closely aligned with the interchain scheduler announced in the white paper that considers how to arbitrage different MEV and make sure that relayers and validators are compensated for the work that they do in the ecosystem. So give it up for Fairblocks. So what does this all mean? We're not done yet. We just announced four projects. It would be awkward to have an announcement with 4 projects. That's not a very nice number aesthetically. So we're taking Cosmos mainstream. I've already been talking about this. You know, in many ways, we already are in the mainstream. Like I mentioned, there is incredible demand for this infrastructure, for this technology, for this product. And as my colleague and the Cosmos co-founder, Ethan Buckman, talked about in his presentation on Monday, it's all about the integration phase. So how do we bring in reliable, trusted, traditional institutions to our ecosystem? Realistically, we have a long way to go to bringing these partners in and making sure that they understand what we're about, this vision for interoperable sovereign blockchains, this interchain world that we're all here to build together. But really, we also have a lot to do to approach them and to make a compelling case. So, last but not least, I'm very excited. Some of you might have already seen this on Twitter or in the media, but we will be announcing native USDC issuance over interchain security in early 2023. So welcome, Circle, to the Cosmos family. You're going to have a lot of fun. We're not your typical family, but I think we'll have a lot of fun together. So to sum things up, this has been a team effort. Obviously, I'm at Informal Systems. We've been working very closely with multiple stakeholders, Occlusion, Strangelove Labs, Osmosis Labs when it came to the USDC integration. So really, it's a team effort. Cosmos is all about multi-stakeholder governance. We're all about battling, managing interests, making sure that there's consensus formed around how we ship our products, the markets that we approach. And so really, thank you to the teams that have been part of this effort so far, and of course to the teams that are joining right now. So thank you.
Hello, hello. There we go. Yeah. How did you like Cosmoverse so far? You like it? Woo! Getting a little emotional, but yeah, it's been a crazy week, I think, for all of us. Like, the team, we've been working on this for so long, almost a year. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Like, people flying in from all over the world, from China, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Australia. You guys are crazy. But anyways, before I'm crying, I'll call on my panelists today, because this is actually the main event, the main event of the evening. So I'll call on Jelena again. We have Zaki. We have Ethan, we have Sam,
Tyler.
And, sorry?
Tyler,
sorry. Please come on stage, and let's talk about Atom 2.0 and interchain security. This is crazy. Okay, so
test.
A little bit of background, my Cosmos journey. Actually, I first got into Cosmos early 2021. I just had some Atom in my wallet. I don't know why. I don't know where I bought them. And I thought, like, okay, either I sell it or I do my research. So luckily, I started to do my research. And there was also the time when I started to do my YouTube channel. And I just made a tweet, like, hey, can somebody explain me what Cosmos is? And a man that is not here right now, unfortunately, but is an absolute legend and is responsible for a lot what's happening today, Jack Sampolin. I hope you're watching.
Woo!
Give him a
Woo! Miss you, Jack.
Yes, I'm Jack's proxy today.
Yeah, so
You'll have to do.
Jack was like, hey man, and I had no followers at all. Like, he had no incentive to talk to me at all. He's like, man, let's jump on a Zoom off camera. I'm just going to walk you through. This is pre-IBC. And 2 years later, we're sitting on the biggest Cosmos conference of the year, making crazy announcements. And it's just amazing how it's been, this journey for me personally, but also with all of you guys. But anyways, that's just a little bit of background. I wanted to actually start with Zaki. A question for you. You've been around since the earliest days of Cosmos.
Absolutely.
And Ethan, you can also get into this as a co-founder of Cosmos. How do you guys view the journey of Cosmos since its creation? Jack told me I remember this the first time we talked. He said, Cosmos just completed its white paper. I'm like, this never happened in crypto. This doesn't happen. So now we have a second white paper, and the first one seemed to be working. So how do you view this? If you look back now, the past 5, 6, 7 years, the evolution of Cosmos and where we stand today.
I think Cosmos has always been a bit of an underdog. It like pioneered a lot of ideas, but like was never the first to market with them, never the ones who did the best go to market. And I think that this conference has been sort of a tipping point or a phase change in that whole, like, we're here, we're building the tech, other people will do a better job of doing go to market with it. And it's a seminal moment that you've put together for us. Thank you very much, Cryptocito.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, thank you. But I also want to say, it's not me alone, right? We're a team. We're a small team, but I also want to give it up for Fabi, Basil, and Yuri. I don't know where Yuri is. He's always running around. But Fabi is our numbers guy. He's making sure that we don't get wrecked with anything. Basil is responsible for all the branding, all the logistics, all the marketing stuff. And Yuri is our socializer, so I don't know, he's probably running around somewhere socializing. But yeah, we're a small team, but yeah, it's crazy.
I think the other thing, though, that I would just say is that we never wanted to build a traditional marketing organization inside of Cosmos. We always wanted community-driven marketing. We always wanted the community to feel ownership over the messaging. And it's crazy to me that it worked. But here we are.
Yeah. I think what we have been doing with Cosmos also, and I think this could only work in Cosmos. Like it wouldn't be possible in any other ecosystem. Because like I say, there are a lot of centralized organizations that are leading the core marketing, they're doing the conference of the year, all these kind of things. So yeah, I think it was just luck, the right time, and the right ecosystem. And yeah, I think we're all just one big family here. But yeah, Ethan, from your view, I mean, you're the co-founder, 2014, 15, I think, when you started to write the papers with Jay. Jay Kwan, by the way, if you're watching, we hope to have you here next year. This would be absolutely amazing. How do you view the whole evolution, and how do you feel?
It feels amazing to see this and to see what we've all built together is really really unbelievable, unprecedented. Like I was saying on Monday, we weren't trying to compete with other blockchains. We wanted to change the game that other blockchains are competing in, and we wanted to build something different to evolve the internet forward. And a lot of other ecosystems talk a big game about that, but I think we're actually doing it in a very different way, and it's not something that any single organization could do on their own. And we've really lived that philosophy through the entire technology stack, through the conferences being put together, through the way the community operates. It's really special and amazing to witness. So yeah, thanks to all of you, to everyone who's built a chain, put up a chain, who's contributed. Like, we couldn't have done any of this without you. And I think we really proved something very different in the initiation phase. And now we're moving into this integration phase where we're going to do it all again. We've got a new paper out. We've got a lot of work to do together to mature this whole thing and really push it all forward. So.
Yeah, and the new paper, I think, is the first Atom and Cosmos Hub specific paper. The first Cosmos white paper was more about the ecosystem. Now we have one that is about the Cosmos Hub specifically. And Sam, you've been the core contributor or core designer of that new vision and roadmap of the Cosmos Hub. Maybe you can share a little bit on why that was necessary in the first place. Like, why do we need a white paper for the Cosmos Hub specifically? Why do we need a new roadmap? And what are some of your favorite parts about it?
Great question. So how this came about for me personally was I was at the ICF running the grants program, kind of just cat herding all the core teams, trying to get them back into the ecosystem after Tendermint meltdown. Got to a certain point and we're like, okay, we shipped IBC, like pat on the back. There's one thing left, the Cosmos Hub. We haven't really given this a lot of thought in a couple of years. And I just basically, over like winter break, kind of compiled like every single thing I had heard from every person in the ecosystem about what the Cosmos Hub should be, what it could be, and like there was a lot of ideas. I mean, this ended up being like 30 pages of just like notes and you know, quotes from people, and that was I mean, like yes, I was really involved in the writing, but like this was a survey and like an integration of so many people's vision. I had countless, like, so why was it important? I mean, the Cosmos Hub is such a core piece of the kind of development story, the core stack. So we really want to make sure that the Cosmos Hub is robust so that the technology continues to be robust. And then honestly, like, the Cosmos Hub is just, I mean, it hasn't been cool for a little while, and like I needed to make it cool. Like this is like the core of the ecosystem. Like we need to make it fucking cool.
Is it cool now?
Well, I mean, hell yeah.
How many of you actually read the paper already? Can you just raise your hand?
Couple.
That's not a lot.
Yeah,
You've all been drinking and partying. You should be studying.
Yeah. One more word. Like the Cosmos Hub has played this role to kind of finance and build out the ecosystem, you know, up until now. And if you look back into the original white paper, it's really like theoretical. Like there could be a chain in this network that like interacted with other chains. Like no idea kind of what the network was, what it would need, and like now we know. Like we have really fantastic relationships with so many people in the ecosystem. Like we want to drive their success, and we still want to be as kind of like friendly and collaborative and you know, act as like a communication hub to the extent possible, and so like that's actually like the core of the design. Is just like how do we actually like continue to help builders, continue to help chains, continue to help this ecosystem grow.
Yeah, and then Tyler, you're part of Strangelove Labs. Tell us a little bit about your role. And yeah, how your journey has been with Cosmos over the years. And just before you start, Manu, si tenemos los guaros. Dale. Thank you. Tyler, please.
Yeah, so I believe I started out as a humble validator here with Jack, just running a validator node on the Cosmos ecosystem. And then I've been sort of Jack's business manager for a while, helping him in the back end. But slowly we've made a number of good investments and scaled that to the point where we weren't just a validator and a capital investor, but we were also a service provider. And nowadays we've built up a wonderful lab with a lot of awesome people. A few of them are here. And we like to really operate in the background in a lot of ways, just working on key features and anywhere that we can help out to sort of do the DevOps that needs to happen to build some of these applications that we're interested in. And that's why I'm so excited about the white paper. I just look at that and say, I want to build that, I want to build that, I just can't wait to design this. So we're looking forward to building, basically.
Yeah. So let's get into the white paper a little bit. There's a lot of different elements mentioned, from the tokenomics to some of the utilities, also governance. Let's start with the most exciting one, because this has been a lot of people have criticized that Atom has infinite inflation, it's never going to go up, it's not interesting for investors because this and that, blah, blah, blah. What is changing now with the 2.0 vision? How is the inflation of Atom changing? It used to be a dynamic inflation between 7 and 20% that is pegged to the bonded ratio, of which was anchored at 66%, so 2/3. If it goes above that, inflation goes down. If it goes below, inflation goes up to incentivize and disincentivize staking. So how is it changing now? And why is that making, I know, Ethan, you don't like that, but why is it making Atom more sound money in that sense?
This is the least interesting part of the paper.
That's why Cosmos is what it is, because we are just different.
Yeah, I mean, If you want me to talk about the most boring part, I'd be happy to.
Don't have Ethan talk about this part.
What's that?
Don't have Ethan talk about this.
Yeah, I think Zaki. Let's get it to Zaki on this one.
Okay.
Zaki. There we go.
Okay. I think that, like, on the whole, I think the issuance, like, almost every part of the white paper needs, like, it's going to have its own Twitter Spaces and Comtrack and Cryptocito YouTube episodes to, like, sort of walk through the community about why we picked these parameters, to communicate what are the options, what was the design space, why we think this is good. But one of the things that we wanted to sketch out is two things. One is underfunded, like, one thing is the sort of, what we showed today in Yelena's talk is actually the potential of business development inside of the Cosmos Hub. Like, that actually with just the resources of, the very modest resources of Prop 72, you know, what is it, 150,000 atoms?
Yeah.
We have been able to onboard these amazing set of partners. So one is the community fund is tragically underfunded. We don't have the right set of resources.
She wants to give you some Columbia liquor.
Zaki's glass is underfunded too.
Not enough liquidity.
So
this is real liquidity. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Let's do it. Cheers.
Woo!
Salud. You don't have to chug it, Zaki.
All right.
You can zip it.
We're all North Americans. We don't know any better.
Don't spend it all at once.
You give me a shot glass, I drink. You give me a shot glass, I drink it. So what was so one is what we've been doing on the business
price
development.
target, end of year.
Issuance.
Issuance, yes. Okay, so the other thing though is I really strongly believe, like, you can see the GitHub commits on the fact that liquid staking creates this possibility of moving to linear issuance, to actually no longer have this exponential issuance, that we have all of these great partners. It's unimaginable to me that, like, we will not succeed with 2 or 3 liquid staking providers becoming super dominant, that we won't see staking ratios in the 80-90% range within the next year. And that really allows us to sort of change the entire sort of bargain between the community that builds the Cosmos Hub and the atom holder community, and really give them a viable strategy of all of these great consumer chains, more to come, other sources of real non-inflationary revenue for validators and delegators, flat issuance of atoms, and really change the entire sort of economic structure of the Cosmos Hub. And I think I think we did a really good job of laying out a compelling sales pitch as to, like, why we think we can do this.
So I just briefly skimmed through the paper because I didn't have too much time, but in the paper it mentions a transition phase of 36 months, and in the first 9 months there's actually a higher inflation, and then it goes down to a floor of 300k atom per month. Can you talk about some of the numbers, and, like, because right now the inflation rate of atom is what, 11%, 12%? How would that change with this after 3 years?
Yeah, so like Zaki was saying, liquid staking opens the opportunity to change issuance. It kind of demands it in a way. Like, just the current issuance model doesn't make sense. So you need to do something. And we want Atom to be a reserve asset. We want it to be really this kind of interface for collaborating with the Cosmos community, and that predictability actually, like, really helps with that. But this transition phase is a period of issuance. Well, there's a couple things happening at the same time. First is a bunch of interchain security chains are going to come online. The hub is going to start generating revenues. Liquid staking is going to gain some degree of adoption. The governance system that is outlined in the paper is, the tooling and the kind of social layer is going to be built out. Like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen over those 3 years. And then what we want to do is we want to set ourselves up to grow the ecosystem. Like, that's kind of like the main thesis there. And that initial kind of period of issuance is all, like, I mean, there's going to be some that is kind of infrastructure funding, but that's kind of a minority. Like the main point of having that capital is to drive new growth and to accumulate protocol and value. So that is atom holder funds. Like that's not dilution. That is working capital for atom holders.
Yeah, it's not the ICF getting funded. It's not Occlusion getting funded. It's really about giving people elected by the atom holders the working capital to grow this ecosystem to 1,000x.
1,000x? I like
1,000x.
Yelena, you just announced a couple of consumer chains that are coming to the Cosmos Hub, with interchain security going live in January, as we heard of on Monday by Jihan and Billy. Can you talk a little bit about, especially USDC, that's obviously a big one. What exactly does it mean? Are they launching what type of chain are they launching, and how is it packed? Maybe for those that are also new in Cosmos and don't understand yet interchain security, maybe you can explain a little bit the architecture and how it accrues value for the hub and strengthens its position as an interchain service provider.
Definitely. So Informal Systems has been working on this feature for the past many months. So in short, interchain security allows the Cosmos Hub validator set to secure new app chains. So these are your regular app chain, Cosmos SDK chain, or a Cosm Wasm chain. In the future, it could be an EVM compatible chain. But the difference is that the staking token is the Atom token. And we'll see a lot of these chains also adopt a governance token as well that will be unique. And that doesn't necessarily have to be unique. It could also be Atom. It just really depends on the nature of the project. And so there'll be two types of consumer chains we'll see coming online. One is a custom consumer chain. That is your Cosmos SDK chain, where you have a lot of control over the consensus and over the application that you build, as you do currently if you're building on the Cosmos SDK. And then also we'll have contract consumer chains, which will be for smart contract development. So obviously leveraging the incredible power of Cosm Wasm. In the future, I mentioned EVM compatibility as well. And so for the USDC announcement, we've been working with their team at Circle and also their counterparties at Center to figure out the best way for them to launch in Cosmos, leveraging interchain security. And so there are still details to be released on the design of this consumer chain, but in short, it'll be a general asset issuance chain. So not just USDC, we hope to see other blue chip assets like the USDC, more of the traditional assets issued by financial institutions, although not necessarily, could also be crypto native assets. I mean, this is really a green field launching on this general asset issuance chain. And the reason that I believe Circle found this very compelling and why we were able to create this partnership to signal their intent to do this in early 2023 is because they understand the role of the Cosmos Hub as this neutral, credibly neutral, stable, reliable, minimalist chain in the ecosystem. I know we all love that term, credible neutrality.
Sunny, are you here?
Yeah, this is all about credible neutrality, right?
Sunny has switched to mesh security.
Yeah.
Credible neutrality is so last year.
Yeah, we have short attention spans in Cosmos, except I don't. So I remember everything.
We remember.
I remember everything. No, but really the reason Circle is interested in leveraging the Cosmos Hub is because of this central coordination point, something Sam was talking about earlier. We're able to create these partnerships. We can offload risk from the hub itself. So you're not going to see, I mean, knock on wood, a chain halt or something like this, because the consumer chains have a lot of sovereignty over their applications and things like this. So, it ended up becoming actually quite a compelling case for Circle, and I think it'll continue to be a compelling case for other asset issuers, and really we'll see this hub as it currently is an entry point into the Cosmos, right? The hub has a lot of partnerships with custodians, exchanges. Again, it has this legacy role, and I think that will continue with interchain security in a much more foundational way. And so, this is really just the beginning.
I think it's also worth recognizing that there is fundamentally a governance role of atom holders on all the consumer chains to an extent, right? There is a need to pay atom holders for the service of securing for the additional slashing risk that they're taking on, et cetera. So there is going to be a natural value flow from every consumer chain to people who are staking atoms. And I think that is a really important part. And so, I think it's like really important that like the Atom 2.0 story started on Monday and sort of ended with Yelena's sort of set of announcements, because we announced a structure in which these things could exist, but we didn't announce anything to fill that structure, and it sounds very speculative and like who will ever use this. And what we really brought to you is one of the biggest name brands in the cryptocurrency space that says, no, they want this, this structure that we've been building.
And if I can just piggyback off that, there is a really important role for the validators, the Cosmos Hub, currently 175, but in the future probably more, to negotiate and to have these discussions around fee splits and how these chains that leverage the security of the Cosmos Hub will also become self-sustaining. Right now, the funding mechanisms in the space are challenging. There are definitely over-reliance on centralized institutions for grants and things like this. And so we really want to enable some on-chain funding mechanisms that will be able to support these consumer chains to be self-reliant, at the same time being values aligned and incentive aligned with the Atom community and of course the validators of the Cosmos Hub. So this is something that I'm very excited to be leading and working on as well.
I can maybe add to that a little.
Go ahead.
As a validator, I'm very excited for this.
Great.
Just adding on to what Zaki was saying a little bit, built interchain security and had a lot of conversations about like, what is this good for? Who wants this? The whole idea was about sovereign interoperability. Why do people want to give up sovereignty? And first of all, the demand for interchain security is really fantastic, like head and shoulders above what we initially thought. But we're starting to find like themes within interchain security that really make sense. This kind of point in the trade-off space. And liquid staking was far and away immediately had product market fit. Like it makes a ton of sense to have access to exchange integrations, to have initial security because they're going to be securing important part of the kind of security supply chain. That kind of community aspect is like, everything is kind of within the sweet spot of interchain security for liquid staking issuers, and that's why all the best liquid staking issuers are on the Cosmos Hub. And now we're seeing other asset issuers. So USDC, perfect example. So we're kind of like starting to carve out this theme where the Cosmos Hub really makes sense as a place, a neutral place to issue assets. And as was kind of evidenced in the presentation, there's some things that we're starting to find as well. So once you have asset issuance, creating indices, doing things with those assets makes a lot of sense. Holding those assets and creating vaults and whatnot. And now with the scheduler and the allocator, we've really kind of blown the doors open with what the Cosmos Hub is kind of is what it can offer interchain secured projects. Go ahead.
Yeah, if just a quick comment on that. I think of the Cosmos Hub and this decision to launch with interchain security kind of similar to how companies go public on well-known stock exchanges or when they're listed, right? Like there's immediate sort of demand and recognition and awareness of projects, and there is an active community like waiting to see what's next. And I do think of the Cosmos Hub in a very similar manner. I don't like to draw, perfect one-to-one analogies because it's not perfect, and what we're doing is very different than, stock exchanges, which are kind of like boomer and like not that exciting anymore. But I do actually think that there is something kind of crypto native and on-chain that we're doing that's unique, and this will evolve. This is just kind of the starting analogy that maybe we can consider.
Yeah, I think the core philosophy of Cosmos is to have app chains, right? And I think over the past years, the product market fit and the purpose of the Cosmos Hub has been very vague. Like, a lot of people didn't really know what it does, what it is. But now there seems to be a clearer direction that it's going. So I don't know who wants to take this, but what do you think, how would you describe the product market fit for the Cosmos Hub moving forward from now on?
That's the allocator, right? That's going to build more app chains. I'm really excited about the sort of DAO-like functions.
Yeah, may explain what the allocator is. I think that would be great.
So Zaki kind of mentioned this before. Like, the Cosmos Hub had built out some initial technology, DEX and a bridge, and utter disaster. Like that, and it's because we kind of like chose vendors without kind of realizing their capabilities. And what we did with liquid staking was just kind of flip this. Like, we're going to build primitives and interfaces for the Cosmos Hub, and then we're gonna let like top tier teams build valuable businesses on top of that. And now we have like incredible projects building liquid staking suite of applications. And we're kind of like doubling down on that strategy here. So the allocator is a set of primitives, and expect people to commercialize them. They're going to be, and so there's kind of two aspects of it. The first is basically what we're calling covenants. Basically allows chains, different projects, to enter into an agreement together. We really want to build like higher order structure within the ecosystem. There's no like methodology for partnership apart from, it's just really clunky, and it all happens kind of in back rooms, and it's not how the ecosystem should be conducting business. We want to like make that really transparent and trusted, and create like stronger, interchain applications on top of that. So the covenant system is kind of built for creating those deals effectively. A simple one would just be, swapping assets between different projects and holding them within one another's community pools. And then the second piece is, once you have a portfolio of assets, you basically need to do some treasury management, and this rebalancer functionality is a system for rebalancing, expressing a desired portfolio and moving into that portfolio. So simply like, you might want 50% stable coins in your community pool. Like, everybody wants that. So, and it's just a huge pain in the ass to do it right now. So this is just a utility for helping chains, vote and create, manage their own asset pools.
Yeah, this feels like it really holds to that true vision of the earlier Atom white paper, where Atom was a port city. And to be a port city, we need cranes, we need docks. And this is the scaffolding that we need to have the app chains created and funded and properly liquidated. So yeah, I think it's like building that vision.
Yeah, one way to think about what we were doing in the initiation phase with the initial Cosmos paper was to prove out a new kind of model for building blockchains, right? And so that's what the Cosmos Hub was initially trying to do, to prove that there's product market fit in the app chain thesis itself, right? It wasn't about the Cosmos Hub as its own blockchain, it was about the ecosystem of blockchains the Cosmos Hub was trying to prove could be created. And so it was a sort of prototype, an archetype of that. You know, it didn't have that much value in and of itself. It wasn't that useful of an application other than as a prototype. It was, you know, something very simple and stable, and that's persisted. And now the opportunity is here to say, okay, we've created this interchain has been created, you know, after the model of the Cosmos Hub. How can the Cosmos Hub evolve now to offer additional functionality to help continue to grow the interchain, you know, and to improve the kinds of functions that are available and the kinds of things that applications in the interchain can do. And that's sort of what, you know, the scheduler and the allocator are all about. And, you know, they're built above this new layer of secure economic scaling that allows a development ecosystem to form for the first time around the Cosmos Hub to explore and experiment with, you know, new kinds of products. And that's what, you know, Jelena was introducing in her talk, the, you know, set of 5 chains that are launching under the security perimeter of the Cosmos Hub that allows the Cosmos Hub to now actually go to market in a completely new way to service this growing, thriving interchain.
Yeah, and I strongly recommend everybody to at least read the white paper twice before you tweet about it. And our time is up. I want to give the last word to Zaki and Jelena, and then we have a very, very special event to close Cosmoverse. But yeah, Zaki.
I actually do want to say one thing, which is that the proposal for the white paper is going to go up to the Cosmos Hub next week, and invite you to make comments on the forum. We really want community input, so
yeah,
please.
I mean, I think sorry to interrupt, go ahead. But, so, I think this is a good sort of, where do we go from here? And I talked about this a little bit in my talk on Monday. This has been like a very closed process. And I think the goal of the closed process was to put together a coherent vision. And I think if you put the talks at the beginning on Monday with Jelena's closing talk at the end, you should be able to see a coherent vision of the future of Atom and the future of the Cosmos Hub. So, but now that coherent vision is for you, everyone who holds Atom, everyone who's watching the live stream, everybody who cares about this ecosystem, it's for you to judge and for us to now start discussing with you, if, you know, having a discussion about, you know, what is this future? How do we get everyone aligned? How do we make it so that everybody sees their piece, their contribution, where they're part of this vision? Because it's not just about us on stage. It is really about expanding the community of people who are contributing to Cosmos is a big part of this vision now. And so that transition phase will play out over the next few weeks.
Yeah. That's, we are mere humble servants, and I like to always remember, never get high on your own supply. This is about diversity of ideas, of app chains, of ensuring that there is an ecosystem of app chains around the hub, but also independent of the hub. You know, there is a path to sovereign app chain from interchain security. That's amazing. So it's not this idea that there is some like lock-in capture mechanism that is like predatory or proprietary. You have to sign some SLA. Like, no. Like, this is an incredibly decentralized open source environment for people, for developers, for people to launch in, and there's governance within that, and the validators play a crucial role. I like to say the validators are like the members of like a union. Like, there has to be some consensus at the end of the day for what the union decides to do, but at the end of the day, this is about all of you. Like, we're just like representatives of like some, you know, idea, and it's going to be exciting to see those ideas flourish and diversify and take shape. So, thank you.
I'm bullish on Atom. Yes, guys. As we're wrapping up right now, I have a very last request, because last year, which was the first time we did Cosmoverse, not even a year ago, we got #Cosmoverse trending on Twitter. We're not there yet this time, so we have to fix this right now. So I want to ask Basil, Fabi, and Yuri to come on stage, and we take a selfie with all of you, and then you just quote tweet and put the #Cosmoverse on Twitter everywhere so that everybody sees that, and we got trending on Twitter today. Can we do that, please?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Woo!
Can we maybe turn on the light, or?
Big man.
Okay.
I'm definitely short.
Okay.
Get over here.
Can't see the audience at all in the photo.
Okay, we gotta get.
Right.
Everyone say Cosmoverse.
Put your hand down.
Cosmoverse. Cosmoverse.
Yeah, he
All
just
right.
took one.
Woo!
That's so German. He just took one.
But it's one really good one. That's the best one.
All right, thank you everybody. Now we actually have a very special show to close up Cosmoverse, and after that we'll have the after party. So just stay seated, right? Stay seated.
Stay seated because
stay
you guys are not gonna want to miss this. There's a lot of
outro.
funny
All right,
stuff
thanks
coming
everybody.
Real soon. Take the chairs out of here. Let's get going. Oh, we gotta take these out. Hello, 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 hello. What's up, what's up, what's up? Cosmonet!
What's up, what's up, what's up?
What's up, guys? So, 6 months ago, we had this weird idea to do an award show and hand out awards for all the progress that everybody is coming to Cosmos, building great projects. So I'm here with my co-host, Chango. How you doing? I hear you got a lot you want to take off. So she's going to take on right now. Give her the stage. Do your thing.
I got a lot for you, all right. Another year, another Cosmoverse. Are you not entertained? You all sit here before me, 1 year wiser and 1 year better at key management. You have Kepler, you're using a ledger, and you triple check before you send a large transaction. Unless you're a Juno dev. Ah, yes. Another year and 2 dog coins later. Who is still holding chihuahuas? How's that doing? Never mind Cerberus. See, the problem is you're holding the wrong breed. But if Putmos tokenizes, we're all gonna be millionaires. Because he's the goodest boy. All right, somebody tell Sonny he made a wrong turn to Anime Expo. Who else walks around like it's Halloween at a crypto conference? All right, never mind. No one walks around like it's Halloween. If you have the number to the SEC, let me know, because I think I saw Cryptocito hiding Do Kwon over there. Speaking of the chain that must not be named, there is not a single app chain out there who did not pivot their narrative so quickly that you left skid marks. You turned into an L1 overnight. The narrative of Cosmos is that we're an app chain ecosystem, but now everyone's at layer 1. Let's give it up for Stargaze. Stargaze is responsible for bringing the most women to crypto, or the most women to Cosmos than anyone has ever brought, except Cosmoverse and the side events, even though they're all paid talent. No one noticed. But let me tell you, Stargaze is not the only one that brought the women here. The ladies are showing off their goodies on another chain, Secret Network. When you talked about privacy, I didn't think you literally meant private parts. How many of you bought a picture of an e-girl on Secret Network to get it unblurred? None of you? I won't judge you. Okay, Bitcoin had Silk Road and Secret Network has OnlyFans. But you know, every chain needs a start. Who remembers Jaquan? Jay is busy building his Cosmos competitor, No Land. You know, if it were up to him, you would all be at Nuclearverse conference right now. Okay, for those of you who didn't get the joke, he wanted to call Cosmos Nuclearverse in the beginning. Speaking of co-founders, you can thank the record labels for Ethan's failed rap career. If that didn't happen, we would not have Cosmos today. Ethan, I love you. When you have fuck you money, then you could retire and start your own record label, and you could sign yourself. We all support you in spirit. Jokes aside, when I look around the people in this room, you're some of the smartest, most innovative people ever. Now, I'm gonna get serious now. We're gonna get vulnerable. But you know, at the end of the day, with all your hard work, what is this for? That's kind of what we're here to explore. We want to explore this idea of the sovereign family. We want to be an entire network of sovereign family people, users of Web3, because we're not just a dev framework, and you're not just a dev community. It's about family. It's about love and shared values. And I actually think it was a pretty good thing that Cosmos started without shared security, just because now everyone values being a sovereign app chain. And we value being sovereign individuals, but at the end of the day, what are you building this all for? And I said at a previous panel that if you're doing this just to make money, that's completely uninspiring. What we want to do is we want to build to uplift all of humanity, because we're not just taking, well, we want to take a leap from mankind. Yeah. We don't want to let your children be mined for their attention by the FANG companies. That's just not cool. So you're building apps to preserve the freedom of the sovereign individual. But I don't want you to think of yourself as just an app developer. You're building the internet of blockchains. All right, so let's give it up for the second year of Cosmoverse. Too many more years to come.
Way more, way more. We're going to need more of these to come. By the way, there are literally, this is the red carpet is right here. We got champagne in the back. Everybody can grab some drinks and cocktails. So, but I want to get into the whole reason why we're doing this. It's an awards. We want to congratulate. But before we get into the serious awards, I have to give a big shout out to Sonny, of course. Of course, he's going to come up with this. He's like a troll. So he came up with this thing called the Forked Awards. And, I mean, we're going to get into those right now. So if you had a chance to vote on those, we're going to get into the 10 Forked Awards. Read the first. So let's put the first one up. The first one is the Most Wrecked Award. So who do you guys think was the most wrecked this year? So, Tara?
Thank you, Delphi, Nomad users, Chihuahua holders.
Well, you guys voted.
You guys hold Chihuahuas. Who is the most wrecked?
Actually, none of them. The reason why is because the one who really got wrecked was pool number 561 from Osmosis. All those users on the Luna pool, the Luna Osmo pair, completely got wrecked. It was absolutely awful. I know I lost a lot of money on that one, and it never came back, to be honest with you. Even after I had to unlock 14 days, it went from like, let's just say like 4 digits to 2, low 2s. But can we get somebody from the LP, somebody from Osmosis to come up here? Because we got a champagne bottle that we want to give you. Somebody can get on the stage.
Anyone who got wrecked, come on stage.
Anyone who got wrecked, get on stage. Who got wrecked? Get on. Come on. Come on.
At Osmosis LP. Dan
you
got
earned
wrecked.
yourself from OA, brother. So yeah.
Well, you guys could both hold it. I get.
Thank you.
Myself whole now.
Yeah, there it is. Let's get into the second one.
biggest troll?
We got a lot of trolls.
Sunny, Jacob Kadikian, Dianne Kryptonium, or Lung Community?
Well, I mean, we let you guys vote it, and Jacob Gadikian. Where are you at? Are you here? Is Jacob Gadikian here? He's coding, of course he is. We're gonna have to send him a video of him receiving the Moe about the fact that he's missing it.
Yeah,
But thank you.
somebody get Jacob here, get him to take off his shirt and put 2 stickers on his nipples.
Let's get into the next one.
Best Pumper Awards. Friends Validator, Cryptocito, Blue Kirby, or Wolf Contract?
Honestly, do you guys like wait for like these videos to come out and then like when the video comes out, you're just like, oh, let me go and like hit a hard buy right now or what? Because Cryptocito, get on here. Like seriously. Cryptocito, get on here. What do you got to say to yourself? So apparently, apparently everybody wants to watch your videos just to get on next 100x.
You're welcome.
I mean, this conference is the biggest pump of all time. All right, who's the goodest boy? Who's the goodest boy? Will the real Pupmos please stand up?
He's here. Pupmos is here. If you want to give yourself up right now.
Will the real Pupmos?
Jacob Gadikian is right there. I see him popping his head. You earned yourself a champagne, buddy. You're the biggest troll.
Wait, we should get a picture
Give him a
up
clap.
here. Wait, we should get a picture up here with
Come over
the
here.
bottle.
I'm sure. Are you Pupmos? You sure? Bark twice.
Bark twice.
Bark twice if you're not Pupmos. If you are. You earned yourself a champagne, buddy. Well, thank you. Well, you're a big troll, apparently. All right. The community voted.
Well, I'm the largest troll, apparently, and I'm getting a tattoo. Oh, boy.
Tonight you are, buddy. So, let me take a picture with this guy. Take a phone with a selfie. Oh, I got my phone. Let's do it.
Selfie, eh?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Oh, wait, you're too tall. Can you take the selfie?
Yeah, all right.
I got it.
All right.
So you flew all the way from Vietnam. Now it's worth it.
Yes, it was.
Now it's worth it.
Wait, I'm a bigger troll than the Lund Sea Pumpers.
Oh, yes, you are.
That is impressive. You deserved it. All right, if Pupmos is not going to stand up, we'll go to the next one. Most likely to be hiding in their basement.
Hiding dough.
We had a representation from Pupmos.
Yeah.
So if anyone saw the missing posters,
Yeah.
they came down to the booth.
Yeah.
I'd like to represent Pupmos and take the champagne.
Absolutely. Come on. Can we get him the champagne?
Alpha OmniFlix is actually Pupmos.
So basically we gotta hide. We gotta actually like. Here you go.
So I'm not Pupmos, but we've had representation at the Cosmos from Pupmos, and one of our creators on OmniFlix, the Tardigrades founder, represented Pupmos. He's not Pupmos too. So you know, if you saw those missing Pupmos posters anywhere around the conference, it was them. So huge shout out to the goodest boy on Cosmos.
You know who also says they're not Pupmos? People who say they're not Pupmos.
Yeah.
Get over there.
Okay.
Oh wait, so you guys are form. Let's get into the next one.
Most likely to be hiding in their basement.
This one has a typo actually, because it's actually who's most likely to be hiding dough in their basement. And
Oh, most likely to be hiding dough in their
Do
basement.
Kwan, you remember him, that guy?
Oh.
Remember what happened with that? Well, it's Jay Kwan, you won. If you're watching, with all respect, we'll ship you the Moe. Cheers.
Wait, J1?
Yeah,
Oh.
we can ship it, it's fine.
All right.
Just send the address. Oh. All right, well, I don't know what to do then. Let's go to the next one.
I would have liked most likely be hiding in their basement vest. Could have put Joe Biden in there. Most stylish.
Let's read them out.
Sonny, Jake Hartnell, Bucky, Greg Landua, or the paid talent? I think we know which one won there.
The pay talent was pretty good, but we didn't pay them. We didn't do that, actually. All right, that was just, we had a lot of people who were interested, like, like actual, like, projects that wanted to bring pay talent to bring people to their booth. So, I don't know, more interesting. There's a lot of dudes in crypto, you know how it goes.
That's how we rationalize it here.
But yeah, to be honest with you, the winner is, wow. Who is this winner? It's Sonny. Sonny Agarwal. Is he here?
Sonny, most stylish.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Would you come out from the football game? Thank you, Sonny.
My osmosis liquidity.
Oh, wow. You want to say something?
No. Thank you, guys.
Best hair. Jose, Coney Daddy, Adrian Brink. Guys, I'm offended. Why am I not on there?
Actually, none of them. Because the options were, I'm just going to name it the options. It was Coney Daddy, Adrian Brink, I really like the red hair. Jose Macedo, I see that flow you got going on. The entire Cyber team, hair. That was a really close one. The Cyber team. And then the winner was Greg Ozuri. The people voted. I didn't choose, but I'm just saying.
Greg,
so if anybody from Akash wants to get up here and
Greg is
pick it up. I think Greg is going to like this one. What do you want to say, huh?
Greg does have the best hair, so we really appreciate it.
Or lack thereof.
Or the lack thereof, exactly.
The community knows.
The community knows, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Best mustache. Dean Tribble, Greg Landua, Tom Norwood, or is there a Mr. Handsome?
Tom Norwood.
Handsome token?
Dean Tribble and Gregory Landua. The community voted, and it's Greg! Gregory Landua, where you at? Where is this man? Somebody from Region Downwork? Can you tell him that the people thought that? Oh, there he is in the back in the corner. Hey, people think you got a really nice mustache. You got yourself a champagne if you want to come later and get it. All right, cool. You see, he likes that. Yeah, he's really easy. He's really easy to convince. Let's go on to the next one. He's gonna come up there. Hágale pues.
The next award. The next award. Okay.
Wow, I didn't expect this.
Yeah. See, we're full of surprises here at Cosmoverse. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us. This has been fantastic. And, you know, with my brief soapbox moment, I just want to say the heart and soul of Cosmos is really around the community, all of us getting together. So these events, when we get to understand each other and party a little bit, really transform the space from just the amazing technology to the potential that technology has to change lives and free the world. So I'm excited, I'm grateful. Respect the mustache. Thank you, Cosmoverse.
Next year, I want to see those curl, all right?
That stash is heavier than your bags.
Ouch.
Most what the fuck are they actually building? Barachain, Ignite, Zaki, and Cyber.
See, the thing is with this, the way I take it is, it's like, what are these smart guys, what are these geniuses working on, but they can't really, that just needs to be translated, maybe a bit better.
Maybe Celestia should be on there too.
Think so?
So no one can understand it.
Well, I mean, the community voted and it was really close, but Cyber, you guys won. I love you guys are complete geniuses. I love you guys. If you're here, calm down. I'm gonna see Dima later anyways. They are hosting the after party, so make sure to be there. It's wild. The guy's not here, but I'll take it. All right, so let's get into the real awards. Thank you guys. We had over, now we're talking about the serious awards. We had over 4,500 people vote over the course of 2 days, which is crazy. So it was the community members voting, and let's get into those.
All right. Who's got the most active community? The community within community.
You guys ready? Get those champagne ready.
You guys ain't
Because
ready.
the winner is the Cosmos Hub. So if we can have somebody from Bucky get up here. Somebody from the Cosmos Hub. Give me the rewards. What do you want to say? Hey, the drinks are already out. That's for you to take home.
Yeah, sure. Wow.
That's for you.
On behalf of the entire community, thank you so much.
That's wonderful.
Speech.
Couldn't have done it without you all.
Security.
Interchain Security is coming to the hub in January. Yeah, hit us up.
Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it. That was cool.
Next one. Most promising launch.
All right, this one was a crazy one. It's most promising upcoming launch. So there's a lot of cool projects. I'm really looking forward to all the projects that are going to come out of the Cosmoverse. 6 to 8 months, we're going to see all new projects, new airdrops for everybody that's over here. You heard that, all new projects? They want airdrops. So, yeah, all you consumer chains too, just saying, FYI. But the winner was Project X with over 3,000 votes. Project X from Injective. Can I have somebody from Injective, Project X, come up here. Vivian, that's you. Oh, there he is. Come on. Eric, how you doing? Just jump. Let's do it.
Oh.
What do you want to say?
Thanks so much for support, and
take this home with you.
Wow, that looks cool. Yeah, thanks so much for the anticipation. Well, make sure that it will be an epic launch. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, man.
Woo!
I got it.
When
Jacob, what'd you
airdrop.
say?
We want airdrop. The people have spoken. Most decentralized chain.
So for this one, we didn't let the people vote. We had to look at some metrics, and we took the Nakamoto coefficient and Stargaze. So if we can get Stargaze up here, Shane.
Hey.
Shane Vitorona, how you doing?
Oh yeah.
Look at him run down the red carpet. Look at it, so blissful, so cute. The whole team, let's do it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Woo!
I love it. Let's get the mic.
Hey guys, come to the Bad Kids party later tonight and the Stargaze party on Friday night.
Man
Only if you have bad
All right.
kids. Otherwise, it's not allowed.
I love it.
Congrats. All right. I think we have one left. Best developer.
All
Who
right.
is the best developer?
I didn't get to choose, but I mean, like the whole community got to choose. 4,000 plus votes were done, and over 1,000 was for one man.
And one man only.
One man only. Sunny Agarwal, where you at? Where are you at? Get up here. He's so humble. Look at him. He's so humble. Look at his hair. It's like jumping.
I spend less than 25% of my time coding. This belongs to like the rest of my team, not me. Thank you.
Awesome, bro.
True that. True that.
Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you guys coming. I want to know if one of the team, you guys want to get up here, take another picture with everybody. I mean, this is wild. We've been working on Cosmoverse for 6 months. We came up with like just random ideas like this award, just to see like what the community thinks. It's just a test idea, but I don't know. You guys let us know.
I don't know either. I mean, I'm just very proud to see. There's like we had 1,500 people this time. Last time we had 600-700.
Yeah.
It says next year we go for what? 3,000? Can we make that 3K? There we go. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Look, give Fabi the mic because I know last time when we started, this man over here, it was his birthday on Monday, but he wants to say something. What do you want to say?
Thank you, everyone. We have around 1,000 people here in the room, like at the very end of Cosmoverse. It really means a lot to us, and thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it, and
tell me there's an after party
see you all at the after party at Katsura.
Thank you guys so much. There's
Yuri,
in the back.
final
words.
As someone who watched people who just joined the community out of the blue and scale the biggest Cosmos conference ever, this is just an amazing feat on its own. And so thank you guys for all the work that you've done.
Thank you so much.
If you remember Interchain Conversations, our first conference, it was nothing near this size. We had 100 people show up in Berlin, and this is just epic. This is like our third DevCon equivalent, and in 1 year from now, it's going to get even bigger.
Yeah.
In another year, it's going to grow exponentially. So.
This is all of our conference.
Yeah.
All of our conference.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming, guys. Thank you for your support, and see you next year.
Viva la Cosmos!
Yes. Say it. My bad. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.